Chapter 717. The woman beside him said with disdain and confusion, "This is the hell swordsman you were talking about?" Tom exerted all his strength, but the katana in his hand didn't move at all. Yet, Gu Hai was able to pinch it with just 2 fingers? No. Tom shouted excitedly. This doesn't make sense. I am the hell swordsman. Although Gu Hai works out frequently, how can he compare to me? You caught my death god's edge with just 2 fingers? This doesn't make sense. Even though Tom looked like he had seen a ghost, Gu Hai's fingers were still holding the katana tightly. Tom, you said I disappeared for 5 years? I paid you 10 years of salary and bought you out for 10 years. This is how you welcome me? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tom suddenly shivered because he had seen Gu Hai's eyes many times 5 years ago. Is he going to kill me? Phew. He let go of the katana and reached for the pistol at his waist. You're a demon? Before Tom could aim his gun at Gu Hai, the katana's hilt appeared in Gu Hai's hand at some point in time. Gu Hai grabbed the katana's hilt and pointed it at Tom's throat. Have you played enough? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The coldness at his throat made Tom's hair stand on end again. Is it Gu Hai in front of me? No, it's all an illusion. Tom shouted in disbelief. He moved the pistol again and pointed it at Gu Hai. Tisk. Along with a scream, Tom's left arm, which was holding the gun, was suddenly sent flying. After the scream, Tom endured the pain with great willpower and looked at Gu Hai in horror. You? Okay, now it's time to talk. I was gone for 5 years. What happened? Why do you want to kill me when you see me? Gu Hai looked at Tom coldly. Sorry, boss. Tom shouted in fear. Speak human language. Gu Hai said coldly. So sorry, boss. A lot of things happened after you left. Mr. C betrayed you and teamed up with Hassan. Mr. C gave me double the reward, so... Tom begged for mercy. Fourth Master? Hassan. Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Little for his older brother sacrificed himself to protect me. That's why I made him my follower. Little thing, you're really a wolf that can't be tamed. As for Hassan? There's a pirate leader here. I beat him up once before and destroyed 2 of his pirate ships. He can't beat me on land, so he's not allowed to come near my spice manor. Did Little Four collude with him? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Boss, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'm going to die. I'm still bleeding. Tom screamed in horror. Gu Hai was in a huge manor in the distance. There were some huge buildings in the manor. Above a building, a man in red was looking at Gu Hai with a pair of binoculars. Fourth Master, look, isn't that Gu Hai? A subordinate next to him said in horror. Fourth Master held the binoculars, his eyes uncertain. It's really him. Come back. So what if he's back? Now all of this is mine. Go, invite the 2 sniper kings in the manor. Yes. Soon 2 sniper kings crawled beside Fourth Master. It's the one in black. Shoot him to death. Fourth Master said coldly. Fourth Master, don't worry. With a range of 1,200 meters, he'll definitely die. A sniper sneered. Oh, that girl is really good. Fourth Master, that girl is mine. The sniper next to him suddenly said excitedly. Whoever kills Gu Hai will get that girl. Fourth Master said coldly. Okay. The 2 of them said excitedly. Suddenly one of the snipers pulled the trigger. Shio. Suddenly, a sniper bullet was shot at Gu Hai in the distance. Gu Hai was interrogating Tom when he suddenly turned his head and stretched out his left hand. His hand was extremely fast. That extremely fast speed made Tom's expression change. Although it wasn't a knife, Tom could see that Gu Hai's hand speed was terrifying. It was even faster than his own knife. It was almost like an afterimage. How could Gu Hai become so strong in these 5 years? Also, why was Gu Hai waving his left hand? Pooh. A muffled sound was heard. Tom saw clearly that there was a bullet between Gu Hai's left index finger and thumb. There was even red paint on the bullet. This is a sniper bullet? Gu Hai caught a sniper bullet? It can't be? Tom's eyes also opened wide. What? The first sniper in the distance also changed his expression. The sniper next to him also opened his eyes wide. No. What's wrong? Fourth Master stared blankly. The 2 snipers didn't know what to say for a moment. This is impossible. Did I see a ghost? I don't believe it. Let's shoot again. The sniper who shot first suddenly panicked. He grabbed the scope and stared at Gu Hai. However, he saw that Gu Hai in the distance was looking at him coldly. It's 1,200 meters. It's impossible to see me clearly, right? The sniper didn't believe it. He aimed at Gu Hai. When he was about to shoot, he saw that Gu Hai in the distance gently flicked his finger and the bullet in his hand was ejected. The sniper suddenly had a bad feeling. Shoo. Boom. In an instant, the sniper's head was blown up by Gu Hai's sniper bullet. Oh no, Gu Hai is back with the sniper. Fourth Master's expression changed and he immediately hid. One sniper died, but the other sniper next to him had a look of despair. This was because he had seen the entire process through the scope. At this moment his entire body was trembling. Fourth Master, who had lowered his head, shouted, "Quick, quick, shoot Gu Hai. Shoot him to death. That girl is yours. Quick, aren't you the Amazon Sniper King?" No. The living Sniper King immediately refused, his eyes flashing with fear. What? Didn't you fight 10 snipers in the Middle East? Gu Hai has a sniper, but he's not your match. Quickly get rid of him and I'll double your salary. No, 10 times. Fourth Master glared and shouted. No, 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 he's the devil. I want to go home. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. The sniper threw down his gun in fear and fled into the distance. Humph. Pa. Fourth Master killed the sniper with one shot. Humph, isn't it just Gu Hai? Everyone load your guns. Kill Gu Hai for me later. Fourth Master glared and roared. Yes. Around the manor, there were a large number of people who looked like mercenaries. At this moment they quickly set up an ambush. In the distance, Gu Hai ejected the sniper bullet and turned to look at Tom. He's so scared that he's bleeding from all 7 orifices? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. Poison, there's poison on my knife, boss, save me, I need the serum, inject the serum into me, I'm going to die, quick, this is the King Cobra's poison, save me. Tom suddenly remembered something and screamed in horror. Let's go. I'll take you to try the car. Gu Hai laughed. No boss, don't leave me behind. Save me. Tom screamed in fear. Gu Hai ignored him. If it wasn't for his extraordinary ability, the person who would be dead now would be him. With a trace of curiosity, Zhang Yulian followed Gu Hai into the car. The road here was very rugged and there were many twists and turns. The two slowly drove the car towards a manor in the distance. So slow. Zhang Yulian frowned. It's very slow, but I haven't driven in a long time. I really miss it. Alright, the manor is in front. We're within their firing range. Let's get out of the car and go. Gu Hai smiled and got out of the car. Everything here was very novel. Zhang Yulian listened to Gu Hai. The two walked towards the manor in the distance. At this moment, the manor was surrounded by a sea of beautiful flowers. What flowers are these? There are so many, so beautiful. Zhang Yulian exclaimed. This is called poppy flower. It's not a good thing. Hehe, when I planted spices here I gave a death order. Whoever dares to participate in the drug trade behind my back will all die. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? Drugs? This is poison? Where is this? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai. The poorest and most chaotic country on earth, Somalia, Gu Hai explained. At this moment, in the distant building, Mr. C's eyes widened. They're in range. Quick, launch the rocket launcher. Beside Mr. C, a mercenary carried a rocket launcher and aimed at Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. Boom. A rocket launcher was instantly fired at Gu Hai. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Hai. Ha ha ha, die. Mr. C laughed. Mr. C is too nervous. These two people, do they want us to be fully armed? They're dead. The rocket launcher will definitely kill them. Even if they have 4 legs, they won't be able to escape. The group of mercenaries was in a happy mood. Everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. They saw Gu Hai in the distance grabbing the shaft of the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher's front collision detonator didn't touch anything, and the rocket launcher didn't explode. At this moment, it was in Gu Hai's hand. This rocket launcher, is it fake? Mr. C questioned. In the distance, Gu Hai turned the rocket launcher and threw it at the building. Whoosh! The rocket launcher was instantly fired at the group of mercenaries. No. Hong. Ah. Instantly, screams filled the air. A large group of mercenaries was killed by the explosion. Mr. C's eyes were about to pop out. Release more, release more, release more. Fourth Master roared. Zhang Yulian was slightly stunned. These things can explode? That's right. They are called firearms. Gu Hai nodded. I don't like being passive. I'll help them. Zhang Yulian shouted. As she spoke, she stepped on a rock and crushed it. Then she lightly kicked it. Swish, 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 swish. A large amount of gravel instantly shot out like bullets towards the arrowheads and bombs in the mercenaries' hands in the distance. It was extremely accurate and instantly ignited countless firearms. Nanny? Mr. C's eyes widened. Boom, 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 boom. All the rocket launchers, bombs, and gasoline barrels exploded. The sound of the explosion soared into the sky, and flames shot out in all directions. The huge buildings of the manor instantly exploded in a thick fire. Chapter 7:18. Zhang Yulian kicked out and the entire manor was blown up. All the mercenaries died in the fire. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. After the explosion, Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian stepped into the manor. 90% of the buildings were destroyed. After all, there was too much gunpowder stored here. Mr. C was also burned by a barrel of gasoline and turned into a charred corpse. All of them were wiped out. Gu Hai was speechless. What's in the ruins? Are you looking for it? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. I found it. The phone. Gu Hai found a phone and smiled. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai blankly. Soon, a voice came from the phone. Who is this? 1,000-mile telepathy? You can do that without Reiki? What kind of treasure is this? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Gu Hai didn't care. He took a deep breath and said, Director Zhang, it's me, Gu Hai. Gu Hai, you're still alive? A surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. I'm in my Somalia spice manor. The things I gathered last time are all with me. Kangshi's imperial seal, Wu Daozi's painting, Su Dongpa's manuscripts. I won't go into details. I need to bring them back to China immediately. The sooner the better. It's best if there's a flight today. Gu Hai said. Ah, they're all with you? Okay. But the flight to Beijing today might be a little. Director Zhang was in a dilemma. Get 2 fighter jets from the military. That's fine. I need to go back to China today. Time is of the essence. Gu Hai said solemnly. Fighter jets? Brother, do you really think I'm the National Security Bureau? Director Zhang suddenly felt bitter. I don't want these treasures back to China. I'll give them to the Forbidden City Museum, Gu Hai said lightly. You don't want them? But I don't have the ability to get fighter jets. How about this? I'll inform the Somalia embassy and try to get helicopters for you. I'll also delay the flight to Beijing. That's all I can do. Director Zhang said. Okay, as soon as possible. Gu Hai nodded. While Gu Hai was speaking, he heard Superintendent Zhang's subordinate report from the other side. Chief, we've locked onto the position, but this spice manor seems to have just experienced a big explosion. The subordinate beside him said strangely. Director Zhang was silent. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, All right, stop looking. I'm in this pile of ruins. Not good. It seems that an armed force is heading in the direction of the manor. Chief Zhang, they will arrive at the manor in at most half an hour. The subordinate said anxiously. Director Zhang opened his mouth and was about to say something when Gu Hai said from the other side, It's Harsen's men. Don't worry. Hurry up and inform the helicopter to come over. Director Zhang was slightly taken aback and then smiled bitterly. Okay, be careful. After hanging up the phone, Director Zhang quickly made arrangements. Gu Hai also hung up and looked around at the poppy flowers. Is such a beautiful flower really poisonous? Zhang Yulian said in surprise. Burn this thing that harms people. Gu Hai shook his head. In a hall full of precision instruments, there was a large number of display screens inside. A man in military uniform was looking at a display screen. There were men and women in military uniforms wandering around the hall, constantly busy. Chief, we've already notified. In 2 hours, the helicopter will arrive at the manor in the image. A man in military uniform said respectfully. The chief was Director Zhang in Gu Hai's words. Scholar Gu Hai, 5 years ago who was responsible for searching for Gu Hai? Didn't they say he was dead? Director Zhang said in a deep voice. I don't know. Gu Hai has been missing for 5 years, there has been no news. A subordinate said bitterly. Chief, Harsen's army must have seen the explosion in the manor, so they rushed over. There's also an armored car. Although the image is not clear, it's very sure that there are only 2 of them? Can they do it? A subordinate frowned. Shaoli, what was your position when you were 30 years old? Director Zhang said lightly. I just entered this intelligence agency. How many elites were there to pick you out? You only entered our agency when you were 30 years old. Do you know what Gu Hai was like when he was 30 years old? When he was 30 years old, his business had already spread to 30 countries all from scratch. He loved to play chess and collected chess manuals from all over the world. His business plan was to play chess. He would travel to the Middle East, Europe, the United States, and Africa several times a year. Every time he went out, he could magically double the scale of his business. Harsin. Guhai had fought with him a few times. It was not that he couldn't kill Harsin, but he wanted to use Harsin to block the harassment of other small forces. Harsin saw him as an enemy, but he only used Harsin as a watchdog to guard his spice manor. Do you think we still have to worry? Director Jiang said lightly. Yes, I think too much. Director Jiang nodded, but he still stared at the image. Even though Director Jiang believed in Guhai's ability, but there were only 2 people in the image? Chief, only the 2 of them are alive, there is no one else. The man in charge of the satellite video said respectfully. Zoom in. The image can only be zoomed in to this extent. The satellite image there is not enough. Is there a record of the previous explosion? Director Jiang asked. No, that place is not a recording area, there is no record. Director Zhang's expression was weird. Half an hour passed in a flash. Chief, look, Harsin's equipment is here. Looking at the surrounding fire, he seems to be angry. Guhai didn't hide? The previous subordinate was shocked. Also, the surrounding poppy sea is burning, isn't the fire too intense? It's not normal, why is it burning so fast? Another subordinate was curious. What are they doing? In the hall, everyone stopped what they were doing and opened their eyes wide, looking at the satellite image in disbelief. That woman, she lifted the armored car? Armored car? You lifted it? A soldier's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh, she was thrown away. In the hall, almost everyone rubbed their eyes. That was not a few meters, but at least 1,000 meters. Is this a monster? Harsin's men are all dead? Why did they all suddenly die? Someone was surprised. Zoom in, I want to see Guhai clearly. Director Jiang said anxiously. Chief, this is the biggest. I really can't see clearly. Everyone is dead, it seems like Guhai is saying something to that woman. A subordinate said bitterly. The image slowly returned to normal, but everyone in the hall didn't know what to say for a long time. The scene just now was simply inhuman. Replay the image just now. Director Jiang said in a deep voice. Yes. Shaoli, you are an expert in behavioral psychology. Analyze what was the attitude of Guhai and that woman just now. Director Jiang scratched his head and frowned. Yes. Shaoli nodded. After a while, Shaoli said, the image is too blurry. I can't see the expression of Guhai and that woman, but from the position they were standing, they should be very relaxed and disdainful of Harsin's army. Harsin seemed to have said something in the armored car which angered the woman. The woman was angry and lifted the armored car and threw it out. Guhai stretched out his hand as if he wanted to stop the woman, but it was all too late. Look, Guhai picked up a stone and sprinkled it in his hand. All the militants are dead, that stone should be crushed, and then... After Shaoli finished his analysis, everyone was silent. This matter is sealed. Everything you saw just now, no one is allowed to speak of it. It is a national secret. I will report it to the higher-ups immediately. Director Jiang said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied in shock. Continue recording. Director Jiang said in a deep voice. Yes. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Very soon 2 planes came to pick up Guhai and Zhang Yulian. Guhai handed the antiques to the person in charge of the plane and then boarded the other plane with Zhang Yulian. The plane took off. Zhang Yulian was curious, but Guhai lowered his head and looked at the manor again. The destruction of Harsin's army, the destruction of Little Four's army, and Tom's death should be investigated soon. However, Guhai didn't care. He wouldn't stay on Earth for long this time. After helping Long Zhanghua and Taiwa revive, he would find Laozi for a chat. Guhai was ready to go back. On the helicopter, a soldier and the co-pilot had received orders to observe and inquire about Guhai and Zhang Yulian. However, he did not dare to say anything from the start to the end. This was because the doors of the helicopter were not closed. The strong winds from the propellers outside were very strong. However, Zhang Yulian and Guhai's hair seemed to be very heavy. They did not move at all under the strong wind. The plane was flying fast enough. Zhang Yulian frowned and said, "This plane? It's too noisy and slow. It can only seat a few people. It's not a good thing. It's not even as good as a crane car. Just put up with it. If you're bored, listen to some music." The one in front, do you have music? Guhai asked. Music? Zither? Zhang Yulian's expression changed. The co-pilot in front suddenly shouted, Yes, I have music here." As he spoke, he quickly handed over his phone and a pair of earphones to Zhang Yulian. "Do you have classical music?" Guhai asked. Classical music? I didn't download it. I only have some rock music stored in my phone." The co-pilot said blankly. Rock music. Zhang Yulian was slightly surprised. Rock music? Maybe she can't stand the stimulation. Do you have something else? Gu Hai asked. Who said I can't stand it? There's nothing in zither that I can't stand. Give it to me. Zhang Yulian shouted. The co-pilot immediately switched to rock music. Zhang Yulian learned to put on the earphones and listened. As she listened, Zhang Yulian's face stiffened. How is it? The co-pilot smiled. It seemed that secretly downloading music was very useful. Previously, when the bureau chief called him, he almost peed in his pants. If not for the fact that the number was correct, he would have thrown the phone away and scolded him for being a liar. The bureau chief gave him a task to receive the two of them, but he didn't do anything. Finally, there was music as an entry point. What are you singing? Zhang Yulian frowned. Kacha. Zhang Yulian crushed the phone. My triple-proof phone. The co-pilot was in despair. Before the co-pilot could recover from the sadness of his phone being crushed, Gu Hai handed a shiny yellow object to the co-pilot. Your phone is broken. This is for you. Oh. The shiny yellow object was too heavy. The co-pilot almost couldn't hold it. It flashed and his hand almost cramped. He looked down. Is this a gold brick? So heavy? So big? Is it fake? Yellow gold? The co-pilot glanced at it and his eyes almost popped out. The co-pilot hugged the gold and took a bite. Is it real? The co-pilot was in a daze of happiness. I have a phone too. Why don't you help me crush it too? The co-pilot said with a hint of envy. Chapter 719. Somalia. Gu Hai Spice Manor. Not long after Gu Hai left, a large number of helicopters landed on the ruined manor. All the corpses were gathered on a square. A group of forensic doctors carefully examined the corpses. When they were examining the corpses, they were all shocked. Sir, these people's eyebrows are all broken stones. They were killed in one hit. A forensic doctor reported to a man in a military uniform. Sir, that's right. The armored vehicle flew over. There were no tracks on the way. The armored vehicle is a BVS-10 armored all-terrain vehicle. It weighs 14.5 tons and can carry 4 people. A soldier beside him said respectfully. 15 tons? Threw it 1,000 meters away? The officer's eyelids twitched. All the forensic doctors and soldiers around them were at a loss. It was hard for them to accept this result. Record everything and report to the higher-ups immediately. The officer shouted. Yes. Everyone answered. Sir, your phone? A soldier beside him handed over a satellite phone respectfully. Hello? Commander, yes, we are investigating the manor. Yes, there is no report yet. Yes, someone is here to take over? We should cooperate fully? But, Commander, the chief asked me to. Yes. The officer answered the phone. After a while, the officer said bitterly, Yes, Commander, but they are not here yet. Who's there? Suddenly the soldiers all around shouted loudly. They saw 3 men in black windbreakers standing in the middle of the corpses. The 3 of them were wearing sunglasses and seemed to be inspecting the corpses. Suddenly, a large number of guns were pointed at the 3 men in black windbreakers. The 3 men were not afraid at all and continued to inspect the corpses. Who are you? The officer stared at them. You said it on the phone. I'm here to take over your mission. Please gather here. The leader, a man in a trench coat, said solemnly. At this moment, the officer also confirmed what the man in black said on the phone. Yes, Commander, I will cooperate fully. The officer hung up the phone blankly. How should I address you 3? The officer frowned. My name is Leo. But you won't remember it. The leading man in a windbreaker said lightly. The officer frowned slightly. This man in a windbreaker was very rude. Where did you get your information from? Leo looked at the officer and asked. It's an order from the higher-ups. I don't know the details. The officer shook his head. All right, then please stand here for a moment. Leo pointed at an empty space. Everyone walked over to him. The commander asked me to cooperate with you. What do you want us to do? The officer asked curiously. Look at the pen in my hand, look carefully. Leo laughed. All the soldiers looked at him. Bang. The pen in Leo's hand suddenly flashed like a flashlight. When it flashed, the pupils of all the soldiers suddenly shrank. Then, as if they were hit by a spell, they stood there stiffly. Clean it up. Leo said calmly. Yes. The 2 men in black behind him waved their hands. Buzz. In the sky above the villa, the light suddenly dimmed, revealing a huge flying saucer. Looking down from above the flying saucer, it was covered in white fog. Even if there were satellites, they couldn't see anything clearly. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Immediately, the armored vehicles, corpses and evidence on the ground were sucked into a large hole in the center of the UFO. In the blink of an eye, all the evidence below was gone. Leo walked to the front of the soldiers and said softly, "Forget today's mission. You didn't see anything today. Today the military asked you to do an emergency training. After the training, go back and report immediately." "We are doing an emergency training," the previous officer said in a muddle-headed manner. Leo smiled faintly. Together with his two subordinates, they were sucked into the flying saucer. In the flying saucer, there was a group of people in black trench coats. One by one, they were constantly clicking on the precision instruments. "My lord, among these clues there is a phone that made a call 3 hours ago. According to our investigation, the call should have been made to this person 3 hours ago." A man in black tapped on the keyboard and pointed to the big screen. On the big screen, Director Zhang's face slowly appeared. "Oh, Director Zhang?" Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. On the side there was Director Zhang's resume. In the sky above, there is only an old China satellite that can't record the image. "It seems that Director Zhang has all the records? Go and find him," Leo said in a deep voice. "Yes. This group of rats finally showed up again?" Leo sneered. "Shoo." The flying saucer instantly shot into the distance and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. After Director Zhang sent the news, he had been staring at the satellite image. Gu Hai's manor had been locked on by the satellite. The military sent someone to check. But soon a white cloud covered everything. "Can't see it?" a subordinate said. "This cloud is too strange." Everyone nodded one after another. Director Zhang's face changed. "You all stay here and watch, I will go out for a while." Half an hour later in a hall. Director Zhang looked at an old man in front of him. "Little Zhang, is what you said true?" The old man frowned. "Yes, I didn't expect them to come so quickly." "Chief, who are they? Will they really target me?" Director Zhang said blankly. "When the Immortals fight, we mortals suffer. That Gu Hai may have obtained an immortal fate." The old man sighed slightly. "Immortal fate? I don't understand." Director Zhang said blankly. "Do you think that the ancient myths are all fake?" The old man said in a deep voice. "Miss? That's right. Those mythical characters are still alive. Alright, don't worry too much. When the time comes, it's only a part of your memory that's sealed. Swallow this spirit protection pill. After 3 days of amnesia, you'll recover your memory. Remember, keep it a secret." The old man said in a deep voice. Director Zhang swallowed the pill handed by the old man. "Chief, they are so powerful?" Director Zhang was shocked. "In your memory, they are as powerful as the Immortals. To put it bluntly, at this time, the whole world is under their surveillance." The old man smiled bitterly. "It can't be." Director Zhang seemed to be listening to a book. "Just pretend that you don't know about this. Deal with it as you should. After this, if you are safe, I will let you enter an organization. As for Gu Hai, he obtained an immortal fate and is very familiar with you. In the future, you will be in charge of Gu Hai's line." The old man said in a deep voice. "Yes." Director Zhang responded. "Go back quickly. I will erase all the records of you coming out. Go back immediately, they may be here." The old man said in a deep voice. "Yes." An hour later. In the hall where Director Zhang was, everyone was still there. At this moment, there was a group of uninvited guests in the hall. A group of people in black windbreakers. They pointed their guns at Director Zhang and the others. The group of people in black quickly operated the machine in the hall. Soon the image of Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian was exposed. "Sir, the image is not clear, only 2 people can be seen. It shouldn't be wrong, it has been deleted. At the same time, all the emails have been recovered." A person in black said respectfully. Leo looked at Director Zhang. "Director Zhang, it seems that what you said is true. Who are you? Impersonating the chief's orders and lying to me?" Director Zhang stared. "Look at my pen." Leo laughed. The pen shone brightly like a flashlight. Everyone was stunned. "Okay, let's go," Leo said in a deep voice. A group of people in black followed Leo out. Director Zhang and all his subordinates were still in a daze. "Sir, all the electronic devices along the way are controlled. There won't be any images of us," a subordinate said respectfully. Leo narrowed his eyes and said, "Investigate this Gu Hai immediately. Find out who he is." "Yes." "Also, immediately return to Somalia and intercept Gu Hai," Leo said coldly. "Yes." Shio. Everyone stepped on the UFO and instantly shot into the distance. An hour later, Somalia's capital, Mogadishu International Airport. In a hall of the airport, Leo looked at the image on the big screen. Gu Hai and that woman have already boarded the plane? Leo narrowed his eyes at the image. Yes, the plane took off an hour ago. A subordinate said respectfully. Transfer all the satellites in the sky and quickly lock onto this plane. Let's go. Leo said in a deep voice. Yes. An hour later, over the Indian Ocean, a plane was flying in the clouds. However, at this moment, there was a UFO floating above the plane. At the same time, a blue light shone down and enveloped the plane. A group of people in black flew down and strangely opened the cabin door of the plane. They entered. In the plane there was a sudden scream. However, perhaps because of the blue light from the UFO, the things in the plane did not fly out due to the difference in air pressure. Leo led a group of people in black to check. Nothing? Didn't Gu Hai board the plane? Leo stared. I don't know. The stewardess and the captain both opened their eyes wide. Sir, we have checked the black box and some recorded videos. Gu Hai did not board the plane. A man in black quickly stepped forward. Oh no, Gu Hai is still at Mogadishu airport. Let's go back. Leo's face changed. A group of people in black swarmed out. Look at the pen in my hand. Leo shouted. Peng? Everyone forgot everything that happened just now. All the data records were all changed by the people in black. Shio. The UFO turned around and flew towards Mogadishu. The plane continued to fly. When Fei Dai was far away, two figures appeared at the bottom tail of the plane. What was that just now? Zhang Yulian was surprised. The investigation is really fast. They have already found my whereabouts? Gu Hai looked at the UFO in the distance and snorted. Do you want to chase after it and see? Zhang Yulian frowned. No need. I will return to China immediately. I have to meet someone. After all, there is no need to stay too long. The time here is different from the time in the Divine Continent. I have to return to the Divine Continent as soon as possible. Gu Hai shook his head. Chapter 720. The plane landed at Beijing Airport. Gu Hai didn't contact his old friends and quietly left the airport with Zhang Yulian. He didn't use his old account. Gu Hai had a house in Beijing. Gu Hai drove a car and quietly left Beijing with Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai disappeared into the crowd. Leo, on the other hand, was extremely gloomy. Lost? Gu Hai was lost just like that? Inform all departments to strictly guard Gu Hai's information. Planes, trains, hotels, as long as there is a record, reported immediately. Leo said gloomily. Yes. A group of men in black responded. 3 days later. Director Zhang suddenly trembled. When he woke up, his mind suddenly recalled the previous scene. In a hall. Leader, I remember now. Is it true? They all lost their memories? Director Zhang said worriedly. It's okay. They just had a part of their memory sealed. The old man nodded. Then Gu Hai. Director Zhang said worriedly. Gu Hai's records have all been erased. He really knows how to hide. It's been 3 days and there's still no news. Those people must be anxious. The old man laughed. Gu Hai is gone? He just went into hiding. From now on you'll be in charge of Gu Hai. Later I'll bring you to a place, a secret organization, an organization that only targets these immortals. Solemnly the old man said to Leo. Yes, I've already transferred your phone. If Gu Hai calls you, it will be transferred to this phone. After all, your phone may be monitored. The old man handed over a phone. Yes. Director Zhang nodded. Chengdu City, outside Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian wore hats, sunglasses, masks and casual clothes as they stepped into Qingyang Palace. The person you're looking for is here? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Qingyang Palace? Yes, the last time I came back it was Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai nodded. The surrounding tour guides kept explaining the culture of Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai looked at the statue of Laozi. Many people were saluting him. Gu Hai, please meet Mr. Lier. Gu Hai bowed slightly to the statue of Laozi. This is just a sculpture? Zhang Yulian frowned. Gu Hai waited for a while but there was no response. After walking around the Qingyang Palace, Gu Hai walked out of the Qingyang Palace in confusion. I didn't come out? The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the Qingyang Palace with Zhang Yulian, a little Daoist child suddenly said to the two of them, The two of you, is this considered marriage? My family's Daoist priest is very accurate in his calculations. Not far away the security guard's face darkened. There was a fortune teller soliciting customers at the entrance of Qingyang Palace? It would affect the reputation of the Qingyang Palace. He was about to stop them. Then please lead the way. Guhai smiled. The little Taoist immediately led the two of them away. Humph, don't let me see you again. The security guard glared angrily. The three of them walked away. After 7 or 8 twists and turns, they arrived at a quiet and secluded house. The two of you, please? The little Taoist child said respectfully. Guhai and Zhang Yulian stepped into the small courtyard. The little Taoist child immediately closed the door. In the hall of the courtyard, a white-haired old man was standing. He looked at Guhai with surprise. Honorable guests, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. However, since you left last time, the Qingyang Palace has been under surveillance, so I can only meet you here. Please forgive me. The white-haired old man immediately adjusted his attitude and smiled. Isn't this the sculpture just now? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. Guhai recognized it at a glance. It was Lao Tzu whom he saw last time. Guhai greets Mr. Lier. Guhai bowed solemnly to Lier. You actually returned with your physical body? Good. Lier's eyes flashed with joy. I am indebted to you for imparting the complete Tao Te Ching to me. I'm very grateful. Guhai smiled. Tao Te Ching? He imparted it to you? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. Zhang Yulian looked at Lao Tzu and suddenly found that there was a strange aura on Lao Tzu. This aura was very similar to that of Wansho Taoism. Lao Tzu transformed into 3 pure ones. He was the one who imparted the complete Tao Te Ching to me. Guhai nodded. Lao Tzu also looked at Zhang Yulian in surprise. Little girl, your cultivation method is very strange. It is somewhat similar to mine. 6 Immortal Firmament, Taishang. Guhai introduced. Lao Tzu suddenly showed a trace of surprise. I am Zhang Yulian, a disciple of Taishang's lineage. If you are not Taishang, you would not dare to call yourself Taishang. Greetings to Lao Tzu. Zhang Yulian also said in surprise. So there is another Taishang? Ah, I am not alone. Lao Tzu suddenly laughed. Please take a seat. Lao Tzu invited. The little Taoist child quickly served fragrant tea. Lao Tzu looked at the two of them curiously. The two of them also looked at Lao Tzu curiously. How did the two of you come here? Lao Tzu asked curiously. Guhai looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian took out a guqin and played it slowly. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly Taishang's long life sound came out. Guhai did not understand, but the one sitting in front of him was Lao Tzu. He closed his eyes slightly and listened carefully. He closed his eyes and did not say a word until the song was finished. Lao Tzu suddenly opened his eyes. Mr. Lao Tzu, this song is Taishang's long life sound. What do you think? Zhang Yulian looked at Lao Tzu. This is a song of induction. Taishang's way to immortal firmament? Taishang, what a strange Taishang. He actually found a void resonance? Resonating with 2 immortal firmament? Lao Tzu said in surprise. Taishang's long life sound is a channel to connect 2 immortal firmament? Guhai smiled. No, it's not a channel to connect 2 immortal firmament. Logically speaking, at most, a thought can be transmitted. Your physical body can't come here, right? At most it's just a thought. Moreover, one person has to listen to the way of Taishang of 2 immortal firmament at the same time, Lao Tzu said in surprise. Then Lao Tzu looked at Guhai. Only a thought can be transmitted? But our physical body can also come here. Zhang Yulian said in surprise. No, this song can only connect to another immortal firmament. It can't be transmitted. Mr. Good, how did you transmit? Lao Tzu looked at Guhai curiously. Guhai was slightly stunned and kept silent. Zhang Yulian also looked at Guhai. After thinking for a while, Guhai's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and said, play it again. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang's long life sound again. Guhai stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the void. It was Guhai activating the heaven-suppressing divine seal. As soon as the black hole appeared, Lao Tzu narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand. Whoosh. However, when he tried to search, he found nothing. The time is wrong. Although the channel is here, it's not at this time. Lao Tzu frowned. It can't be. Guhai stretched out his hand to touch. Guhai stretched out his hand. Huh. Lao Tzu narrowed his eyes. Lao Tzu looked at this scene in surprise. Zhang Yulian and the Taoist child at the side also tried to touch it. However, they could not touch it. They could see it but could not touch it. Only Guhai could touch it. That's weird. Lao Tzu frowned. Does that mean only you can go through the channel? Zhang Yulian said in surprise. Only me? Is it because of the black chess pieces? Only the black ghost stones can construct the channel, and the Taishang's long life sound points the way? The black ghost stones can construct the channel and only I can go through the channel? However, Zhang Yulian came with me earlier. The aura of a Go Dao formation? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai in surprise. My Go Dao is pretty good. This passageway is indeed related to the Go Dao. Gu Hai nodded. Is it the same as what Ichio said? Lao Tzu raised his eyebrows. Ichio? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Ichio once said that the immortal dome is not unique. There are black and white in Go, Yin and Yang in heaven. Naturally, the immortal dome has a positive and a negative. Our immortal dome is positive, so naturally, there is an immortal dome that is negative. In other words, there is another immortal dome. Back then, no one believed his theory. Ichio? I remember that Ichio was the Go Saint during the spring and autumn period? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Back then, he exhausted his mental and physical strength to condense a black ghost stone. However, I'll look for his will and see if there are any other records. Lao Tzu said with a frown. Condense a black ghost stone? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Was it the one he condensed? It's a pity that the black ghost stone is gone. He exhausted his mental and physical strength and died. What a pity. Lao Tzu sighed. Gu Hai nodded in confusion. As for the black ghost stone that fused with the heaven-suppressing divine seal, Gu Hai did not mention it. By the way, why did you come back to me this time? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. I have 2 souls here. I want to revive them. Mr. Lao Tzu, do you have any resurrection items? I can borrow them from you. I will repay you generously in the future. Gu Hai said solemnly. 2 souls? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. Yes. One of them is a female soul. There is a corpse but no blood. The other one is a male soul. There is nothing else. Gu Hai nodded. May I know who it is in the 6 Dao Immortal Dome? Is there anyone similar to it in our Immortal Dome? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. One is Taiwo with a human head and a snake body. The other is the Emperor of a generation, Long Zhanghua. Gu Hai explained. Taiwo? Nuwa? Lao Tzu raised his eyebrows. Maybe? Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Maybe it's a coincidence. Nuwa died, but there is her blood. I can take you to find it. Another emperor? Long Zhanghua? What did he do? Lao Tzu frowned slightly. Long Zhanghua, the emperor of the Deqian Celestial Empire, has 33 heavenly cities, the Imperial Court Hall, and the Lingxiao Palace. It's a bit like the legend of the Jade Emperor on Earth. But it's just a legend. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Who said the Jade Emperor is just a legend? Lao Tzu shook his head. Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. The Jade Emperor? It's a bit troublesome. If you want to reconstruct the body according to his conditions, you will need some very special materials. But luckily, Sakyamuni and Jesus have them. Borrow them from them. Lao Tzu said after thinking for a while. Sakyamuni? Jesus? They're still alive? Then, should I go to India and Vatican City to find them? Gu Hai asked with confusion. No. Lao Tzu shook his head. Then how? Gu Hai was confused. Lao Tzu waved his hand. The little Taoist beside him took out a computer and typed quickly. Soon 2 videos appeared in front of Gu Hai. Just a video chat. Wait a minute. Lao Tzu looked at the 2 videos on the computer and comforted Gu Hai. Gu Hai was speechless. Chapter 721. Soon 2 men came to Laozi's small courtyard. One was a burly Indian. He walked barefoot on the ground, but he was clean. The other was a skinny Westerner, dressed in white, emitting a soft white light. As soon as they arrived at the courtyard, they looked at Gu Hai with surprise. Laozi spoke casually in the video, but the 2 were shocked. Another perfect immortal dome? Almost at the same time, the 2 threw away their computers and rushed over. Gu Hai from another immortal dome? The burly Indian asked with a smile. Another immortal dome really exists? The Westerner in white was also curious. Before Gu Hai could say anything, Zhang Yulian raised her eyebrows. The aura of Buddha? The aura of Taichu? Gu Hai, nice to meet you, Mr. Shakyamuni and Mr. Jesus. This is Zhang Yulian. Taishang from the 6 Immortal Dome. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian? 6 Immortal Dome? The 2 were surprised. Okay, let's talk later. Did you bring the thing? Laozi asked. Of course. Shakyamuni nodded and smiled. Jesus also nodded. Let's go. Laozi waved his hand. A void gate suddenly appeared in front of them. This is? Zhang Yulian was confused. Laozi, the Taoist boy, Shakyamuni, and Jesus all entered. Gu Hai followed them with Zhang Yulian. The void gate suddenly disappeared. The next moment they appeared above a sea of clouds. It was a huge floating island with many palaces around it. Outside it was a sea of clouds. A large number of cranes were flying in the distance and the sun shone down. It was very dreamy. Floating island? This is not the earth just now. This is an immortal dome? Zhang Yulian looked around in surprise. It's not an immortal dome. It's a world that we refine together, a place to hide. Laozi smiled bitterly. Gu Hai looked at the palaces on the floating island. There was a plaque on the biggest palace. Dushita Palace? Old Lord Taishang's residence? Gu Hai looked at the plaque in surprise. Quang. The door of the hall opened with a loud bang. From the inside, a large number of Dao children walked out. The one leading them was an old man who looked a little like Laozi. Is it really Sage Taishang? Gu Hai asked with a strange expression. Then Elder Taishang walked in front of Laozi and bowed respectfully. Taiching Dao greets Laozi. Laozi nodded and said, Taishang, please go to the Nuwa temple and ask for Nuwa's holy blood. Bring it all here. Yes. Old Lord Taishang replied. As he spoke, Old Lord Taishang's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Xiao. 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 As if sensing their arrival, streaks of light shot over from afar. Swish. The first to arrive was a black-robed man. He emitted a torrential sword aura. Tong Tian sect master? Why are their auras so similar? Zhang Yulian's eyes widened in surprise. The black-robed man looked at Zhang Yulian in confusion. Then he bowed respectfully to Laozi and said, Shangqing Lingbao greets Laozi. A white-robed man beside him said respectfully, Yuqing Yuansher greets Laozi. Zenyuanzi Longevity Mountain greets Senior Laozi. A few Taoist experts bowed respectfully to Laozi. Xiao. In the distance, a golden light approached. Tathagata greets Venerable Shakyamuni. A man who looked similar to Shakyamuni said respectfully. Streams of golden light shot over. Buddhas appeared one after another and bowed respectfully to Shakyamuni. Shakyamuni nodded. Xiao. More streams of white light shot over. It was a white-robed man. Confucianism Kong Chiu greets sages. Mahists Mod greets sages. Legalists Han Fei greets sages. All the famous people that Gu Hai knew in history flew over. Gu Hai looked at everyone curiously but he didn't ask in detail. It wasn't the time yet. Xiao. Taishang Laozi suddenly flew back with a group of women. He bowed respectfully to Laozi. Laozi, Nuwa died. Her blood is all here. Didn't you say that Nuwa couldn't be revived? Taishang Laozi asked curiously. Laozi shook his head and didn't explain. With a wave of his hand, the 8 trigrams pill furnace of Tushita Palace was moved out. Taishang Laozi assisted from the side. Mr. Good, who should we start with? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Let's start with Long Zhanghua. Okay. Laozi nodded. Quang. The furnace opened. Shakyamuni Jesus, thank you. Laozi looked at the two of them. Shakyamuni nodded and took out a golden lotus. Jesus also took out a golden cup full of liquid. Reincarnation golden lotus and holy water, please pour into the 8 trigrams furnace. Laozi solemnly said. Off. The two of them quickly poured into the furnace. Laozi also threw a bunch of things into the furnace. Mr. Good Long Zhanghua's 3 souls. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian also looked at Gu Hai curiously. Gu Hai opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of white gas. Long Zhanghua's 3 souls? Because Gu Hai practiced the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, there was a heaven healing pool in his dantian. As long as someone was killed by Gu Hai, his sins and 3 souls would be absorbed into the heaven healing pool. After being refined into the heaven healing pool, the 3 souls would be controlled by Gu Hai. Gu Hai could refine and store them. He opened his mouth and spat out the 3 souls of Long Zhanghua. Laozi waved his hand. Xiao. The 3 souls of Long Zhanghua wrapped in white gas entered the furnace. Start the furnace. Laozi solemnly said. Boom. Taishang Laojun quickly activated the true Samadhi fire and began to refine it. In an instant the 8 trigrams furnace was wrapped in fire. The materials that were used to reconstruct the body were being refined inside. After 49 days Long Zhanghua will be able to reconstruct his body. Laozi solemnly said. 49 days? That long? Gu Hai's eyes widened, showing a trace of worry. Don't worry. A day on Earth is a year in this world. Laozi smiled. Gu Hai's expression changed and he nodded. In that case, Gu Hai waited patiently. He could afford to wait for 1 or 2 days. 49 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, more and more experts arrived at the floating island of Tusida Palace. Many legends and historical figures that Gu Hai was familiar with were here. They bowed to each of them before arriving. But they didn't interrupt. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the furnace. Boom. The lid of the 8 trigrams furnace exploded. Immediately, 2 rays of golden light shot into the sky. Withdraw. Taishang waved his hand. Suddenly, the fire disappeared, revealing a strong man inside. The man walked out of the furnace naked. The man's eyes were glowing with golden light, and they shone in all directions. Fiery golden eyes? Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai recognized the man when he saw him. Where is this? Why am I here? Gu Hai. The man raised his eyebrows when he saw Gu Hai. Congratulations, Daiqianxing. You have been reborn. Gu Hai said with a smile. While smiling, Gu Hai took out a dragon robe and handed it to the man. The man was Long Zhanghua. He put on the dragon robe and looked at everyone around him with narrowed eyes. Everyone was so unfamiliar. Except for Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian, he didn't know anyone. Where is this? Now Long Zhan had lost all his cultivation base. But even so, he still had a dragon aura around him. It was as if he was born with it. The fearsome dragon aura caused the faces of the gods and Buddhas around him to change. This was the aura of an absolute superior. The emperor of the great Qin dynasty? Oh, why haven't we heard of him? This aura could only be felt by the Jade Emperor who had fallen in the past. Do you remember that I told you that there might be other perfect immortal domes besides the 6 immortal domes? Gu Hai said solemnly. Other perfect immortal domes? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. This is where I was born. Gu Hai said solemnly. Laozi looked at Long Zhanghua and said, Unyielding might, unyielding to the heavens, the 6 immortal firmament, the strongest person in the world. Long Zhanghua, Mr. Gu has already told me about the 49 days you spent rebuilding your body. I admire you. Long Zhanghua looked at Laozi. These are the seniors in my immortal domes who fought against the heavens to protect the common people. Gu Hai explained. Li Er, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Shakyamuni, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Jesus, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Kongqiu, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Solemnly, everyone bowed to him. Long Zhanghua's eyes were full of surprise, but he also bowed to everyone. After that, Long Zhanghua suddenly laughed. Ha, it seems that I am not destined to die yet. Gu Hai, my spiritual light has indicated that you can be trusted. You are indeed a big variable. Daiqianxing, you flatter me. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. De Qian is no longer here, so you don't have to call me Daiqianxing. Just call me by my name, Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua sighed. All right. Gu Hai nodded. These are? O Buddha now. Tongtian sect master? Their auras? Long Zhanghua looked at Tathagata and primogenitor Lingbao. Not only the 2 of them, but there were also some others who were familiar with them. In the immortal world, there will always be similarities in the process. Laozi nodded. Long Zhanghua's eyes flashed with surprise. However, he didn't rush to ask for details. He just nodded gently. Long Zhanghua is resurrected. Next, please help me resurrect Taiwa. Gu Hai said solemnly. While speaking, Gu Hai took out a huge coffin. Lying in the coffin was Taiwa, who was stabbed to death by him. In the past few days, Gu Hai had already mended the hole in his forehead with his heaven-replenishing energy. His physical body is still here, so it is much easier. Laozi nodded. When the coffin opened, there was an uproar. Goddess Nuwa's physical body is still here? Some immortals at the edge of the crowd shouted in surprise. Chapter 722. Doshui Palace Square. Although Taiwa had a physical body, it was much harder for him to revive compared to Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua rebuilt his body and lost his cultivation, while Taiwa had his own physical body and could retain his cultivation. In the furnace of 8 trigrams, Taiwa's physical body, Nuwa's blood, and Taiwa's 3 souls were fused in. Gu Hai and the rest waited patiently. The furnace of 8 trigrams would take 64 days to revive Taiwa. With Taishang Latsu controlling the fire, Gu Hai and the rest were assured. Immortal children brought chairs over. Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian, Long Zhanghua, Laozi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus conversed while waiting for Taiwa to revive. All around them, all the immortals and Buddhas listened respectfully. Primeval Lord of Heaven, Go and find all of Ichio's records and last words. Laozi ordered. Yes, primeval Lord of Heaven. Primeval Lord of Heaven nodded and left. Long Zhonghua gradually understood as he conversed with the rest. Isn't this the immortal dome? Is this a world you created yourselves? Long Zhonghua looked around. Yes, the immortal dome is only born once every million years. How can it be so easy? Last time, the immortal dome fell short of success and completely collapsed. Laozi sighed slightly. My immortal dome is also broken. What a pity for the people there. Long Zhonghua sighed. Your immortal dome is broken? What a pity. Laozi sighed. At the side, Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. The shattered immortal dome was in Gu Hai's hands. When he killed the War Dragon Kingdom, he obtained the shattered immortal dome. The immortal dome was shriveled and completely broken. Gu Hai threw it into the heaven-mending pool, hoping that the heaven-mending pool would be able to repair it. It was still soaking in the pool. Earth? Who's heaven? Gu Hai looked at Laozi. His name is 30. Perhaps our universe can also be called the 30 Immortal Skies. Laozi sighed slightly. 30? Gu Hai was puzzled. Have you fought with 30 before? Long Zhonghua asked in a deep voice. Yeah, it's a pity that no one is his match. He has collected all the rules in the world and there is no spiritual chi. If we didn't make the arrangements earlier, this world would also. Laozi sighed slightly. What kind of world is this? I saw a lot of immortals from Earth? Gu Hai asked curiously. This is a world that we created together, a world that exists in the minds of all living beings. As long as all living beings live, this world will exist forever. It is modeled after the immortal dome. Unfortunately, the immortal dome is too difficult to construct. Laozi shook his head. To be able to do this, it is already extraordinary. It's not inferior to my immortal dome. In fact, it's even more perfect. Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes as he sensed the world around him. Then the three pure ones here, Tathagata? Did you guys create it as well? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Them? When this world was first created, we all separated a strand of our divine thoughts. Just like the three pure ones, they were formed by my chi and slowly became what they are today. Laozi nodded. Before I came here, I was also targeted by someone? A group of people in black? Gu Hai asked curiously. They are just the lackeys of heaven. The one who chased you is called Liu. Heaven gave them some special magic weapons that conceal a part of a person's memory. They are committing crimes everywhere. However, apart from us, there are still people from other countries who are enlightened. They set up their own mortal organizations to deal with Liu. Unfortunately, they are just mortals after all. Laozi sighed slightly. You don't support those mortal organizations that are fighting against heaven's lackeys? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Good and bad people are mixed together. No one can guarantee that there are no spies from heaven. Therefore, we didn't contact them at that time. Even if we did, they were not allowed to enter this world. Laozi shook his head. Then those myths and legends on Earth all happened in this world? Journey to the West? Investiture of the gods? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Some are real, some are fake. Investiture of the gods? In this battle, many characters were real. However, it was not a battle between the Jia sect and the Chan sect. It was a heaven-defying action. In the end, it failed and countless people were killed. Our world almost fell short of success and was completely destroyed. Nviwa was also unfortunate after that. Alas. Laozi sighed slightly. Jain Zhuanti also. Shakyamuni sighed slightly. Lucifer also. Jesus smiled bitterly. Gu Hai was surprised. So many people were killed? Who was the leader at that time? Gu Hai asked in confusion. It was the Jade Emperor. He also died. He protected our world with his life. Laozi sighed slightly. The Jade Emperor? Isn't he the one in the journey to the west? Gu Hai was confused. That was spread by Wu Qingzhen. Hey, do you think the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of all Immortals, is so weak? Laozi laughed. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The Jade Emperor died a long time ago. The journey to the west described only a trace of his remnant thoughts. Moreover, his temperament has changed greatly. He is not the original Jade Emperor at all. Laozi said in a low voice. A world that can hide from the heavens. You are extraordinary. Even the heavens can't find you. Long Zhonghua said in a low voice. Shakyamuni shook his head. A few years ago something happened. Now, our world is constantly investigating, hoping to find the source. I am worried that this world has been exposed. Oh. Gu Hai's face fell. Tathagata, you say it. Shakyamuni looked at Tathagata. Yes, Supreme One. Tathagata stepped forward. It started from last time. Goddess Nuwa left a piece of 5 colors stone. It absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and gave birth to a stone monkey. The stone monkey was unique. Patriarch Bodhi took it as his disciple and taught it some skills. The monkey was also amazing. In a short time it learned a lot of skills. However, it was wild and hard to tame. I spent a lot of effort to seal it under the 5 Fingers Mountain. Tathagata said solemnly. Sun Wukong? It's in the journey to the west. Guhai said blankly. Tathagata nodded. You've read the journey to the west? Well, it's that Sun Wukong. Didn't you notice the difference when he was sealed under the 5 Fingers Mountain? Before, he dared to fight the immortals and gods. After he left the 5 Fingers Mountain, his strength was not enough. Tathagata explained. That's right. Guhai nodded. In fact, not long after he was suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain, Sun Wukong disappeared. We thoroughly searched the entire world, but there was no trace of him. Later on, we found an ordinary monkey demon to replace him in order to lure him out. However, my disciple, Golden Cicada, walked the entire journey to the western heaven, accompanied by so many gods and Buddhas, but he did not show up. Tathagata Buddha said with a frown. Sun Wukong? We have to be careful when he disappears. Shakyamuni sighed. Sun Wukong? Guhai was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have created Sun Wukong in the infinite celestial capital with the formation. That Sun Wukong was different from Zhang Sanfeng and the others. Not only did he not listen to his orders, but he could also escape the formation and fly away? No way. Guhai's eyes flashed with confusion. Why, it's you? Suddenly, a voice sounded from the group of immortals. Neza, don't be presumptuous. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li shouted. Guhai looked at the shocked Neza. Third Prince Neza? You've seen me before? Guhai asked curiously. No, I don't remember clearly. I think it was you. I seem to have had a dream in a dream. Maybe I remembered wrongly? Neza shook his head, not daring to speak. There were so many immortals here. He had no right to speak. In a dream? Guhai's expression changed slightly. Apart from Sun Wukong, he had also created Neza to deal with the Qing Emperor. At that time, Neza was also a little strange, but he returned in the end. Mr. Good, did you see Neza in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? Laozi asked. Jesus and Shakyamuni also looked at Guhai in surprise. I'm not sure. Maybe it was him. Guhai frowned. Everyone's expression changed. While everyone was puzzled, Yuanshi Chenzuan quickly returned. Deity, this is the will of the Chess Saint Ichio. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said respectfully. Laozi's expression changed and he quickly spread out the will. With everyone's eyesight, they read all of them almost instantly. Soon he saw a special place among them. The first go is the beginning. The 2 go pieces are yin and yang. The path of the immortal dome is like a chessboard. The right moves and the wrong moves and the wrong moves and the right moves. The right moves can't be missing and the wrong moves can't be missing. One replaces the other to make up for the balance. This immortal world was created by the previous sages, and new laws can be integrated into it. Ichio is not talented, so he integrated the Go Dao array into this world. If someone in the anti-immortal dome uses my Go power to set up an array and summon me, I can increase and decrease my Go power. But what can I do? My Go power may never enter the anti-immortal dome. I'll just treat it as a joke and keep it as a memento. Those were Ichio's original words. Guhai, Laozi, and the others' expressions changed, and then they all looked at Guhai. This world has the array set up by Ichio. As long as you set up a similar array in the 6 Immortal Dome, you can exchange people? Laozi looked at Guhai with a change in expression. Guhai's expression changed and then he smiled bitterly. I did summon Sun Wukong, but the time was wrong. I only summoned him a few years ago, but I had the journey to the west when I was on Earth. No, the time of 2 Immortal Domes may not be the same. Perhaps there is an irregular difference. Laozi shook his head. So, Sun Wukong was summoned to the 6 Immortal Dome by you? Shakyamuni asked doubtfully. I summoned the real Sun Wukong? Not the cloud beast? Guhai was also stunned. According to Ichio's theory, he had indeed integrated his own Tao of chess into it. Furthermore, his Tao of chess came from the 100,000 remnant pieces on Earth. The black chess piece was refined by Ichio, and it had helped him refine his Tao of chess. Did Ichio help him with his Tao of chess? You can't lack the right and you can't lack the wrong. One exchange, one supplement. Only then is there a balance? In other words, you can only summon one person. If Sun Wukong is summoned by you, then Neza can't go and can only dream about it. Unless Sun Wukong comes back, you can only summon one person? Jesus asked doubtfully. The balance of the immortal dome can't be broken, so you can only summon one person? So, if you return to the 6 immortal dome and send Sun Wukong back through the array, you can still use the Godao to summon another person? Laozi's expression changed. Chapter 723. The balance of the immortal dome cannot be broken. You can only summon one person? So, if you return to the immortal dome of the 6 paths and send Sun Wukong back through the formation, you can use the Tao of Chess to summon another person? Laozi asked. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, Gu Hai remembered the black hole that appeared when Zhang Yulian was playing the zither. Zhang Yulian, play the Taishang tune of longevity again. Gu Hai frowned. Everyone was confused, but Zhang Yulian suddenly played the zither. Ding 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 ding. The sound of the zither rang out. Gu Hai waved his hand, and another black hole appeared in front of him. This is the passage to the anti-immortal dome? Jesus's expression changed. The entrance to the immortal dome of the 6 paths? Shakyamuni also touched it expectantly. But Shakyamuni could not touch the black hole at all. Shakyamuni was surprised. The entrance. Long Zhanghua also touched it. Long Zhanghua also missed. Zhang Yulian, you didn't touch it that day at Laozi's residence? Try again. Gu Hai said seriously. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang tune of longevity while touching it, but still could not touch it. Gu Hai picked up Zhang Yulian. No. Zhang Yulian blushed. There were so many people here. Keep playing. Gu Hai said seriously. Zhang Yulian did not stop playing. Gu Hai carried Zhang Yulian and stepped into the black hole. Zhang Yulian fell to the ground. You can't go in? Why can't we enter? Gu Hai's brows furrowed. Why can't I go in? I came with you just now. Zhang Yulian said anxiously. Can't I return to the divine continent? One for one, one for the other. That's how the balance is. Because Sun Wukong is in the 6 Tao immortal dome, that's why you can bring one back. Laozi frowned and analyzed. The 6 paths of immortal firmament now has Sun Wukong, and the 30 paths of immortal firmament now has Zhang Yulian. One for one, one for one. Is this a trade? Gu Hai's expression changed. I can't go back? Zhang Yulian said in shock. Maybe. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Zhang Yulian couldn't go back? If I can't go back, then what about Long Zhanghua and Taiwa? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. They are different. They have already died before, no longer humans but rather mortals, so they are not included. Furthermore, even if the Long Zhanghua was reborn, everything he had accumulated would be gone. He was no longer the Long Zhanghua of old. If my guess is correct, Taiwa's resurrection will definitely be different. They are now members of the 30 immortal firmament. Laozi shook his head. Then what about Gu Hai? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. Why could Gu Hai go back? Mr. Good, he might have another adventure. Unfortunately, this adventure can only be returned by himself. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Laozi guessed that Gu Hai had an adventure, but he didn't ask. Since Laozi didn't ask, the other immortals around were curious, but they didn't dare to interrupt. Mr. Laozi, have you ever thought of going with me? Gu Hai looked at Laozi. Obviously, Gu Hai also understood what Laozi had guessed. Laozi even guessed the black chess piece. Laozi shook his head. The immortal firmament is a cage. What's the difference between going and not going? Since Taishang appeared there, it means that Taishang is there and he can't do anything. If I go, everything will start again? It's not necessary. What's the difference between going and not going? Sakyamuni and Jesus heard Laozi's words, smiled bitterly and nodded. Gu Hai, however, bowed slightly to Laozi and the others to express his gratitude. Perhaps you were able to obtain Ichio's inheritance because of Ichio's wishes. We deliberately messed things up, but it might not be better. Your luck is also your suffering. Bear it yourself. Laozi solemnly said to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, do you have to go back? Jesus asked curiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. My family is there. I'm worried. I have to go back. You want to go back? Zhang Yulian's face stiffened and she looked anxious. In the past, Zhang Yulian didn't care about Gu Hai's feelings. But now, when the two of them were about to be separated into 2 different worlds, Zhang Yulian finally panicked. Perhaps they would never see each other again in this lifetime. Long Zhanghua, I'm very sorry to bring you here. You may not be able to go back. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I've already died once. It's the same wherever I go. Long Zhanghua shook his head. Can you bring your soul back like how long Jianghu came here? Jesus asked with a frown. Maybe, but are you willing? Sakyamuni smiled. Jesus paused slightly. Commit suicide and let Guhai take him away? Rebuild his body in the 6 paths immortal dome? His 3 souls were controlled by Guhai, and he might not be able to adapt to the 6 paths immortal dome. Jesus smiled bitterly and shook his head. It won't work. My rebirth this time seems simple, but it's extremely dangerous. Long Jianghu shook his head. Everyone was puzzled. During the days when I died, I passed out for a period of time. No, it should be that my soul fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept. I don't have the concept of time and space. I have a feeling that I've brushed past destruction. Long Jianghu shook his head. In other words, there's a certain probability that you'll be worn away by the void while crossing the 2 immortal domes? Laozi frowned. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They no longer had the idea of going to the 6 paths immortal dome. You can only summon others after you capture Sun Wukong and send him back with the Go Dao formation. Laozi shook his head. Guhai, when will you go back? Long Jianghu looked at Guhai. The time in the 2 immortal domes is irregular. So, I'll go back as soon as Taiwa is resurrected. Guhai said solemnly. Before you go back, I'll write you a few letters. I hope my trusted followers won't hate you to the core. Long Jianghu smiled bitterly. Thank you. Guhai nodded. Long Jianghu, since you're staying here, I can't help you with the things in this mythological world. But I still have some properties on Earth that I can give you. Guhai said. Long Jianghu nodded. Zhang Yulian felt lost. Although she couldn't go to the 6 paths immortal dome with Guhai, there was still a way. Maybe Guhai could summon her in the future. Maybe Guhai could come to see her through Lin Wanner's Taishang sound of longevity. Everything was decided by Guhai. What if Guhai didn't decide? Zhang Yulian's heart was in a mess. Mr. Good, since some things are similar in the 6 paths immortal dome, why don't you ask Tathagata and Yuanshur to tell you about their cultivation? It'll be convenient for you to rely on when you go back. Laozi said. Thank you. Solemnly Guhai said. Guhai. Some things aren't very useful. Everyone walks a different path. You can only use them as a reference, but you can't make them your own. Sigh, what a pity. As for those divine weapons and magical treasures, you can't take them with you. The 2 immortal domes need to be balanced. Okay. Guhai nodded. In the following days, the Immortals explained their cultivation methods and experiences to Guhai. Indeed, Guhai couldn't do these cultivation methods. They weren't on the same path, but that didn't stop Guhai from using them as a reference. Guhai listened to the Immortals' descriptions while organizing Ichio's will. Ichio didn't leave behind any chess records. This was what Guhai found most regrettable. Long Jianghu was also quickly learning about Earth, constantly enriching himself. Long Jianghu was the same as Guhai, they were both good at learning. They didn't stop for a moment and needed to understand everything as soon as possible. 64 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud bang. The lid of the 8 trigrams furnace suddenly opened, and the fire was put away by Taishang. Hey! A woman's voice came from the 8 trigrams furnace. While the Immortals were waiting outside, Zhang Yulian flew into the furnace with a set of clothes and put them on Taiwa. Who are you? Taiwa's voice suddenly came. You don't recognize me? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. My head hurts so much. Taiwa seemed to be in pain. Guhai was worried outside the 8 trigrams furnace. Laozi suddenly looked at Guhai. Mr. Good, what if you leave? What will happen to your 2 women? Mr. Laozi, did you misunderstand? Guhai smiled bitterly. Misunderstanding? Not really. I don't know about Taiwa, but we've seen Zhang Yulian these days. She cares about you. Can't you see it? Laozi said with a smile. Guhai sighed slightly, then smiled bitterly. But they can't go back. We can only think of a way in the future. Only in the future? Laozi looked at Guhai. Guhai's eyes narrowed. Zhang Yulian is fine, but Taiwa is not suitable to appear in the immortal dome of 6 paths otherwise, when the immortal of 6 paths investigates, it will be. Alas. Then what are you going to do? Laozi looked at Guhai. Mr. Laozi, I have a presumptuous request. Guhai looked at Laozi. Oh. Laozi looked at Guhai. Zhang Yulian is Taishang of the immortal dome of 6 paths. I have no one to protect me when I leave this time. Please accept Zhang Yulian as your disciple. Maybe you don't like Taishang of the immortal dome of 6 paths, but I can rest assured if she becomes your disciple. Guhai said solemnly. You're worried about Zhang Yulian too? Laozi smiled. Kind of. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I'll think about it. Laozi shook his head and did not agree immediately. At this moment, Taiwa put on her clothes and was taken out of the furnace of 8 diagrams by Zhang Yulian. As soon as she came out of the furnace of 8 diagrams, she was slightly nervous. She was a little scared when she saw so many gods and Buddhas around her. Taiwa scared? Gu Hai's expression changed. Is it really like what Long Jianghu said? My soul was injured when I crossed 2 immortal dominions? She is Taiwa. Taiwa looked at the others and was a little scared. Suddenly she saw Gu Hai. Benefactor, is that you? Taiwa saw Gu Hai and her eyes were filled with tears of excitement. She quickly ran to Gu Hai. Benefactor. The surrounding people were confused. Even Long Zhonghua and Zhang Yulian were curious at this moment. I'm Xiao Rou. Benefactor, don't you recognize me? Taiwa looked worried. Chapter 724. On the square of Tushita Palace. At this moment all the deities had left. Only Laozi, Long Zhonghua, Gu Hai, Shakyamuni, and Jesus were left. Taiwa doesn't remember the past anymore? Does he only remember that he is Xiao Rou? Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai with interest. Maybe there was an accident on the way between the 2 celestial dominions. Gu Hai shook his head. Or maybe Taiwa is disheartened and deliberately avoids life. That's why Xiao Rou is leading him. Long Zhonghua sighed slightly. Mr. Good, did you agree? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Agree? But that's not fair to them. I don't know when I'll come back. Maybe I won't come back for the rest of my life. Gu Hai frowned. If you want to come back, you will eventually come back. It doesn't matter if you come back late or early. People have to have something to look forward to. If you don't do anything, it's unfair to them. Jesus shook his head. I can see that Xiao Rou's feelings for you are the most sincere. She doesn't want anything else. Shakyamuni said with a smile. Monk, aren't monks supposed to be indifferent to worldly pleasures and stay away from women? Why did you? Gu Hai looked at Shakyamuni strangely. You can only let go after you have loved. Becoming a monk was because he once had a family. That was why he could become a monk. I've been there before. How can I not know? Shakyamuni said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. I know. But I can't let go of the celestial dominions of the 6 realms, so. Then you have to cherish yourself more. Protect yourself and come back to see them. You have to live for them. Laozi said in a low voice. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at Laozi. Laozi's words are the key. I hope the 2 girls can give Gu Hai a spiritual bond. However, it doesn't matter if Laozi says it or not. I can't let them go. Gu Hai, it's hard to repay a debt of love. If you care, then work hard. Don't learn from me and Murong Yen. I only know how to cherish something after losing it. Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. I asked for you. Laozi smiled. What? Gu Hai frowned and looked at Laozi. Zhang Yulian, I have already accepted her as my disciple. Why can't Master ask me? She agreed. As for Xiao, she also agreed. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Laozi, do you have to do this? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Long Zhonghua frowned and said, stop being so wishy-washy. The 2 girls have already agreed. Don't you feel embarrassed? Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. I'm not being unreasonable. I also agree to this matter. However, if I leave this time, please help me protect them and wait for me to come back. Don't worry. The time of the 2 immortal firmament is not symmetrical. Perhaps you will leave today and come back tomorrow. Laozi smiled. Based on the time of your last departure, you have been away from Earth for 50 years, and you have only been on Earth for 5 years. If there is a pattern, the sage of the 6 paths will wake up in another 50 years, and you have at most 5 years to grow up. At that time, everything will be clear. Long Zhonghua nodded. Don't worry. Jesus and Shakyamuni also responded. In that case, let's prepare. We will hold a grand wedding for you in the Lingxiao Palace. Laozi solemnly said. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Earth's immortal world, 3 days later. Lingxiao Palace. At this moment, the Lingxiao Palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers. There were countless immortals, groups of Buddhas, and countless Western angels. They all came to the Lingxiao Palace to send their blessings to the grand wedding. Yulao was the wedding master. The goddess of flowers sprinkled countless petals all over the sky. Gu Hai was dressed in a groom's costume. Beside him, one on his left and one on his right, were 2 brides with veils. Long Zhonghua, Laozi, Jesus, and Shakyamuni were the wedding masters. They sat at the head of the table. Under the red veil, Xiao Rou had a silly smile on her face. She felt like she was in a dream amidst the congratulations of the gods and Buddhas. Under the red veil, Zhang Yulian's face was also red. She lowered her head shyly as if she was drunk. Congratulations to Mr. Good. Congratulations to Mr. Good, Miss Xiaoro and Miss Zhang. Congratulations. Amidst the countless congratulations, the three pure ones, Tathagata, Jehovah, Mary, Brahma, Vishnu and countless other gods and Buddhas sent their blessings. The time has come. First, bow to the immortal dome and thank the immortal dome for its nurturing grace. Yu Lao shouted. Gu Hai and the other two bowed to the heavens and the earth. Second, bow to friends and family. Thank you for your blessings. Gu Hai and the other two bowed to the gods and Buddhas led by Longzhangguo, Laozi, Jesus, Shakyamuni and the others. Solemnly. Husband and wife, bow to each other. I wish the newlyweds a child soon and that their marriage will last forever. Yu Lao shouted. Gu Hai faced the two women and bowed solemnly. The ceremony is done. Send them to the bridal chamber. Yu Lao shouted. Under a burst of heavenly music, the three of them were quickly sent to the bridal chamber. Quang. The door of the bridal chamber closed. In the outside world, Laozi and the others hosted a huge banquet. Flat peaches, ginseng fruits, bodhi seeds, happiness fruits, and all kinds of holy fruits, immortal fruits and divine fruits were served. All the gods and immortals drank to their heart's content. In the bridal chamber, Gu Hai lifted the two women's veils. Benefactor. Xiaoro said shyly in excitement. Are you still calling me benefactor now? Gu Hai said with a smile. Husband. Xiaoro's eyes were a little blurred. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. At this moment, Zhang Yulian was a little shy. Husband. Zhang Yulian said shyly with some expectation. Since she let go of the lock in her heart and no longer rejected her love for Gu Hai, this love had been growing vigorously. Now it had already grown into a towering tree. It was just that she couldn't get rid of her pride. Now, at the moment of farewell, she completely broke out. Wife. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt and gentleness. Zhang Yulian couldn't forget that time when their souls merged. How could Gu Hai forget? Therefore, when Zhang Yulian didn't turn back, Gu Hai didn't hesitate. As for Xiaoro, he had been avoiding Xiaoro because he missed Chen Xian. At the moment of Xiaoro's death, Gu Hai thought everything through. It was too late for regrets. Later on he let go of his thoughts. Outside. Countless guests. At the banquet. But some people pricked up their ears and listened to the movements in the bridal chamber. Among them, Neza and some other juniors were the most excited. Husband, love me. Buzz. Clap. The sound was blocked out by Gu Hai in the bridal chamber. But outside, Neza and the others pricked up their ears excitedly. Why is there no sound? Neza frowned. Whoosh. Suddenly, a white light covered Gu Hai's bridal chamber. No one outside could hear the sound inside. We pay our respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Neza and the others immediately said respectfully. It's not polite to eavesdrop. Guanyin Bodhisattva said with a smile. Yes. The immortals had a bitter expression. Laozi and the others sat in the middle of the banquet and waited. The banquet lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the 3 people in the bridal chamber had yet to come out. The immortals waited patiently until the 6th day. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise. It was as if a strong airflow rushed out of the bridal chamber. It instantly broke the soundproof barrier cast by Guanyin Bodhisattva. A strong aura was emitted. This is. The immortals were confused. Gu Hai broke through? Longzhangguo's expression changed. Rumble. They saw a huge phantom of a yellow palace rushing to the sky from the bridal chamber. Buzz. The palace kept growing bigger. Central Celestial Palace? Hall of Merit? Longzhangguo's expression changed. Buzz. As the phantom of merit rose from the ground, a huge yellow phantom seemed to be squeezed into the palace. Gu Hai's Earth Soul? The massacre in the Azura secret realm has made it grow to the maximum. Longzhangguo's eyes flashed with expectation. Central Celestial Palace? This is the cultivation of the Earth Soul. The cultivation of the Earth Soul requires merit. Jesus frowned. Do we need to lend some to him? Shakyamuni frowned. Laozi shook his head. No, his merit is no less than ours. Oh. Longzhangguo looked at Laozi. Xiaoro has fused with Nua's blood. Nua once mended the heavens and Nua even sacrificed herself for the immortal dome. The immortal dome has already bestowed countless merits to Nua. Even Fushi's merits were given to Nua. That's why there's no need to worry. In terms of merits, we might not even have more than Nuwa. Nuwa died and her merits are in her blood. Because Xiao Rou was reborn, all her merits are in her hands. Gu Hai needs merit points. It's too easy. Laozi laughed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The central celestial palace continued to grow taller. As it grew taller, the celestial gods in the sky widened their eyes. Guanyin Bodhisattva, how big is your central celestial palace? Neza looked at the huge central celestial palace in the distance in surprise. When I first broke through, it was only 1 Zhang palace and 5 inches of earth soul. Guanyin Bodhisattva shook his head and praised. How about now? 300 Zhang palace and 10 Zhang earth soul. Guanyin exclaimed. Gu Hai's central celestial palace had reached a height of 500 Zhang and was still growing. Husband, I have merit points to help you break through. Xiao Rou's voice sounded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The central celestial palace grew taller and taller. Gradually, it reached a height of 100 Zhang before stopping. Gu Hai's earth soul was also growing rapidly. It only stopped when it reached 64 Zhang. Gu Hai's earth soul shone with golden light. It seemed to illuminate the surroundings in an instant. 490 Zhang human soul and 64 Zhang earth soul? They are both perfect human souls. The central celestial palace has reached the limit of perfection again. Long Jianghu said with a wry smile. When others cultivate the central celestial palace, they only need to fill up a pool of water. Gu Hai's earth soul is as big as a sea. How long will it take to fill it up? Neza looked at Gu Hai's huge human soul blankly. Laozi and the others were also worried. Others cultivated slowly. They first reached the central celestial palace and then went back to expand their human soul and earth soul. Gu Hai reached the central celestial palace in 1 step. If he wanted to upgrade, it would be harder than climbing the sky. Don't worry about him. When he was cultivating his human soul, we were also worried. But he reached the great completion of human soul in less than a year. Long Jianghu shook his head. All right. Everyone sighed slightly and nodded with a trace of worry. Whoosh. Suddenly, the central celestial palace and the earth soul shrank back into the bridal chamber. Husband, how was it? Zhang Yulian's voice came from the bridal chamber. I broke through the first level of the central celestial palace. Thank you, my wives. Gu Hai's voice came from the bridal chamber. I don't know why, but just now. I also broke through the central celestial palace. Moreover, I have returned to the peak of the central celestial palace. I am only 1 step away from the central celestial palace. Zhang Yulian's voice came. I seem to have been going to the central celestial palace. Xiao Rou's voice came. Your dual cultivation method? Zhang Yulian's voice carried a hint of surprise. Chapter 725. After the wedding, Gu Hai accompanied Zhang Yulian and Xiao Rou for a year. Zhang Yulian's cultivation had reached Heavenly Palace, and Gu Hai was relieved. A year in the immortal realm was a day on Earth. During this year, Gu Hai did not return to Earth. During this time, Long Jianghu had learned a lot about Earth. In just a year, Long Jianghu's cultivation had reached the Yuanying state. You're leaving? Long Jianghu looked at Gu Hai. Yes, I have to go back as soon as possible. I'll find a way to come back. Gu Hai said solemnly. I'll inform Laozi and ask them to send you off. Long Jianghu said. All right. But are you sure you don't want to cultivate in the immortal realm? Gu Hai looked at Long Jianghu. I'll go to Earth and follow Earth's rules. Long Jianghu laughed. Oh. Long Zhan said, last time I failed. This time I will naturally be different. Although this celestial realm is blessed by the heavens, it is still a bit fake. The outside world is the real thing. I just happened to reach a bottleneck. These are all my accounts. You can use the money in them first. I'll leave my businesses to you. Gu Hai handed over a book. Don't worry, they'll all be De Qian Group's businesses in the future. I promise you that your businesses will never stop, even if they're operating at a loss. Long Jianghu laughed. De Qian Group? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, don't you need an identity to survive on Earth? Long Jianghu laughed. A day later, Director Zhang received a call. Hello. Is this Gu Hai? Where are you? What? Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Director Zhang said excitedly. Over the past few days, he had come into contact with an organization and learned a lot of exciting news. This organization was formed by members secretly arranged by the governments of various countries. Although they had fought with the group of men in black many times, they had never won. However, the secret members of each country knew that there was a higher-level organization that was fighting against the men in black. They were the mythical figures of various countries. China's Laozi, India's Sakyamuni, Vatican City's Jesus, Greece's Zeus, and so on. A large number of historical and mythological figures existed, but there had never been a chance to connect with them. Although the organization had requested many times, the mythical figure had never bothered. Now Gu Hai seemed to have made a connection. As for Superintendent Zhang, he had gotten in touch with Gu Hai. He was worried that Gu Hai would not contact him. Now that Gu Hai had contacted him, Superintendent Zhang naturally wanted to see Gu Hai immediately. Whether it was through patriotism or the sympathy of the oppressed people, he had to persuade Gu Hai to let the mythical figure get in touch with his organization. Director Zhang immediately found a fighter jet and flew himself to the East Sea. Above an island in the East Sea. The pilot looked at Superintendent Zhang blankly. "Chief, are you really going to jump from here? Don't talk nonsense, go back by yourself and watch your mouth. Today is a secret mission, don't leak anything." Superintendent Zhang ordered. "Yes." Superintendent Zhang replied. "Xiao." Superintendent Zhang was ejected. The plane quickly flew back. Opening the parachute, Superintendent Zhang headed towards the center of the island. The center of the island was already full of people at this moment. When the parachute fell, Superintendent Zhang began to rub his eyes. Who is that? Buddha Tathagata? And the 3 stars of Fu, Lu and Shou? Third Prince Neza? Guanyin Bodhisattva? Jesus? Angel? Superintendent Zhang felt that his heart was beating violently. Before coming, Superintendent Zhang thought that he would only see Gu Hai. If he wanted to see some mythical figures through Gu Hai, he would need a lot of time to get used to it. But now he had just arrived and there were so many immortals? Could it be an imitation show? Gu Hai had only been here for a few years, how could he have such a big face to invite so many immortals? Who? The parachute landed in the center of the immortals. Gu Hai was comforting 2 beautiful women at this moment. All the immortals looked at Superintendent Zhang. Superintendent Zhang's expression was very strange. Gu Hai. Superintendent Zhang called out with uncertainty. "Oh, Superintendent Zhang, you are here. Come, let me introduce you, this is Laozi. This is Shakyamuni, this is Jesus, this is Long Zhanghua." Gu Hai introduced a few important people. "Ah, Laozi? Hello. Shakyamuni? Sorry for not greeting you. It was really not my idea to destroy the temple last time. I will go to the temple tomorrow to burn some incense for you. Jesus? I went to the church to attend a wedding last month. You really look like the one on the cross." Superintendent Zhang shook hands with everyone with a strange expression. Looking around, if it was not an imitation show, then what he saw today would be enough to shock him for a lifetime. Look, that is Guanyin Bodhisattva. That is Buddha Tathagata. Was that Jehovah? And Laojun Taishang? Director Zhang was so excited that he felt dizzy. "Director Zhang, I invited you here this time because I have something to trouble you with," Gu Hai said. "No problem, Mr. Good and all the immortals, just tell me," Director Zhang said excitedly. "This is my friend. His name is Long Zhanghua. Yes, he wants to register a company. Please help me with the procedures. Otherwise it will be too slow." Gu Hai handed over a pile of documents. Director Zhang. After receiving Gu Hai's materials, Superintendent Zhang had a feeling that this group of people had teamed up to trick him. A large group of immortals, asking him to go through the back door to register a company? That didn't seem right. Let's call it the Qian Limited Liability Company. Also, we might need to set up some branches overseas. When the time comes, we will need some procedures and lawyers. Please help us," Gu Hai explained. "The Qian Limited Liability Company? Okay. Director Zhang was confused. He didn't know how he agreed. "Director Zhang, I'll have to trouble you next." Long Zhanghua smiled. The immortals in front of him said that there would be trouble? Director Zhang felt that he couldn't keep up with the pace. Okay, I'll do it well. Don't worry. But how do I contact you?" Director Zhang asked strangely. "Yes, I just asked someone to get a phone set up yesterday. We can just change numbers." Long Zhanghua smiled. Okay. Director Zhang was in a daze. Were these people immortals? "It's about time, Yulian." Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with reluctance. Xiao Rou's eyes were slightly red. "Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Husband will wait for you." Xiao Rou nodded with red eyes. "Husband, take care." Zhang Yulian didn't cry. However, Gu Hai felt the pain in Zhang Yulian's heart. Ding 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 ding. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang longevity tune again. Gu Hai waved his hand. Wang. A black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Husband, this zither is for you. This zither is sealed with my Taishang longevity tune. As long as you carry this zither, it will keep vibrating the Taishang longevity tune for 10 days. Zhang Yulian handed over the zither solemnly. Gu Hai took the zither. No one played it, but the strings kept vibrating. Reluctance flashed in his eyes. He kissed Zhang Yulian and Xiao Rou's cheeks. Take care, I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay. The two girls nodded. In a modern room. Beep beep beep, sir, there's news. Just now in the East China Sea, a China fighter jet deviated from its flight path and turned around above an island. The satellite image of that island is now covered by clouds. Someone might have gone there. A man in black rushed in front of Leo. Gu Hai came out. Ah, let's go. Leo stared. Shio. Leo led a group of men in black onto a flying saucer and instantly flew towards the island where Gu Hai was. The flying saucer was very fast. Soon they arrived at the island where Gu Hai was. On the island there was a black hole. Gu Hai was carrying a zither and was about to enter. Flying saucer. Director Zhang's expression changed. Men in black appeared? What should we do? In the UFO, Leo's expression changed. What? They are all here? Oh no, there are so many of them. We can't stop them. Quick, let's go. Inform the others. Quick, quick. Boom. But at this moment, a red tasseled spear pierced through the flying saucer. No, no. The men in black screamed. The flying saucer was pulled over by Neza's red armillary sash. Seal the treasure. Don't let them reveal our tracks. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li shouted. Tisk, tsk, 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 tisk. At this moment, Gu Hai suddenly threw out a large number of sabers from his storage space. Boom. In an instant all the men in black were killed. There was no spiritual chi on earth. However, Gu Hai's strength was extremely terrifying. The flying saucer was instantly torn into pieces. All the heads of the men in black flew out. Ah! Director Zhang's expression changed as he exclaimed. Gu Hai is so powerful. Just in time. I will take their souls and transmigrate again. Let's see what their souls will become. Gu Hai said. He wrapped his hand around the flying saucer and the corpses and pulled them into the black hole. Shio. Gu Hai stepped into the black hole. The entrance of the black hole slowly disappeared. Husband, you have to come back soon. Xiao Rou said. Blarg. Zhang Yulian suddenly retched. What's wrong with you? Laozi frowned. Master, I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yulian shook her head. Siahang, come and take a look. Laozi looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva with a trace of expectation. Guanyin walked closer. Suddenly, a red light appeared in her eyes. She looked for a while and said happily, Congratulations, junior sister. You are pregnant. I'm pregnant? Zhang Yulian was slightly stunned. She slowly touched her belly. Haha, this is good news. Let's go back and celebrate. Laozi was the happiest and laughed loudly. Laozi didn't make any request for Gu Hai. However, this request was the biggest one. Laozi had been matchmaking Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian and Xiao Rou to be husband and wife in order to completely tie down Gu Hai's heart. Laozi had a vague feeling that perhaps Gu Hai could play a big role in the hope of the world. As long as Gu Hai's heart was tied down, he would never give up the earth. Now Zhang Yulian was pregnant. This was what Laozi wanted to see the most. He waved his hand and the entrance of the celestial realm suddenly appeared. A group of immortals and Buddhas entered. The entrance of the celestial realm opened and disappeared quickly. Director Zhang was the only person left on the island. He was at a loss. Slap. Director Zhang slapped himself. It was like a dream. Everyone is gone? Was I dreaming? Director Zhang was sure that he wasn't dreaming when he saw the document in his hand. The document said, De Qian Company Limited. Chapter 726. In the tunnel. Gu Hai traveled for 3 days. Finally he saw a bright exit. Gu Hai immediately flew out of the exit, and the exit suddenly disappeared. Bang! Gu Hai landed on a sea. It's this feeling of spiritual energy. I'm back. Gu Hai clenched his fist. Immediately he took out a flying boat and flew up. On the flying boat there was a pile of corpses. They were the corpses of Li O and the others. However, at this moment they had strangely turned into a pile of bones. His consciousness sank into his dantian. Gu Hai checked the souls in the pool of retribution. After the death of the men in black, Their souls were all thrown into the pool of retribution. But at this moment, this pile of souls seemed to have melted. They're all destroyed? Gu Hai's face darkened. The souls of Li O and the others were all melted into nothingness. It seems that this method still doesn't work. Back then, perhaps the 3 souls of Long Jianghu and Xiao Rou were stronger so they could barely pass through. Others? Gu Hai's face darkened. He reached out and burned the corpses. Gu Hai looked at the huge flying saucer. Rumble. Gu Hai quickly dismantled the huge flying saucer. There wasn't much that could be used. The flying principle was only some hydrogen energy, but it was far inferior to the magic treasures of the 6 paths immortal dome. The only thing that caught Gu Hai's attention was a pen. Liu's pen that made people lose their memories. I said that there's a trace of the sealing power of the time attribute mixed in it? Time attribute? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and carefully put it away. There was only one amnesia pen. Gu Hai didn't have the ability to analyze it for the time being, so he put it away for the time being. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked around. This is the sea where the Solar Divine Shrine is located? The Fusang tree is gone? That giant monument? Rebelling against the ranking list? Gu Hai looked at the giant monument. All of the names on the stele disappeared, and each time a name disappeared, the stele would be covered with blood. 3,000 people all dead? Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai reached out and took out the Guqin figurine. He wanted to contact the infinite celestial capital. However, when the Guqin figurine was taken out, there was no sound at all. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He had already set up the Guqin figurines in the vicinity of Solar Divine Palace. The Guqin figurines could send messages over 1,000,000 miles, but there was no signal at all? Did that mean that all the Qin figurines within 1,000,000 miles were gone? Gone? The principle that he had set back then was to spread the net all over the world. The Qin terracotta figures would only increase in number in the world and not decrease in number. What if the Qin terracotta figures nearby disappeared? Did something happen? Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. The moment the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to have sensed something. With Gu Hai as the center, a rolling golden aura suddenly gathered. Boom. However, the surging luck came out of nowhere, increasing in number. Amidst the rumbling, a storm-like luck slowly gathered above Gu Hai's head. After Gu Hai left the 6 paths immortal dome, the luck of the Han dynasty disappeared with him. It wasn't that the luck had scattered, but that it couldn't find a person to gather it. Now, with the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal as proof, as long as Gu Hai appeared and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appeared, it would prove to the heavens and earth that Gu Hai had returned. With Gu Hai's appearance, the scattered karmic luck naturally gathered. That was not all. Apart from the luck of the Han dynasty, the amount of luck in front of him was still increasing. It was the luck of the Deqian celestial dynasty that Gu Hai had seized when he killed the Long Jianghu. There were 2 ways to increase one's luck. One was to slowly accumulate as the population of the country increased. The other was to expand the territory and seize the luck by killing the monarch. Long Jianghu had the luck of the Deqian. After he was killed by Gu Hai, the luck of the Long Jianghu naturally gathered in Gu Hai's hands. Although a lot of it had been seized after the changes in the Deqian territory in the past few years, Gu Hai had also obtained a lot more. More and more, the luck seemed to be slowly gathering as if it was nurturing something. Nurturing a dragon? Is this the rhythm of the Jin dynasty? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Although he was looking forward to it, Gu Hai still held back. He threw the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Rumble. The rolling luck suddenly rushed into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal like the collapse of a heavenly river. The seal had the ability to store luck, so it was all stored in the seal for now. The rolling luck was vast, and it took an entire day for all of it to be stored in the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal gave off a dazzling golden light. Gu Hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. I wonder how the Han dynasty is doing. I have to go back quickly. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Whoosh. The flying ship quickly flew in the direction of the Han dynasty. After flying for an entire day, Gu Hai's Qin figurine suddenly sensed something. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The fact that the Qin figurine sensed something meant that there were other Qin figurines. However, the words of the Qin figurine made Gu Hai's expression sink. The great emperor dynasty has already sent troops to the Han dynasty. The Han dynasty has been defeated and is about to be finished? They are competing with the Sky Chess Pavilion, right? Takashi Ryushin did not subdue the Dahan, so the Sky Chess Pavilion wants to use this opportunity to make a move. The Han dynasty? They are so cowardly. Haha, their treasures and territories are being snatched away, and they can only watch and not dare to send troops? Haha, why don't we try too? It's not just you. The Han Dynasty is a juicy piece of meat now. Many forces want to take a bite out of it. Many forces have already started to move. Voices came from the Qin figurine one after another. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai did not know who used the Gu Qin figurine to send the voice transmission. However, he was sure that it was not someone from the Han royal dynasty. The Han royal dynasty had a very strict procedure for sending voice transmissions. Who sent the voice transmission? Why was there a Qin figurine here? If it was not from the Han dynasty, then there was only one possibility. The Qin figurine's message was exposed. Maybe the Han dynasty figurine was stolen, or maybe Yunmo worked with someone else. Exposed. Gu Hai understood that the secret of the Qin figurine could not be hidden for long. After the Long Jianghu found out, many people in the Dechen knew about it. Sima Changkong, Long Outyin, and the Long Sanqian all knew about it. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. Since the Qin figurine was exposed, Gu Hai would not use the Qin figurine to send a message. While listening to the Qin figurine's voice, he flew into the distance. On the third day, Gu Hai finally met a group of fox demons who were having a feast. Bang! Gu Hai suddenly descended from the sky. Who is it? Suddenly the group of fox demons glared at him and shouted angrily. Only the fox demon king, who was the leader, suddenly showed a look of fear. Go, Gu Hai. You know me? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh, is it really you? Oh, Gu Hai, you are not dead? The fox demon king exclaimed. King, this brat came out of nowhere. Let me kill him. A fox demon shouted. Shut up, all of you, back off. The fox demon king shouted angrily. Ah, yes. The group of fox demons said blankly. Ancient Emperor, you are not dead? I used to be a little demon in the Solar Divine Palace. I have seen you before. Ancient Emperor, I am not targeting the Han Dynasty. I have never set foot in the Han Dynasty. The fox demon king said worriedly. You know me? That's great. Don't worry, I am not here to kill you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ah, yes. The fox demon king immediately said respectfully. How long has it been since the Solar Divine Palace was destroyed? Gu Hai asked. It has been 5 years since all the people fell into a coma. Ancient Emperor, you don't know? Are you in seclusion? The fox demon king said in surprise. 5 years? Gu Hai's face fell. The two immortal firmament realms were indeed not symmetrical in terms of time, and it was an irregular asymmetry. Although it had been more than a year in the immortal realm on Earth, it had only been about 10 days on Earth. Including the 6 days in the tunnel, it had only been about 10 days. 5 years? 5 years? Did something big happen? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I don't know. I'm just a little demon in the Yuanying state. The fox demon king said in fear. Pick what you know and what you have heard. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh yes, I know some news. It seems that the heavens are no longer monitoring Tianyuan Island in the Thousand Islands Sea. The Sky Chess Pavilion has reappeared and is recruiting disciples. Oh right, I heard that the Qing Emperor has pledged his loyalty to the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Fox Demon King recalled. Ridiculous. The Qing Emperor is already dead. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, I know. In Shenong City, the ancient emperor killed the Qing Emperor with his own hands. However, the Sky Chess Pavilion used some unknown ability to resurrect the Qing Emperor. It's true. Now, everyone knows that in the Dian Dynasty, the Qing Emperor's subordinates are overjoyed and have all gone to join the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Fox Demon King explained. The Qing Emperor has been resurrected? Impossible. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai had killed the Qing Emperor with his own hands. After being killed by Gu Hai, the 3 souls would enter the transformation pool. Gu Hai remembered that when the Qing Emperor's broken soul entered the transformation pool, he had completely refined it into the heaven-replenishing power. Resurrected again? That was impossible. It's true. Now everyone knows. The Fox Demon King said with certainty. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and nodded. He did not argue. What others saw might not be true. There was definitely something wrong with the Qing Emperor. Perhaps he was not the real Qing Emperor. Continue. Gu Hai looked at the Fox Demon King. Yes, it said that the ancient emperor killed the Long Jianghu in the end. After the Dechen Celestial Empire was destroyed, many forces wanted to divide the Dechen Celestial Empire. However, Long Jianghu's two sons mobilized the former Deqian Celestial Empire and established a new empire. The Fox Demon King explained. Two sons? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes. In the past, the Deqian Crown Prince, Dragon God Ing, established the Deqian Empire as the Ing Emperor. He occupied the former 5 continents of the Deqian Empire. In the past, the Deqian's third Crown Prince, Takeshi Ryushin, established the Deqian Empire as the Emperor. He occupied the former 5 continents of the Deqian Empire, the Fox Demon King explained. Takeshi Ryushin? He's still alive? Didn't he die in the 10-Sun Sky Crossing formation? Gu Hai frowned. Legend has it that the former Takeshi Ryushin was only one of his clones. His original body did not participate in the War of the Heavens. Legend has it that he has been in seclusion for 100 years and has just come out. The Fox Demon King explained. Takeshi Ryushin? Clone? Gu Hai's face darkened. Takeshi Ryushin did not participate in the destruction of the Solar Divine Palace? Then what he saw before was only one of Takeshi Ryushin's clones. Yes, I heard the same thing. I heard that martial emperors are extremely powerful. Not long ago, there was an emperor who coveted the North Sea Dragon Palace and wanted to conquer the dragons of the Dragon Palace. In the end, the martial emperor went and defeated the emperor in one move. He also subdued the North Sea Dragon tribe. The Fox Demon King explained. Ing Emperor? Martial Emperor? Long Jianghu's sons are not easy to deal with. No wonder, no wonder. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Jianghu had given him a few letters, but none of them were for his sons. He had even warned him to be careful of them. At that time he found it strange. Wasn't Dragon God Ing the only one who was still alive? It was him. Why did he have to add them? How is the Han Dynasty now? Gu Hai looked at the Fox Demon King. Chapter 727. Han Dynasty, Boundless Heavenly Capital. Soaring Palace Hall. The dragon throne in the Soaring Palace Hall remained empty. No one sat there and no one dared to sit there. There was a chair under the steps of the dragon throne. Qin Tianshan sat on the chair wearing long robes. He looked at the officials standing respectfully on both sides. At this moment, Gao Xinji, Mo Yike, and Montez were not in the royal court. Reporting to the Tianshan sovereign, the great martial dynasty has already captured Linqian City and Lining City in the north. An official reported respectfully with an unsightly expression. Got it? Is there anything else? Qin Tianshan asked indifferently. Your Highness, are we just going to ignore the great martial dynasty's invasion? Are we just going to let them capture the cities of my Han Dynasty one after another? That official asked anxiously. Huh? Qin Tianshan looked at that official with a sullen expression. Your Highness, when the Emperor was around, when did my Han Dynasty suffer such humiliation? The great martial dynasty is strong, but my Han Dynasty is not that easy to bully either. This old official is willing to lead troops north to face the great martial dynasty's army. Your Highness, please allow it. That official said solemnly. Military matters are not up to you to decide. Lord Zhang is a loyal patriot. This king will remember this. If there is nothing else, please return to your posts first. Qin Tianshan shook his head. Your Highness. That official appeared anxious but could not do anything. Your Highness, including the great martial dynasty, there are already 6 factions invading my Han Dynasty. There are also 3 inferior sects and 2 dynasties continuously invading my Han Dynasty's territory. Are we just going to do nothing? The great martial dynasty is strong and we might not be able to do anything. However, why are those 3 inferior sects and 2 dynasties not sending troops to stop them? If we send Lord Gao Xianji, she should be able to quell the chaos quickly. Another official said anxiously. This king understands. Qin Tianshan said seriously. Your Highness, while the Emperor is not around, 20 cities of my Han Dynasty have already been plundered. Even the zither figurines are being plundered by the various large factions. Are we just going to endure? How long can we endure? This lowly official is willing to lead troops to suppress the enemy. Another official shouted. This lowly official is willing to lead troops to suppress the enemy. This lowly official is willing to lead the troops to defeat the enemy. One by one the officials requested to fight. Shut up. Qin Tianshan glared at him. The officials immediately stopped and asked for permission to fight. Today's meeting will end here. This is a major military matter. How can it be a game? Without this king's tiger tally, anyone who dares to mobilize troops will be treated as traitors. Qin Tianshan snorted coldly as he stood up. Qin Tianshan flung his sleeves and left. The moment Qin Tianshan left, There was an uproar in the soaring heaven hall. Why did the emperor choose Qin Tianshan as regent? The king of Tianshan? You don't have any ability at all. When you meet with difficulties you become a coward. That's right. Gao Xinji wants to lead troops to quell the rebellion, but Qin Tianshan won't let her. Why is Lord Mo unwilling to participate in politics? If Lord Mo were to lead the officials, it would definitely be better than Qin Tianshan. That's right. The territory of the former Day One imperial dynasty was won by Lord Mo and Lord Gao. How can the king of Tianshan squander it as he pleases? How hard was it to conquer these cities? You just throw it away like that and you don't care at all? The officials grumbled. As Qin Tianshan walked out of the soaring heaven hall, he showed a bitter smile. Clearly, every court session was incredibly tiring for him. At Gao Xinji's residence, at this moment a guest arrived. Solemnly this person bowed to Gao Xinji. Lord Gao, long time no see. Mr. Sima? Gao Xinji's expression sank. Sima Changkong was dressed in white and looked very elegant. He looked at the many scrolls in the study and smiled faintly. Lord Gao, many factions have sent you solicitations over the past few years, right? Oh, Mr. Sima came quietly today just to tell me this? Gao Xinji retorted coldly. The disappearance of the Han dynasty's luck already explains everything. Although I admire Gu Hai's abilities, the facts cannot be changed. How long are you going to wait, Lord Gao? Gu Hai is already dead. After the heaven-defying battle at Longzhonghua, Gu Hai has already fallen. Sima Changkong sighed softly. How dare you? Gao Xinji glared at him. Lord Gao, actually you think so too, don't you? What's the use of lying to yourself? Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Gao Xinji looked coldly at Sima Changkong. If Gu Hai was still alive he would have come back long ago. Seclusion? It might make sense for others, but you know Gu Hai so well. Why would he be in seclusion for so long? Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Humph. Gao Xinji snorted coldly. There is no need to doubt Lord Gao's abilities. Everyone knows that. With Lord Gao's abilities he would be an honored guest no matter where he goes. Furthermore, Lord Gao has an army of 100,000 peak nascent soul realm or lower heavenly palace soldiers. It would not be difficult for him to start another dynasty. Why does Lord Gao need to wait in this Han dynasty? Why be willing to be inferior to others? Sima Changkong advised. You really know a lot. Gao Xinji looked coldly at Sima Changkong. Gu Hai is already dead. The boundless heavenly capital is just Gu Hai's gravestone. What is the point of you guarding this gravestone? What is Qin Tianshan capable of? Is he as capable as you? He is muddle-headed, cowardly, and pedantic. Ah, Gu Hai made such a person the Tianshan king? Does Lord Gao not feel wronged? What is he capable of? How can he compare to you? Lead an army? Mentor a government? Even an army? Can he compare to you? You have 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Sima Changkong tried to persuade Qin Tianshan. Gao Xinji could accept Xiao Qin belittling Qin Tianshan earlier. However, when Xiao Qin mentioned his 100,000 heavenly soldiers, Gao Xinji's eyelids twitched involuntarily. I have 100,000 heavenly soldiers, but Qin Tianshan has 500,000 heavenly soldiers. Mr. Sima, are you done? If you are, please leave. This humble one will not send you off, Gao Xinji said sullenly. Gao Xinji spoke very heartlessly. However, Sima Changkong's eyes lit up. Gao Xinji did not rebuke him. Did this mean that Gao Xinji's heart wavered? Lord Gao, I know that you are capable. With your abilities, it would not be difficult for you to establish a dynasty. However, can you do what Gu Hai does? His Majesty is determined to get you. If you do not obey, His Majesty will destroy you at all costs. After all, you are too smart. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Takeshi Ryushin? Ah, he wants to kill me? Gao Xinji glared. Kill. It is not just His Majesty. The people of the various major factions think the same. If you do not join a faction, they will definitely destroy you to eliminate future problems. Otherwise, it will be problematic when you compete with them in the future. How can those dynasties and sects compare to my great martial emperor dynasty? Before this humble one left, His Majesty already said that as long as Lord Gao joins the great martial emperor dynasty, His Majesty will make you the top commander of the army. You will be below one person and above everyone else. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Ah, Takeshi Ryushin really thinks highly of me. Gao Xinji narrowed his eyes. It is not that he thinks highly of you but that he admires you greatly. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Lord Gao, you can only bring out your full potential under the person who admires you the most. What can you do under Qin Tianshan? He is just a good-for-nothing. Don't you feel wronged? Even as an outsider, I feel wronged for you. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Perhaps this touched Gao Xinji's sore spot. Gao Xinji clenched his fists and said, Mr. Sima, please? I won't be sending you off. Gao Xinji was officially expelled. Sima Changkong also knew that it was about time. If he said anything more, it would be counterproductive. Standing up, Sima Changkong bowed slightly and said, In that case, this humble one will take his leave. Before you leave, I hope that Lord Gao will consider this. His Majesty has already made it clear that as long as Lord Gao is willing, the doors of the great martial emperor dynasty will always be open to you. Gao Xinji snorted coldly. Sima Changkong slowly left. Gao Xinji sat down, feeling somewhat tired. Gao Xinji looked in the direction of the royal court in the distance. He appeared somewhat confused. Gao Xinji's subordinate, Bai Lizhan, quietly walked over after sending off Sima Changkong. Lord Mr. Sima might not be wrong. Qin Tianshan is not worthy of being above you. Bai Lizhan advised. Get out. Gao Xinji shouted. Yes. Bai Lizhan left bitterly. Gao Xinji sat alone in the hall, looking in the direction of the royal palace in the distance. At this moment he felt bitter. Your Majesty, are you still here? Gao Xinji felt pained in his heart. Gao Xinji actually did not believe Qin Tianshan when he said that Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation and would return. His luck was gone and there was no news of Gu Hai in the world. He was almost 90% sure that Gu Hai was already dead. Only a glimmer of hope supported Gao Xinji to believe that Gu Hai was still alive. However, could he really be alive? The study was already filled with invitations from many factions. Gao Xinji had not seen any of them. This was because Gao Xinji still had some faith. However, this faith was now wavering. It had been 5 years. 5 years. There was still no news of the emperor. The commoners had always said that the emperor was in closed-door cultivation and would return soon. However, it had been 5 years. Some of the commoners did not believe it anymore. Could the emperor still come back? Gao Xinji felt a little disappointed. Gao Xinji turned his hand and took out a few booklets. The booklets had the words Sun Tzu's Art of War, 36 Stratagems, and Tian Xiyuan's Art of War written on them. Some books of the Art of War that Gao Xinji had never heard of were given to Gao Xinji by Gu Hai. Gao Xinji felt as if she had received a treasure and was very grateful. Seeing these booklets of the Art of War, Gao Xinji felt as if she had seen Gu Hai. Gao Xinji had been tempted by Sima Changkong's bewitchment before. However, when she saw these booklets, she suddenly thought of Gu Hai's cultivation of her. In addition to the kindness of recognizing her talent, he also taught her. 5 years? I can't even endure 5 years of the emperor's cultivation. Am I going to betray him? Gao Xinji, it has only been 5 years. Are you going to go back on your word? Is the emperor's grace of rebirth only worthy of you remembering him for 5 years? Gao Xinji's eyes suddenly turned red. She clenched her teeth. Even a pedantic person like Qin Tianshan can uphold his bottom line. How can I, Gao Xinji, not be loyal? Am I not even comparable to him? Your Majesty, I will continue to wait for you. Gao Xinji burned all the invitations from the various factions in the study. She did not receive any invitations from any faction. Similarly, she did not reject any faction. Chapter 728. Boundless Celestial Capital, Mo Yike's residence. Mo Yike sat by the pond in the courtyard. He held a fishing rod in his hand and caught the fish in the pond. Beside him was a go board with 31 lines. The fish nibbled at the bait continuously. Pulling the line now was the easiest way to catch the fish. However, Mo Yike did not move. He just smiled as he watched the fish spit out the hook. It wasn't until the fish finished eating the bait that Mo Yike lifted the hook and put the bait back into the water. At this moment, the white-clad Qin Zibai walked over slowly. "My lord." Qin Zibai said respectfully with a complicated expression. "Zibai? There are no outsiders here. There is no need to be reserved. Come, accompany me fishing." Mo Yike said with a smile. "My lord, earlier Sima Changkong came to visit, but I refused to let him in." Qin Zibai said respectfully. "Sima Changkong?" His father, Sima Zongheng, betrayed the Longzhonghua. Now the Dechen people hate him to the bone. How dare he follow Takeshi Ryushin? Mo Yike said with a smile. "My lord, earlier when the other faction sent people, it was fine if you refused. Now Sima Changkong came. Why did you refuse to let him in? Qin Zibai asked somewhat unwillingly. Mo Yike turned his head and looked at Qin Zibai. Zibai? Are you thinking of leaving the Han dynasty? Before my father passed away he told me to follow Milord. I am slow-witted but my father definitely would not harm me. Wherever Milord goes I will go. However, the emperor is already dead. I just feel that it is not worth it for Milord. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Why is it not worth it? Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. Isn't it that useless Qin Tianshan? He is extremely pedantic. My Han dynasty is besieged on all sides, but he wants to be a coward and not let others do anything. How can he be conferred the title of Tianshan king? How can I be superior to Darren? Qin Zibai said unwillingly. Mo Yike shook his head. You're wrong. His Majesty's decision is correct. The Han dynasty is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Do you really think that sending troops to defend against the enemy is enough? It's not that simple. If His Majesty was in court all of this would be fine. But now that His Majesty isn't here, the hearts of the people are scattered. Once the troops are sent out they might not be able to return. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Qin Zibai was slightly stunned. The more troops we send, the faster the Han dynasty will scatter. Even though the Han dynasty is being attacked from the front and the back, Qin Tianshan is still able to preserve most of his strength. Mo Yike said solemnly. Really? Qin Zibai asked in a strange tone. Your Majesty is really good at judging people. Qin Tianshan was cowardly, afraid of trouble, and extremely pedantic. I knew that these were all flaws. However, they were great advantages for the Han royal dynasty. Due to Qin Tianshan's cowardice he would not do anything rash. He does not know if his next step will be dangerous. He would rather not leave. Mo Yike sighed softly. Even if Milord says that Qin Tianshan can preserve the Han dynasty for a longer time, His Majesty is no longer here. Milord, what is the point of continuing to defend? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. Mo Yike raised his head and looked at the sky that had lost its luck and was now covered with dark clouds. He sighed slightly. Indeed, if Gu Hai died, what was the point of continuing to defend the Han dynasty? What was the point of defending for a long time or a short time? With Mo Yike's intelligence he naturally saw through Qin Tianshan's thoughts. However, the more he saw, the more he felt that Gu Hai had no chance of surviving. Mo Yike didn't feel good either. Milord, previously, you told me that a great calamity might befall the boundless celestial capital? Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike nodded. Why is that? Qin Zibai asked. After the Deqian Empire was destroyed, its territory fell into chaos. Hence, it did not pose much of a threat to us in the past 5 years. However, in the end, Long Jianghu died at His Majesty's hands. The people that Dragon Goding brought back saw it clearly. Long Jianghu? Do you know how many loyalists he had? The Deqian Empire's territory gradually stabilized. Those factions and clans that were loyal to Long Jianghu in the past will definitely shift their hatred to my Han dynasty. The Great Wu Celestial Empire sending troops is just the beginning. After that, there is still the Great Ying Empire and the surrounding factions eyeing us covetously. Mo Yike said bitterly. Milord, since that is the case, why are you still staying here? Right now, all sides are trying to recruit you. It is time for you to wait for the right price. His Majesty is no longer here. Milord, you have to plan for your own future. Even if it is not for yourself, you have to think for those who follow you. Qin Zibai said. Mo Yike put down the fishing rod and looked at the chessboard at the side. This was the chessboard that Gu Hai had left for him. 31 Heavens and Earth chessboard. After Gu Hai comprehended it, he did not hide it and passed it to Mo Yike. Looking at this chessboard, Mo Yike felt extremely grateful to Gu Hai. In these 5 years, Mo Yike had gradually comprehended the 31 chessboard. However, even after comprehending it, Mo Yike was even more reluctant to part with it. Milord. Solemnly, Qin Zibai bowed and requested. His Majesty is dead? Mo Yike was even more certain of this. However, even though he was certain, Mo Yike still felt the most uncomfortable. Wait a little longer. Mo Yike shook his head. Why? Qin Zibai asked, feeling confused. In this world I only submit to His Majesty. Those factions are not qualified for me to submit to them. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Mo Yike shook his head. Yes. Qin Zibai sighed inwardly and nodded. Although Mo Yike was not willing to interact with outsiders, he did not reject them. This made Qin Zibai feel much more at ease. At the very least, Milord was not as stubborn as Qin Tianshan. In the main hall of the embroidered uniform guards headquarters in boundless celestial capital, Montez sat in the main seat. 2 rows of embroidered uniform guards stood around him. At this moment, a man covered in blood who had just been tortured, knelt on the ground. Montez showed a sullen expression as he looked at the man who seemed to have been tortured. Humph! Hong Gang, this great one has treated you well. You have been following this great one since a long time ago and this great one promoted you. Now you are the embroidered uniform guard's 10,000-man commander. To think that you dare to collude with the great martial emperor dynasty's people? My lord, this lowly one was helpless. His Majesty has already passed away for 5 years. What is the point of guarding him? Hong Gang complained in dissatisfaction. How presumptuous! Montez glared. His Majesty has only left the court for 5 years. To think that you dare to commit treason and slander him, spreading lies to mislead the public. Men beat him to death. Montez said while glaring. My lord, don't do that. This lowly one is doing this for your own good. In the past few days many factions have sent people to invite you. However, you rejected all of them. Qin Tianshan is pedantic. My lord, why are you like this as well? We have followed you for many years swearing loyalty to you. However, you cannot drag everyone into the fire pit. Our embroidered uniform guard system is only valuable now. Once the various factions divide the Han dynasty, our embroidered uniform guard system will be useless. We will not be valuable anymore. Hong Gang said anxiously. Beat him to death. Montez glared. Yes. A embroidered uniform guard stepped forward and quickly beat Hong Gang with a heavy staff. My lord, please reconsider. My lord, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. As long as you are loyal to the great martial emperor dynasty, you will have contributed greatly. You will still have a high position in the great martial emperor dynasty. Hong Gang said anxiously. Beat him. Montez glared. Boom, boom, boom. After repeated beatings, Hong Gang was finally beaten to death. The other embroidered uniform guards felt fearful and did not dare to say anything. If you dare to commit treason again, this will be your outcome. Montez said while glaring. Yes. The embroidered uniform guards shivered and answered. After dragging Hong Gang away, the embroidered uniform guards also withdrew. Montez was left alone in the hall. At this moment, his eyes were filled with madness. He did not know if the emperor was dead. No, it was very likely that he was already dead. The various factions had extended olive branches, but Montez did not accept them. It was not that Montez was very loyal to Gu Hai, but that Montez knew his own ability. His ability was not strong, unlike monstrous geniuses like Gao Xianji and Mo Yike. His ability was too replaceable. Only the emperor appreciated him. The other factions did not appreciate his ability, but the embroidered uniform guard system. As long as he joined a faction, once the embroidered uniform guard system was taken over, he would not be far from death. But if he continued to wait, it would be torturous. Your Majesty, can you really return? Montez's eyes flashed with a strong desire. Montez could only regain his high position because the emperor returned. However, if the emperor did not return, could he only wait for death? Or hide his identity and start all over again? The various factions' letters of invitation lay on the table in front of Montez. He read them one by one. However, no matter how he looked, he could not see anyone appreciating his ability. Montez tossed the letters aside, feeling depressed. Xiao Qin wanted to find a wise master, but it was hard to find one. He might as well waste his time here. At the very least, he had a high position and authority now. After the morning assembly, Qin Tianshan returned to his residence. A large number of cities fell in the surroundings. However, Qin Tianshan felt helpless. In the hall, Liangyi? Are you looking for me? Qin Tianshan looked at a handsome man before him. Third grandfather. The man, Qin Liangyi, showed a somewhat awkward expression. What's wrong? Are you like those people trying to persuade me to join a faction? The great martial emperor dynasty? Qin Tianshan glared. No. Third grandfather, I am not trying to persuade you to join a faction. Qin Liangyi immediately said. That's good. Qin Tianshan sighed softly. Liangyi, back then your father's death attracted the emperor's attention. The emperor treated the Qin nation extremely warmly. Although you are not very capable, the emperor still conferred you a noble title. You should be satisfied. Do not be like those people always thinking of betraying the nation. Qin Tianshan instructed. Qin Liangyi sneaked a glance at Qin Tianshan. Third grandfather, I know that you treat me the best. We are also the closest people. However, there are some things that I do not know if I should say. As long as it is not betraying the nation, you can say whatever you want. Qin Tianshan shook his head. Third grandfather, how could I possibly think of betraying the nation? All of this belongs to my Qin clan. How could I sell it? Qin Liangyi shook his head. Huh. Qin Tianshan's pupils suddenly constricted. He looked coldly at Qin Liangyi. Back then, I was the one who gave the Qin nation to the emperor in the Han dynasty. Now, third grandfather is the Han dynasty's Tianshan king. Now that the emperor has fallen, third grandfather is the most powerful person in the dynasty. Naturally, you should take back what belongs to my Qin nation. Third grandfather, don't you think so? Qin Liangyi whispered. Impudent. Qin Liangyi, how dare you? Qin Tianshan glared and immediately stood up in anger. Qin Liangyi fell to his knees. Third grandfather, what did I say wrong? Back then, Gu Hai was just a wealthy merchant of my Qin nation. Didn't it all belong to my Qin nation? Third grandfather, now that Gu Hai has fallen, all of this naturally belongs to us. You can also ascend the throne and rule the world. We will regain our nation's destiny, and we will no longer have to fear the four factions. Qin Liangyi shouted anxiously. Qin Liangyi, you are really crazy. You actually want to swallow the Han dynasty? Man. Send Qin Liangyi to the imperial prison. Qin Tianshan glared. Yes. A large number of guards immediately rushed into the hall and grabbed Qin Liangyi. Third grandfather, I am doing this for your own good. For your own good. Third grandfather, this belongs to my Qin clan. Third grandfather, don't arrest me. Qin Liangyi exclaimed in horror. Qin Liangyi, reflect on your mistakes in the imperial prison first. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The Han dynasty can only be the emperor's Han dynasty. The moment it is no longer called the Han dynasty, it will be the end of the nation. Take him away. Qin Tianshan said with a glare. Yes. Third grandfather. Chapter 729. As time passed, more and more Dahan cities were plundered by the four factions. Reports of defeat reached the infinite celestial capital. At this moment, the Dahan officials were very anxious. Within the Dahan, the citizens felt increasingly uneasy. Did something really happen to the emperor? Otherwise, why did the emperor not appear when so many cities were lost? Every day there were arguments in the soaring palace hall. The people argued endlessly about sending troops to quell the attacks from all directions. Qin Tianshan endured tremendous pressure every day. If not for his inflexibility and stubbornness, he might have broken down long ago. Every day he had to deal with the anxious officials and reports of defeat from all directions. Qin Tianshan also felt anxious. However, what could he do? Send troops to quell the rebellion? Indeed, if he wanted to, he could send Gao Xianji. Or send another team to quell the rebellion quickly. The emperor handed the immortal demon army to him. That was an army that could suppress countless wars. However, Qin Tianshan did not dare to do so. He was worried that if he sent an army out, it would never return. Without the emperor, the people's hearts would scatter easily. As long as one army abandoned the Great Han, what followed next would be the collapse of the Great Han Empire. What Qin Tianshan needed to do was maintain stability. He needed to stabilize the Han dynasty, stabilize the Dahan officials, and stabilize everything in the infinite celestial capital. As long as he could stabilize everything, the Han dynasty would not fall apart. Lose the cities? Qin Tianshan could not care about that anymore. Furthermore, as long as the emperor returned, the factions that swallowed the Dahan cities would have to spit them out. Furthermore, they would spit them out several times over. As long as the emperor returned, wait. Just as Qin Tianshan was resisting the pressure from all directions, a figure appeared and disrupted the order in the infinite celestial capital. A large number of Xuanwu surrounded a black-clad man and arrived at the soaring palace hall's plaza. Montez, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and the others all walked out of their residences and arrived at the soaring palace hall's plaza, looking at this black-clad man who suddenly appeared. Greetings, Crown Prince. Countless officials suddenly bowed in surprise. Qin Tianshan's expression changed. Impossible. You're not the Crown Prince. Montez exclaimed in shock. The man in black was none other than Gu Qin. Gu Qin smiled at Montez. Commander Meng, don't you recognize me? The Crown Prince was killed by Tai Chu. I was not the only one who saw it. Many people saw it. Now, the whole world knows that the Emperor was angry because of the Crown Prince's death. He personally went to the Heaven Realm to kill Tai Chu. You are not the Crown Prince is already dead. Montez glared and shouted. When Montez shouted, everyone's face sank. Who are you? You dare to impersonate the crown prince? Qin Tianshan glared. All of the officials were doubtful. Their previous excitement had long disappeared, and they all looked at Guqin with gloomy expressions. Before Guqin could speak, a man in white behind him sneered, "What? The Han dynasty was no longer surnamed Gu? Or do you want to usurp the throne?" Everyone's expression sank as they looked at this man in white. Prime Fengyu, calm down. I'll do it. Guqin waved his hand. Prime Fengyu? Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. The Silver Moon sees Prime Fengyu? Isn't that the Xuanwu race's prime? Qin Tianshan and the others knew that the Xuanwu race's prime had died, and the Xuanwu god possessed Shanghai Hen. Shanghai Hen led the Xuanwu race to become the Han dynasty's nation beast. Unfortunately, the evil Prime Fengyu's consciousness still remained in the Xuanwu god. In the end, it separated from Shanghai Hen's body, giving the Xuanwu race 2 primes. Prime Fengyu? The Sky Chess Pavilion? Mengtai, do you remember the letter I wrote to you? I don't know if you still remember. Do you remember how I wrote it? Guqin smiled. Huh. Montez was stunned. That letter? The Dahan is in a difficult position. I, Guqin, am Montez. If there are any mishaps, I, Montez, will not allow any small fries to disrupt the order of the court. When my imperial father returns, I will eliminate all evil. Guqin said. Meng Tai stretched out his hand and took out a letter. Then he carefully read it. As he read, his expression changed. Identical? Also, when you followed me to the solar deity shrine, I spoke with you alone several times. Guqin said one by one. How is that possible? How do you know? Montez looked at Guqin blankly. Montez's blankness stunned the others. Could it be that he was really the crown prince of Guqin? Lord Gao Xinji, I remember that I spoke with you alone before. The first time. Lord Imo, I remember the last time we went fishing together. At that time I told you. Lord Qin, I remember that when we were mortals, you and I worked together seamlessly. Guqin continued to recall. At this moment, Gao Xinji and the others were shocked. Not a single word was missing. The things that Guqin said were all things that only the two of them knew. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Meng Tai bowed respectfully in shock. Greetings, Your Highness. The surrounding officials also bowed respectfully. Qin Tianshan, Gao Xinji and Mo Yike frowned slightly. How did you come back to life? Gao Xinji asked curiously. That day I did die. But fortunately, I received the inheritance of old man Guanxi and was one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Guanxi's mark allowed me to come back to life. Until today I have returned to my original state. Today I have returned. Guqin smiled. Old man Guanxi? Sky Chess Pavilion? Mo Yike frowned slightly. Yes. Guqin nodded. Greetings, Your Highness. May I know why Your Highness has brought the Xuanwu clan here? Mo Yike looked at the large number of Xuanwu behind Guqin. Mo Yike acknowledged Guqin. The surrounding people also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Guqin nodded and looked at Qin Tianshan. Lord Qin, you have worked hard all these years. Although Qin Tianshan was not smart enough to tell if the crown prince in front of him was real or fake, he had learned to read people in the past 5 years. Even someone as smart as Mo Yike could tell that this was Guqin, so he could not be wrong. Greetings, Your Highness. Qin Tianshan said happily. It is natural for me to work hard. I'm just a little tired. Now that Your Highness is back, it is great. Guqin nodded. Yes, I know that Lord Qin has worked hard all these years. However, Lord Qin, don't worry. You can rest now. Oh? Qin Tianshan was confused. The Han dynasty is still my father's dynasty. As a son, I have to share my father's burdens. Lord Qin took up the burden of the Han dynasty because he worked hard for the Dahan. I will remember this. Now you can rest. I will help you take care of the Han dynasty. They are attacking from all directions. It is time to take some of their arrogance. Otherwise the Han dynasty will be too cowardly. Guqin said with a smile. Your Highness is wise. I am willing to lead the army to quell the rebellion. Your Highness is wise. I am willing to lead the army to fight the enemy. It is great that Your Highness is back. That is great. We don't have to suffer from those bastards anymore. The warlike officials cheered excitedly. Mo Yike, Gao Xinji, and Montez narrowed their eyes at Guqin. They felt that something was wrong, but they did not say anything. Qin Tianshan's face darkened. Now that the crown prince is back, he wants to seize power? No, the authority of the Han dynasty belonged to the emperor in the first place. The crown prince was the heir apparent. There was nothing wrong with him taking over. However, Lord Qin, do you have any objections? Gu Qin asked with a smile. Qin Tianshan's eyelids twitched as he struggled in his heart. After a while, Qin Tianshan took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, you are the heir apparent. Originally, since the emperor is not here, we should listen to you. However, I would like to say this. In the end, you are just the heir apparent. We the officials, Qin Tianshan said we the officials, 3 times. After the 3rd time, all the officials looked at Qin Tianshan, not knowing what he wanted to say. We the officials are only loyal to His Majesty. Qin Tianshan shouted. Everyone's expressions immediately turned solemn. The crown prince wants to take over the authority of the Han dynasty. As long as His Majesty agrees, we will do our best to obey. Your Highness, may I ask, do you have His Majesty's imperial edict? Qin Tianshan shouted solemnly. Qin Tianshan's shout immediately suppressed the excitement of all the officials. Indeed, the officials no longer wanted to listen to Qin Tianshan. They had been looking forward to the crown prince's return. Finally, they would not have to suffer anymore. However, Qin Tianshan's declaration that they were only loyal to the emperor made all the officials revert to their original state. Who would dare to go against the emperor's orders? You all want to rebel against the emperor? Qin Tianshan showed a stern expression, and his tone was resolute. Many of the officials wanted to say something. However, as this involved the crime of rebelling against the emperor, they could not say anything. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji also looked at Qin Tianshan in shock. Perhaps they had looked down on Qin Tianshan in the past. However, Qin Tianshan's rejection made the two look at him in a new light. Even the two of them could not display Qin Tianshan's loyalty to the emperor. This was the crown prince. Gu Qin's expression turned sullen. Lord Qin, are you making trouble for no reason? Imperial father is not around, and you hold on to an imperial edict to do whatever you want? This crown prince is the heir apparent of the Dahan. Are you not paying your respects when you see me, or do you want to seize my Gu clan's empire? Gu Qin said coldly. Gu Qin's voice contained a questioning tone. Many of the officials looked at Qin Tianshan doubtfully when they heard that. The imperial edict is the decree of the ruler. Furthermore, I am the Tianshan king that His Majesty personally conferred. My status as a prince is no weaker than yours. Gu Qin's crown prince, if you are loyal to His Majesty, please guard the limitless celestial capital and wait for His Majesty's return. Qin Tianshan rebutted. Qin Tianshan, it looks like you really want to seize my Gu clan's empire. Today this crown prince will represent my father in subduing you, a treacherous official, to restore order to the world. Gu Qin said coldly. Behind him, Feng Yu slowly released a strong aura that pressed down on Qin Tianshan. At this moment, the countless officials seemed to be divided into 2 factions, with many of them supporting Gu Qin. The Gu clan's empire? Ah, Your Highness, you misspoke. This is not the Gu clan's empire but His Majesty's empire. Did you bring the Xuanwu clan here today to seize the nation? The imperial edict is here. Who dares to go against it? Qin Tianshan raised the imperial edict that Gu Hai had conferred upon him in the past. Then he glared at Gu Qin, opposing him. Chapter 730. The Gu clan's empire? Ah, Your Highness, you misspoke. This is not the Gu clan's empire but His Majesty's empire. Did you bring the Xuanwu clan here today to usurp the nation? The imperial edict is here. Who dares to go against it? Qin Tianshan raised the imperial edict that Gu Hai had given him in the past and glared at Gu Qin, starting a tit-for-tat confrontation. The moment Gu Hai's imperial edict appeared, everyone's expression sank, turning grave. Feng Yu prepared to make a move. However, in the next moment, Gu Qin extended his hand and stopped her. The imperial edict was the ruler's decree. Even if it was Gu Qin, as long as he made a move, he would be rebelling against the ruler. Although the officials supported Gu Qin, they could not support him more than Gu Hai. No matter how much they supported him, they could not rebel together with Gu Qin. Qin Tianshan? Tianshan King? Do you know that this crown prince has been supervising the nation for many years only because imperial father heard of this crown prince's death? You have an imperial edict, but so do this crown prince. Gu Qin smiled as he took out an imperial edict. Your Highness, you do have an imperial edict. However, Your Highness, this is His Majesty's final order. Your imperial edict is from the past and is no longer effective. Hence, I hope that your highness will not get involved in this matter and take care of yourself, Qin Tianshan said sullenly. However, this is an imperial edict in the end. No matter what, the ruler is not joking. The ruler's decree is like a mountain. Isn't that so? Gu Qin smiled. Ha! Qin Tianshan's expression sank. If the ruler is not joking, then this crown prince's imperial edict will always be effective. Various officials, imperial father asked this crown prince to supervise the nation. Various officials, are you willing to respect the imperial edict? Gu Qin suddenly looked at the others. This lowly official is willing to respect the imperial edict and listen to your highness's orders. This lowly official is also willing to listen to your highness's orders. A small portion of the officials immediately spoke up, willing to follow Gu Qin. After all, they had been too disappointed in Qin Tianshan over the years. He was too cowardly. Such a person is not worthy of leading me. However, some of the officials who were already disheartened in the first place agreed. It has been a long time since the Han dynasty has dealt with the opportunists. Qin Tianshan snorted coldly. The official who had just defected to Gu Qin immediately shrank back, but he did not dare to speak. Gu Qin looked at Gao Xianji, Mo Yike and Montez. The three of you, if this consort were to once again oversee the Han dynasty, I would like to request the three of you to assist me. Gu Qin looked towards the three of them. Crown Prince. Qin Tianshan's eyes widened. You're starting to poach people? The three of them had great authority in the Han dynasty, and as long as they agreed, Gu Qin would be able to gather almost half of the officials, and they would be able to compete with him. Montez's eyelids twitched. Speaking of which, if Gu Qin was sincere in his invitation, Montez would have agreed. However, Gu Qin was looking at Gao Xianji and Mo Yike with anticipation, so he could only treat it as an invitation. Montez's heart trembled and he revealed a cold smile. The hint of intimacy he had prepared was instantly erased. Perhaps he did not have great wisdom, but Montez did not lack such petty tricks. Montez did not say anything, but he looked at Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji shook her head. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I only respect His Majesty. I only listen to His Majesty's orders. Gu Qin frowned slightly, but he did not refute Gao Xianji. She was a talented general, and she had 100,000 celestial army under her command. It would not be easy to subdue her. Gu Qin was more interested in Mo Yike, because Gu Qin understood Mo Yike's ability. Lord Mo, the Han dynasty needs a wise man like you. It would be a waste of your talent if you continue to idle around in your residence. Gu Qin looked at Mo Yike. It was as if he was trying to sow discord between Mo Yike and Qin Tianshan. Mo Yike smiled. Your Highness, the King of Tianshan has already made it clear. The Han dynasty is the Emperor's, and the Han dynasty does not belong to the King of Tianshan or Your Highness. Moreover, it is a pleasure for me to idle around in my residence, and I don't feel that it is a waste of my talent. Mo Yike had rejected Gu Qin. Gu Qin's expression sank slightly. Your Highness, it is my Dahan's blessing that you are still alive. However, if you want to manage the nation again, please wait until His Majesty returns. This old official also wants to hand over my authority. However, this old official is even more loyal to His Majesty. Before His Majesty returns, this old official will not take a step back. Gu Qin said solemnly. Oh? If Imperial Father does not return, you will not let go of the Han dynasty? What if Imperial Father never returns? Gu Qin asked sullenly. How presumptuous! Qin Tianshan glared. How can His Majesty not return? The surrounding officials also burst into an uproar. Humph! Qin Tianshan, stop lying to yourself and others. Also, stop lying to everyone. Imperial Father already fell in Solar Divine Palace. Why do you want to use Imperial Father's name to dominate the Han dynasty? Are you trying to usurp the throne? Gu Qin glared. His Majesty fell? The expressions of the surrounding officials immediately turned unsightly. Speaking of which, when Gu Hai's luck disappeared, all the officials had guessed it. However, no one was willing to accept this fact. Gu Hai was like a spiritual pillar supporting everyone. How could it disappear just like that? No one could take it anymore. Only when Qin Tianshan said that the Emperor was in closed-door cultivation and would return soon did everyone find some hope. Even though some people kept saying that the Emperor was dead, as long as the person in the highest position, Qin Tianshan, did not say so, everyone thought that those people were just spreading rumors to mislead the crowd. However, the person in the highest position, the Crown Prince, said that the Emperor was dead. Was the Emperor really dead? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Qin Tianshan was the Crown Prince. Would the Tianshan king dare to kill the crown prince to correct the people's hearts? Your Highness, what nonsense are you saying? His Majesty will definitely return. Are you trying to rebel? Rage flashed in Qin Tianshan's eyes. Rebel? Ah, what a big accusation. Guqin, I am the crown prince of the Han dynasty. The current crown prince is the heir apparent, the Han dynasty's heir apparent. What does the heir apparent mean? Can you explain it to me? Heir apparent? Qin Tianshan's eyelids twitched. The expressions of all the surrounding officials changed. The heir apparent is the reserve emperor. When the emperor dies, the heir apparent can ascend to the throne. He can ensure that the nation does not fall apart or fall into chaos. He can protect the Han dynasty and its eternal foundation. Guqin shouted. How presumptuous! The emperor is not dead yet. Crown Prince, you dare to usurp the throne? Qin Tianshan shouted while glaring. The one who is trying to usurp the throne is you, Qin Tianshan. My father is already dead. Everyone knows that. The luck will not lie. You are using the imperial edict to deceive the officials and the world. Are you trying to change the Han dynasty? Guqin said while glaring. That is to say, Your Highness Crown Prince, you are bringing Prime Fengyu and the Xuanwu race back to the Han dynasty to usurp the throne? Qin Tianshan asked while glaring. The Xuanwu race is the Han dynasty's national beast. It is only there to stabilize the foundation of the Han dynasty. When evil spirits wreak havoc, we should eliminate the national traitor. Today this crown prince will eliminate the traitor on behalf of my father. Officials, today is the time for you to make contributions. Follow this crown prince and take down the national traitor Qin Tianshan. We will restore the might of the Dahan. Guqin shouted. Yes. The people who sided with Guqin earlier immediately shouted excitedly. However, the other officials were still in shock. They had not recovered from the shock of the emperor's death yet. Prime Fengyu took the lead and instantly grabbed at Qin Tianshan. With Guqin's orders, she needed to eliminate Qin Tianshan immediately so that the other officials would not have a choice. Kill? Prime Fengyu arrived at Qin Tianshan's side in the blink of an eye. Shing. Suddenly the sound of a sword rang out. A white sword light instantly slashed at Prime Fengyu in the sky. Who is it? Prime Fengyu's expression changed as she struck out with her palm. Boom. The sword intent in the sky suddenly exploded. At the same time, tens of thousands of sword chi charged at Prime Fengyu. Dongfang Bubi, Dugu Qiubai, Zhang Sanfeng, and Shimin Shueishue attacked almost at the same time. All of them looked very sharp. Break! Audark Fengyue shouted. Boom! All the sword intent and sword chi shattered. Although the four experts were strong, they were only from the Middle Heavenly Palace. Prime Fengyu was from the Upper Heavenly Palace. Even so, they were immediately forced back by Prime Fengyu. The four of you, why are you protecting the traitor Qin Tianshan? Guqin asked with a glare. Shimin Shueishue and Dugu Qiubai's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng also frowned as he looked at Guqin. Guqin's crown prince, Qin Tianshan, is not the traitor. You're the traitor. I have already seen that hypocrite Yu Buchuan. Do you think you can fool him? If Prime Fengyu makes a move on Qin Tianshan again, I will not protect him anymore. Dongfang Bubi said coldly. Huh. Guqin appeared somewhat confused. The four of us will keep an eye on you and kill you. Dongfang Bubi said coldly. How dare you? The Xuanwu clan members immediately glared. Whoosh. Gao Xinji and Mo Yike and Montez quickly shielded Qin Tianshan behind them. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Mo Yike said coldly. Although everyone did not like Qin Tianshan, at this crucial moment, they still stood on his side. Indeed, only Imperial Father can make you submit. You look down on anyone in any faction. However, I will have to offend all of you today. Guqin said coldly after taking a deep breath. As Guqin spoke, he gently formed a hand seal. Buzz. The ritual array in the sky suddenly shook. Zhang Sanfeng, Shimin Shueishue, Dongfang Bubi, and Dugu Qiubai's figures swayed, and they nearly fell over. Guqin had reached out and grabbed a jade-green saber in the air. The saber gave off surging fog, connecting to the ritual array in the sky and controlling the four experts. The life entrapment saber? Qin Tianshan's expression changed. Imperial Father taught me how to use the life entrapment saber. Now these four-sword cultivators can't help you, Guqin said coldly. Your Highness, we are willing to follow you. Your Highness, we are willing to serve Your Highness. Your Highness, no, Your Majesty, we are willing to serve Your Majesty like dogs and horses. Many of the officials immediately surrendered to Guqin. Many of the embroidered uniform guards also turned their backs on Montes, willing to submit to Guqin. This immediately frustrated Montes. Guqin smiled coldly. Just as Guqin was about to continue killing, "Ha! I came at the right time. This is going to be a good show." Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the sky. Everyone looked up. At this moment they saw a huge flying ship flying over. Several men stood on the flying ship. The one at the front was the former Dechen Marquis Outyen Long Outyen. He was the son of the dragon god Ing. Long Outyen stood at the top of the flying ship. Behind him on the deck, there were many coffins lined up vertically. "Long Outyen?" Guqin's face darkened. "Don't worry, Guqin. I'm not going to fight for the country with you. I only want 2 people, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. I will take them with me." Long Outyen said with a sinister smile. Below Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, Qin Tianshan, and the others raised their eyebrows as they looked at this uninvited guest. Qin Tianshan, Guqin, and Long Outyen suddenly entered a stalemate, facing each other head-on. Just as the 3 sides were facing each other, in a restaurant not far from the soaring palace hall, a group of people in black robes stood in the restaurant. They were guarding the 4 corners of the restaurant, looking respectfully at the man in black robes at the very front. This man was none other than Gu Hai, who had rushed back. Gu Hai stood at the window with his hands behind his back. He looked at the dispute in the soaring palace hall square in the distance. He did not go forward, only narrowing his eyes. The person standing next to him was the black-robed man, Chang Ming. "Your Majesty, this is the information I have collected. Now that the Crown Prince of Guqin has changed, do you want to?" Chang Ming said respectfully. "Let's wait a little longer. I want to see what other evil spirits there are." Gu Hai smiled coldly. Chapter 731. With the arrival of Prime Feng Yu and Prime Shengguan Hen, Silver Moon Ocean had already become the territory of the Xuanwu clan. At Silver Moon Island, Shengguan Hen sat in a small courtyard with a Guqin figurine placed before him. He was drinking alone. Elder Miao Chen stood respectfully at the side. He frowned slightly and said, "Prime, I have already checked outside. He is still there." Shengguan Hen's hand paused and he revealed a cold smile. "Ah, Sky Chess Pavilion? He is still monitoring me? Good, good, good. Prime, do we have to keep going against the Sky Chess Pavilion?" Elder Miao Chen asked with a bitter smile. "We are not going against the Sky Chess Pavilion. I am doing this today to protect the Xuanwu clan." "Prime Fengyu? He was arranged by old man Guanqi back then, right? The Xuanwu clan was nearly destroyed last time. If we are not careful this time, we will be consigned to eternal damnation," Shengguan Hen said gravely. "What?" Miao Chen asked, confused. "Because of the emperor. It is not like you have not heard of the news from the celestial realm. Who killed Taiwa? Who killed Taichu? Who killed Long Zhanghua?" Shengguan Hen asked gravely. However, Gu Hai was lucky. Lucky? In the past, many people thought that Gu Hai was lucky. However, many of those people died. After following Gu Hai for so many years, I am very clear about this. Do not look at the process or Gu Hai's cultivation. Look at the result. Today, if we follow the Sky Chess Pavilion and betray the Han Dynasty, the Xuanwu clan will disappear from this world in the future. Shengguan Hen said gravely. "That can't be. Isn't Gu Hai dead? You saw the corpse?" Shengguan Hen looked at Miao Chen. No. If we had Gu Hai's corpse, the Han Dynasty would have collapsed long ago. Yes, countless people think that the emperor is dead, but I don't think so. His life is too tough, so tough that even Long Zhanghua can't compare to it. He will come back, and when he comes back, it will be time for those people to be wiped out," Shengguan Hen said in a deep voice. Yes. Miao Chen nodded suspiciously. "How's the news going?" Shengguan Hen looked at Miao Chen. "Supreme Venerable, you are currently trapped in the Silver Moon Sea. But rest assured, there are still many Xuanwu clan members who are loyal to you. According to your request, we have already dispatched a large number of Xuanwu clan members to spread the news. The Sky Chess Pavilion and Grand Emperor Dynasty's troops have already spread the news in advance. I believe the Limitless Heavens is already prepared." Miao Chen nodded. Unfortunately there is still nothing I can do. If the emperor were in court, this news would be enough. I hope Qin Tianshan can hold on." Shengguan Hen sighed softly. "However, Supreme Venerable, if you spread the news to all the factions, won't there be more people with ill intentions heading over?" "That's right. With so many people harboring evil intentions, the more murky the waters are, the more advantageous it is for Qin Tianshan. I hope that he can make good use of this opportunity. Furthermore, it would be even better if this news reached the emperor's ears. Shang Guanhen had just finished speaking when the Qin figurine in front of him suddenly spoke. Supreme Venerable, this is the limitless heavens. Guqin's crown prince is leading Prime Fengyu and a group of Xuanwu clan soldiers to force Qin Tianshan to abdicate. The situation is already at its climax. The great Ying dynasty's Long Outyin has arrived with a flying boat and a coffin. The Qin figurine spoke. News from the limitless heavens. The great Ying dynasty also sent people over? Miao Chen's expression changed. Looks like the news we leaked about the great Wu dynasty and the Sky Chess Pavilion taking action worked. The great Ying dynasty also sent people over? Good. The more people there are, the more muddied the waters. Qin Tianshan, you have to hold on. Shang Guanhen's eyes flashed with anticipation. Shang Guanhen's advance warning was not only because the great Ying dynasty had sent Long Outyin. All the major forces also sent people to go there. The two dynasties and three lower sects were in high spirits because they had been constantly attacking the Han dynasty's cities. It should be known that the city lords of the Han dynasty had all gone through the baptism of the Azura Path's secret realm. Now they had all reached the early stage celestial palace. Being able to attack the Han dynasty's cities under such circumstances meant that these 5 factions were very powerful. At the very least, they had lower celestial palace experts, and even middle celestial palace experts. Now the 2 emperors and 3 sect masters each led a group of experts to hide in the surrounding mountains and forests. They coldly looked at the limitless heavens in the distance. Long Outyin and Guqin only valued the Dahan army commanders. However, the Dahan army did not only have these few talents. There were also other slightly weaker talents. These small factions were determined to get them. Now that the war was about to start, it was the best time to fish in troubled waters. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. In the sky above the limitless heavens capital, Long Outyin looked down at Guqin with a cold smile. Mr. Mo, Mr. Gao, my father admires the 2 of you very much. Solemnly, he sent me here to invite the 2 of you to the great Ying dynasty as guests. I hope the 2 of you won't mind. Long Outyin looked at the 2 of them again. Visit the great Ying dynasty as guests? I don't have the fortune. Mo Yike shook his head and smiled. I don't have the fortune either. Gao Xinji also said coldly. You don't have the fortune? It's a blessing that my father values you. The 2 of you don't have to decline. It's settled? Long Outyin said overbearingly. Long Outyin, are you sure you want to go against me today? Guqin looked at Long Outyin coldly. Long Outyin looked at Guqin with a cold smile. Dahan's crown prince? I didn't expect that you would become the Sky Chess Pavilion's lackey. Guqin, don't waste your breath on him. He won't be able to cause much trouble. Fengyu's eyes turned cold. She reached out and hit the flying ship in the sky. Long Outyin's eyes turned cold. Instantly, a black shadow blocked in front of Long Outyin. Boom. The black shadow's palm and Fengyu's palm were locked in a stalemate in the air. A large amount of air current was stirred up. The wind blew and created a storm in the limitless heavens. Zombie? Jiangchen? Autarch Fengyue looked coldly at the shadowy figure. It was a zombie wearing an emperor's robe blocking in front of Long Outyin. Supreme Fengyu. You are much weaker than you were 800 years ago. Long Outyin laughed coldly. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Go take Long Outyin down. Fengyu's eyes turned cold. Dozens of Xuanwus roared and rushed into the sky. They emitted a strong aura as if they had opened the heavenly palace. A bunch of country bumpkins. You want to fight me? Open the coffin. Long Outyin's eyes turned cold. Boom. All of the coffins on the flying boat let out a loud sound. Suddenly the lids of the coffins opened. When the coffins opened, Guqin and the others' faces darkened. They saw that there were zombies in official and military uniforms standing in the coffins. There was a yellow talisman in between each zombie's eyebrows. 10,000 Jiangchen's zombies? Guqin's face changed. Boom. 10,000 zombies rushed out. They immediately pounced on the dozens of Xuanwus. In an instant, the Xuanwus were trapped in the center of the zombies. A lot of screams came from the Xuanwus. Bastard. Fengyu's face changed. She rushed toward the Jiangchen's emperor. Boom. With a flip of his hand, he instantly slapped away the group of zombies. Immediately, the black tortoises that had soared into the sky escaped. However, as they escaped, their bodies were covered in wounds. Large pieces of their flesh were bitten and devoured by the zombies. Peak nascent soul level zombies? No, they even opened the heavenly palace? Feng Yu's face darkened. Brr. The zombie emperor roared. The 10,000 zombies immediately flew behind it and looked coldly at the Xuanwus. Peak nascent soul level? These are the zombies in a cave that my father found. Each of them has a talisman seal on their forehead. Once the seal is removed, all the zombies will open the heavenly palace. Do you believe it? Long Outyen sneered. Open the heavenly palace? Guqin narrowed his eyes. Alright, I won't play with you anymore. Guqin, you take the Han dynasty. I only want Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. You can't stop me. Of course you can try. Long Outyen said coldly. Long Outyen, do you think you can defeat everyone with these heavenly palace zombies? Have you forgotten about Gao Xianji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Guqin sneered. 100,000 heavenly soldiers are only peak nascent soul level. How many heavenly palaces do they have? Since I dared to come here today, I am confident that I can take them away. Long Outyen said coldly. Is that so? I wonder if you will agree, Mr. Sima? Guqin suddenly looked at a building in the distance. Long Outyen turned around. He saw a group of people in green robes standing at the top of the building. The two leading them were Sima Changkong and the former Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Sheng. Sima Changkong? Ao Sheng? If you want to stop me too? Long Outyen's face darkened. Brr. Suddenly, a large number of people in green robes behind Ao Sheng expanded and turned into more than 4,000 giant dragons floating in the air. Each of them looked ferocious as they glared at Long Outyen's 10,000 zombies. Guqin's crown prince, you have good eyesight. You can see me here? Sima Changkong frowned and looked at Guqin. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sometimes, it's the first to get the prize and the slowest to get the prize. Guqin smiled. Yeah, the first to get the prize and the slowest to get the prize? But what will I get if I help you? Sima Changkong smiled. It's not about what you will get, but what will you lose if you don't help me? Guqin shook his head and said. The situation was getting more and more complicated. The forces that were trying to take advantage of the situation were getting more and more conflicted. They did not know what to do. The square of the soaring palace hall was like the center of a whirlpool. Everyone was getting more and more anxious. Only Gu Hai gently picked up a cup of tea in a restaurant not far away. As he sipped the tea, he looked at the chaotic lightning in the surroundings. While Gu Hai was sipping his tea and looking at the outside world coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow flew into the restaurant where Gu Hai was. Who are you? How dare you? How dare you? The group of black-robed vampires was on high alert. Even Chang Ming's expression changed. He stood beside Gu Hai and was about to attack. It's okay. Gu Hai waved his hand. Huh. Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, he was still wary of the black-robed person who suddenly appeared. The black-robed person suddenly stared at Chang Ming, giving Chang Ming a sense of danger, as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Mosquito Daoran, isn't it impolite to stare at my subordinate like that? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Chapter 732. The moment the Mosquito Daoran entered the restaurant, he stared at Chang Ming. The chaos element bead that he tried so hard to get was in the hands of the person in front of him. As long as he killed him, the chaos element bead would be his? The Mosquito Daoran wanted to attack, but he stopped himself. This was because Gu Hai was standing at the side. In the past, the Mosquito Daoran felt that Gu Hai was pretending to be weak. He pretended to be weak, but his strength was monstrous. All along no one believed him, but in the end? Those who didn't believe him were all dead. The Qing Emperor was dead, Taichu was dead, Taiwa was dead, and even Long Zhangguo was dead. Outsiders said that Long Zhangguo died because he was at the end of his road, and Gu Hai just got close and gave him a light stab. Everything was a fluke. However, in the eyes of the Mosquito Daoran, it was all nonsense. Fluke? Try killing the Qing Emperor by luck? Try killing Taichu by luck? Try killing Taiwa by luck? Or who was lucky enough to go to the dragon-slaying kingdom to take a look? It wasn't a fluke, but Gu Hai deliberately pretended to be weak, waiting for you to fall into his trap. Everyone said that Gu Hai was dead, but look, Gu Hai looked so radiant. How was he dead? This was also the reason why the Mosquito Daoran had been waiting in the infinite celestial capital for 5 years. Originally, the Mosquito Daoran was still watching the battle outside, but suddenly, his nose sniffed and smelled Gu Hai's blood. He immediately became alert and flew over. Mosquito Daoran, aren't you impolite to look at my subordinate like that? Gu Hai smiled slightly. No, I'm just looking. The Mosquito Daoran immediately smiled apologetically. However, he resisted the urge to make a move. At the side, Chang Ming suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Chang Ming really felt Mosquito Daoran's killing intent. Gu Hai, where have you been for the past 5 years? Why is there no news of you anywhere? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran and smiled, but he didn't explain. However, this made Mosquito Daoran feel even more mysterious. I was planning to retrieve the heaven-splitting axe, the Bell of Chaos, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the 10-Direction Annihilation. Unfortunately, they are all broken. I can only postpone what I told you before. Gu Hai looked at the sky above the limitless celestial capital. It's all right. I can afford to wait. There's still 50 years left. Mosquito Daoran smiled awkwardly. Chang Ming, Mosquito Daoran is here today. I will also tell you that Mosquito Daoran formed an alliance with me and wanted to obtain your Chaos Element bead, but I stopped him. In the future, when he does 2 more things for me and obtains one of the top 15 magic treasures in exchange for it, I will agree. Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming. Chaos Element bead? If your majesty wants it, you can take it at any time. There is no need for any magic treasures in exchange. Chang Ming said solemnly. Mosquito Daoran's eyes lit up at the side. I will naturally do what I promised. Don't worry, you are a true subject. I will not let you suffer losses. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Yes. Chang Ming nodded and retreated to one side. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai with satisfaction. Since Chang Ming had agreed to Gu Hai's request, his Chaos Element bead would not be able to escape. Gu Hai, your limitless celestial capital is so lively. You have been gone for 5 years and it hasn't dispersed? However, there are a few factions that have come with ill intentions. Mosquito Daoran looked into the distance. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Yes, they have come with ill intentions. However, they are not considered to be anyone important. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Soaring Sky Hall Plaza. Gu Qin, Sima Changkong and Long Outyen were in a deadlock. Aside from Long Outyen's boundless fighting spirit, Gu Qin and Sima Changkong were still using their auras to suppress the others. At this moment, the 3 factions were about equal in strength. All of them wanted a share of the Han dynasty. However, none of them gave in at this moment, verbally provoking them. They used their auras to threaten but did not rush to make a move. Given this, the Dahan subjects in the Soaring Sky Hall Plaza were like outsiders, cast aside. Or rather, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They no longer had the right to speak. Lord Imo, Lord Gao, Lord Montez. Qin Tianshan said seriously. Tianshan King? The 3 looked at Qin Tianshan in confusion. Originally, I thought that I had the ability to defend the Han dynasty and wait for His Majesty's return. However, it looks like I no longer have that chance. I have a request for all of you. Qin Tianshan looked at the 3. Request? The 3 asked, feeling confused. Lord Gao, His Majesty personally promoted you. I believe that your loyalty to His Majesty is unquestionable. I will not say much about how His Majesty treats you. I only want to say that if anything happens to me, I implore Lord Gao to wait for His Majesty for some more time. 10 years? No, I am not asking for too much. Just 5 years. How about defending the Han dynasty for another 5 years? Qin Tianshan solemnly bowed to Gao Xianji. Tianshan King, what do you mean by that? Gao Xianji asked with a frown. Lord Imo, I also implore you to wait for 5 years. It is not for anything else but for His Majesty's appreciation of your talent and appreciation. Qin Tianshan suddenly bowed to Mo Yike. Tianshan King, you can't. Mo Yike's expression changed. Lord Meng, please believe that His Majesty will definitely return. He will definitely return within 5 years. You will still rule the world and the Han dynasty will continue to grow. It will become an imperial dynasty or even a celestial dynasty. Don't lose the Tong Tian shortcut for short-term gains and losses. Qin Tianshan said to Montez. Tianshan King, what do you want to do? Montez's expression changed. In the distance, Gu Hai suddenly felt moved. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of Qin Tianshan's abilities. Is Qin Tianshan a coward? No, Qin Tianshan saw through many things. He had a deep understanding of Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the others. However, he never showed it. Qin Tianshan King did not know how to do things, but he knew how to conduct himself. Qin Tianshan King did not have enough intelligence, but he never made any major mistakes. What I am most thankful for is having a subordinate, Qin Tianshan. Gu Hai sighed from afar. Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, and Montez also seemed to be getting to know Qin Tianshan for the first time. The three of you, if something happens to me, please protect the Dahan. I don't ask for 10 years. 5 years is enough. After blocking the bandits for 5 years, His Majesty will definitely return, Qin Tianshan said solemnly. Tianshan King, what are you planning to do? Montez asked anxiously. Right now, the situation was not something he could control. Be it the dragon race, the Xuanwu race, or the zombie horde, they all had countless heavenly palaces and heavenly palaces experts. What else could the Dahan rely on today? Many of the officials looked at the Tianshan King in disdain. Tianshan King, do you think you are the emperor? Now that you are at the mercy of others, you think you can resist? Immortal demon army, heed my command. Qin Tianshan suddenly shouted. Boom. Suddenly, countless guards flew over from the surroundings of the soaring palace hall. Their strong auras formed a surging storm, instantly causing the expressions of the three factions' experts to change. This aura? Sima Changkong's expression changed. 500,000 soldiers suddenly flew out from the surroundings of the boundless celestial capital. The army soared into the air, representing the Yuanying state experts. The expressions of the various faction experts hiding in the dark in the distance also changed. What? The Han dynasty has 500,000 soldiers from the Yuanying state? That's impossible. 500,000 soldiers from the Yuanying state? Wouldn't that sweep through all the other dynasties? The strongest dynasty? No, that's not right. It doesn't seem to be the Yuanying state. The expressions of the various faction experts changed when they saw the 500,000 soldiers charging at Qin Tianshan. Immortal demon army? Quick, take down Qin Tianshan. Guqin exclaimed as he pointed at Qin Tianshan, glaring. Sima Changkong also reacted, knowing that the situation was bad. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, quickly attack and take down Qin Tianshan. The situation is not good. Qin Tianshan Yuan, how dare you resist? Long Outyin glared. A large number of zombies immediately charged over. Seeing the dragon race, the Xuanwu race, and the zombies charge over, Qin Tianshan smiled coldly. Immortal demon army, heed my command. There is no need to worry about this king's safety. This king died for the Dahan race. Kill Sima Changkong, Long Outyin, and Guqin at all costs. This is the military order. Kill, 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 kill. Roar. Hong. The 500,000 soldiers suddenly unleashed their Tong Tian auras. The moment the powerful immortal demon army appeared, a torrential storm surged and shot toward Guqin, Sima Changkong, and Long Outyin like arrows. Oh no. Guqin's expression changed as he soared into the air and fled into the distance. Before the others could react, they wondered what was going on. Why did Guqin flee? However, in the next moment, everyone figured it out. They are not from the Yuanying state but the Heavenly Palace? Suddenly, a dynasty's ruler's exclamation came from the forest in the distance. 500,000 heavenly palaces? Is this a joke? 500,000? 500,000? His dynasty was already very strong, but only 3 people could open heavenly palaces. In the past, the predecessor of the Han dynasty, the Xinlu dynasty, even the emperor Huangfu Chaoga, was from the Yuanying state. Even then, the dynasty did not have a single heavenly palace. However, the Han dynasty still hid such a monstrous army? This was an undefeatable army? If this army had been sent out in the past, how could he have attacked the city? The expressions of the various factions changed dramatically. The 2 dynasties and 3 low-tier sects immediately felt like they were facing destruction. I told you not to attack the Han dynasty. Who encouraged me back then? It's over. So many heavenly palaces? No, all of them opened heavenly palaces? Our sects are in danger. Our dynasty is in trouble. The various factions cried out in alarm. Sima Changkong, Long Outyin, Ao Sheng, and Feng Yu all widened their eyes. Kill Qin Tianshan. Feng Yu charged straight at Qin Tianshan. No. Save me first. Guqin cried out in alarm. Guqin knew how terrifying this army was. They would not care about him at all. As long as they gave the order, they would kill him with all their might. Bastard. The other Xuanwu clan members, go and kill Qin Tianshan. I will save Guqin. Feng Yu's expression changed. Whoosh. Immediately, Feng Yu arrived in front of Guqin. However, at this moment, Guqin was surrounded by hundreds of divine demon soldiers. Furthermore, they were charging straight at him. Boom. Prime Fengyu pushed aside the divine demon soldiers and flew into the air with Guqin. Qin Tianshan, you are crazy. Guqin roared in shock. Kill. Aside from the zombie emperor, the other soldiers, quickly go and kill Qin Tianshan. High in the sky, Long Outyen's flying ship instantly exploded. If not for the zombie emperor's fast reaction, he would have been killed. Long Outyen showed an expression of shock. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, be careful. Sima Changkong's expression changed as he dodged. However, the divine demon army was too strong and there were too many of them. The dragon race could not stop them at all. Elders, I'll protect Mr. Sima. You all go and deal with Qin Tianshan. Just kill him. Ao Sheng exclaimed as his expression changed. Boom. A large number of experts charged at Qin Tianshan. Chapter 733. The sky above the soaring Sky Palace Plaza was in chaos. Qin Tianshan suddenly understood that he couldn't avoid today's calamity. Guqin had brought along Supreme Fengyu. Supreme Fengyu had gone to the Heavenly Palace, and the Han Dynasty didn't have a Heavenly Palace. Even if he tried to hide, he wouldn't be able to escape. If Guqin succeeded in seizing the country, the first person they would kill would be him, the Heavenly Mountain King. Because the Han Dynasty didn't need a second voice. As for Sima Changkong's appearance, he didn't have good intentions. However, from the conversation between Guqin and him, the two sides seemed to have some kind of alliance. Long Outyen didn't even put him in his eyes. He wanted to capture Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. If the two were captured, the people of the Han Dynasty wouldn't be too far away. Therefore, Qin Tianshan ordered the 500,000 demon god army to kill the three of them. Guqin, Sima Changkong, Long Outyen. Guqin died, but the Han Dynasty wouldn't be seized because of Guqin. The Xuanwu clan represented by Supreme Fengyu wouldn't be able to seize power. No one cared about them. Sima Changkong died and the dragons were in chaos. Long Outyen died and the group of zombies dispersed. As long as the three of them died, this calamity would come to an end. Even if he died, even if Supreme Fengyu and Ao Sheng wanted to take revenge, as long as he died, the revenge would be over and the Han Dynasty would be saved. As long as they died. As for the future, he couldn't care less. He just hoped that the emperor would return soon. 500,000 heavenly palaces, such a terrifying number, even the heavenly palaces wouldn't dare to recklessly face them. The unified army and the ferocious killing intent caused the three's expressions to change. As such, Supreme Fengyu had to quickly protect Guqin. Ao Sheng also had to immediately protect Sima Changkong. The zombie emperor also had to protect Long Outyen immediately. Otherwise, if the three of them died, everyone's efforts would be for naught. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in the air as Paragon Fengyue and the rest of the God Devil army were sent flying. However, this army of gods and demons was trained by Gu Hai and was absolutely loyal to him. So what if they were sent flying? He continued to kill. His killing intent from back then in the Azura Dao secret realm was revealed once more. He didn't care about the three of them at all. Although they were all heavily injured, he still had an army of 500,000. How could he be afraid of them? Rumble. The shockwaves seemed to form three super tornadoes. The warriors wielding swords and sabers charged into the tornadoes without any fear of death. The huge tremors caused the experts below to feel a chill in their hearts. 500,000 lower celestial palaces, that can't be wrong. How could there be 500,000 lower celestial palaces? How did the Han Dynasty do it? In the past, I thought that the Han Dynasty was just a weak dynasty that got lucky and connected with the Longzhonghua. Now, I realize that I was completely wrong. The Han Dynasty is so strong that the Longzhonghua thinks highly of the Han Dynasty. How can they be so strong? Back when we conquered the Han Dynasty cities, every city lord had a heavenly palace. I already found it strange. It turns out that the Han Dynasty actually had so many heavenly palaces? The surrounding experts trembled in fear. However, the Xuanwu, zombies, and dragons of the heavenly palaces roared as they charged at Qin Tianshan. First Legion, protect the Tianshan king. Gao Xinji shouted. Boom. A large group of soldiers immediately charged over from all directions. Gao Xinji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers were on the same level as the army of gods and demons. They quickly rushed over from all directions, revealing the powerful auras of the heavenly palaces. What? The dragon elder's expressions changed. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded. A large group of dragons, zombies, and Xuanwu were blocked. The First Legion's attacks were even more brutal. They quickly started killing. Countless dragons, zombies and Xuanwu were killed. Activate the city defense formation. Protect the people. Mo Yike waved his hand. The boundless celestial capital trembled from the battle, but it slowly stabilized after the formation was activated. Rolling fog appeared from all directions, protecting the people of the boundless celestial capital. At this moment, the people and officials of the boundless celestial capital stared at the Han Dynasty's army of gods and demons in disbelief. Our Han Dynasty is so strong? Lower celestial palaces? So many? So many? Why didn't I know? How is this possible? His Majesty has laid down a great foundation. Many officials were shocked. Some were pleasantly surprised, while others were frightened. Everyone had different thoughts. Montez waved his hand, and the experts of the embroidered uniform guards stood in front of Qin Tianshan to protect him. They watched as the dragons, zombies and Xuanwu were killed by Gao Xinji's 100,000 celestial soldiers. Although there were many celestial soldiers, they were all lower celestial palaces. There were still some middle celestial palace experts among the dragons, Xuanwu and zombies. Although they couldn't do anything to the 100,000 celestial soldiers, they could still get closer to Qin Tianshan. Rumble. The huge impact knocked away the celestial soldiers one after another. 10 middle celestial palace experts were already close to Qin Tianshan. Qin Zibai. Mo Yike shouted. A bamboo cane appeared in Qin Zibai's hand and struck at one of the middle celestial palaces, Xuanwu. Boom. That Xuanwu was sent flying. Middle celestial palace? Qin Zibai? Suddenly the middle celestial palace experts recognized Qin Zibai. Boom. 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 Qin Zibai instantly blocked 3 middle celestial palaces. Furthermore, he held the upper hand. Quickly attack. If we kill Qin Tianshan, the divine demon army might be leaderless. We will block Qin Zibai. You all continue to charge and kill Qin Tianshan. Quickly. A dragon race elder shouted. Boom. 4 middle celestial palaces immediately blocked Qin Zibai. Then the middle celestial palace experts charged at Qin Tianshan again. Stop him. Montez shouted. Boom. 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 The middle celestial palaces knocked back Montez, Gao Xinji, and the embroidered uniform guards. In the blink of an eye, Qin Tianshan was isolated. The embroidered uniform guards and the celestial soldiers could not stop the middle celestial palaces. In the blink of an eye, the Xuanwu middle celestial palace at the very front charged to Qin Tianshan. No one was around Qin Tianshan anymore. No one could save him. Aha. Today Cui Jin will make this contribution. That Xuanwu elder stabbed his sword at Qin Tianshan with a ferocious expression. Tianshan sovereign. Mo Yike, Gao Xinji and Montez immediately exclaimed. However, Qin Tianshan did not close his eyes at this moment. Instead he suddenly started laughing loudly. Regret flashed in his eyes as he laughed. This subject, Qin Tianshan, can no longer be loyal to your majesty. May the Dahan live for 10,000 years. May your majesty live for 10,000 years. Qin Tianshan roared at the sky. His roar was inconspicuous amid the rumbling in the surroundings. However, this inconspicuous roar was like a heavy hammer pounding on the hearts of all the officials. Gao Xinji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the other officials immediately felt ashamed. The quality of the Tianshan sovereign was not something that a little bit of intelligence could compare to. For the first time, Mo Yike and Gao Xinji discovered that they were not comparable to Qin Tianshan. In the past, they had looked down on Qin Tianshan's ability. However, looking at it today, they found themselves laughable. However, even as everyone showed anxious expressions, Cui Jin's sword had already arrived at Qin Tianshan's face. It looked like Qin Tianshan would die at Cui Jin's sword. Just at this moment, a bone-like spike suddenly shot out of the ground under Qin Tianshan's feet. The earth spike instantly grew longer and longer. It shot straight for the tip of Cui Jin's sword. Clang. The bone spike clashed with the tip of the sword. The strong hardness made Cui Jin's sword pause. What? Cui Jin's expression changed. Around them, the other people also revealed confused expressions. Bone spike? Bone spike? Could Qin Tianshan still have other tricks up his sleeve? However, when they looked at Qin Tianshan again, he also showed confusion. Many people felt confused. How could a bone spike block Cui Jin's sword? Why did the bone spike save Qin Tianshan? Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Qin Tianshan's mind. Bone spike? Bone attack. This is. Qin Tianshan immediately felt a lump in his throat. His eyes lit up and tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. His entire body suddenly trembled. I'm back. I'm back. Qin Tianshan cried tears of joy as he trembled. What kind of treasure is this? Die. Since Cui Jin's sword attack failed, he flipped his hand and sent a palm strike at Qin Tianshan. At this moment, Qin Tianshan no longer feared Cui Jin. Instead, he revealed a look of excitement and joy. Just as Cui Jin's palm strike was about to land on Qin Tianshan's face, shing! Suddenly, another bone spike shot out of the ground and instantly pierced through Cui Jin's palm. Then it tore through his wrist and headed for his chest. Cui Jin screamed in pain. Boom! The bone spike instantly pierced through Cui Jin with a loud sound. Blarg! Cui Jin vomited a mouthful of blood. The bone spike did not stop there. It continued to grow, growing larger and taller, increasing in number. It instantly soared into the air, looking like a huge mountain of bone sabers piercing high into the sky. Cui Jin looked like he had been torn apart. He struggled in the air, trembling. He could not believe this strange scene. A mountain of bones pierced through him? What? Blarg! Cui Jin vomited a mouthful of blood. In despair he took his final breath. The sudden change confused all the people attacking Qin Tianshan. How could it be like this? However, this was not over yet. Boom! Hundreds of bone spikes instantly appeared in the surroundings of the soaring palace plaza. The moment the bone spikes appeared, they pierced all the people attacking from the central heavenly palace plaza into the air. However, this time, the bone spikes were not as ruthless as they were to Cui Jin. The bone spikes only made them lose all combat prowess, piercing through their bodies and sending them into the air. It was like hanging their corpses as a warning to others. Many bone spikes soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, they formed a terrifying mountain of bone sabers in the plaza of the soaring palace plaza, startling everyone in the surroundings. The moment the bone spikes appeared, Gao Xinji, Mo Yike, and Montez seemed to have guessed something. They immediately showed wild joy on their faces. The Dahan has not flourished yet. How can I bear to let my beloved official leave? Qin Tianshan, you have suffered for the past 5 years. A deep voice came from the mountain of bone spikes. Chapter 734. The Dahan is not at his prime yet. How can I bear for my beloved official to leave? Qin Tianshan, you have suffered in the past 5 years. A deep voice came from the bone peaks. The voice was not loud, but it had a strong penetrative power, instantly reaching the ears of countless people. Everyone who heard this voice felt startled. Everyone turned their heads at the same time to look in the direction of the voice, at the soaring palace hall's plaza. Suddenly, a man in black brocade robes appeared. A cloud of dust lingered around this man. Through the dust, one could vaguely make out his silhouette. However, that silhouette excited all the officials and ordinary citizens of the Han dynasty. This official, Qin Tianshan, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Qin Tianshan suddenly bowed in excitement. Qin Tianshan's bow made everything clear. The person standing in the slowly dispersing dust was not a bystander but the emperor, who had disappeared for 5 years. This official, Gao Xinji, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. This official, Mo Yike, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. The two immediately shivered and shouted. Although they felt overjoyed, they also felt nervous. After all, although the two did not betray the Han dynasty, they still thought about it. They did not cooperate with Qin Tianshan when he was regent in the past. There was a sense of guilt and worry. This official, Montez, greets your majesty's return. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. However, Montez was the most excited. Like Qin Tianshan, he was so excited that his nose turned somewhat sour. Fortunately, I have been firm. Ah, the emperor is back. The emperor is back. I can protect everything. I no longer have to be on tenterhooks. I no longer have to worry about anything. The dust slowly scattered, revealing Gu Hai's figure. That's right. It is the emperor. Is the emperor really still alive? The emperor is back? Greetings, your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. All the officials immediately bowed. However, the officials who bowed had different attitudes. Most of them felt excited, but a small group of them felt fear and trepidation. After all, they had dared to support the crown prince's ascension to the throne, which was tantamount to rebellion. Welcome back, your majesty. Gao Xinji's 100,000 celestial soldiers shouted excitedly. The roar of the 100,000 celestial soldiers reverberated in the sky. In the sky, the 500,000 god-demon army was still fighting. Gu Hai's voice could not be heard clearly, but the mountain of bones in the distance attracted the attention of the entire god-demon army. The next moment, voices calling out to the emperor suddenly rang out from all around the square of the soaring palace hall. The emperor is back? Look, in the soaring sky palace square, the emperor has really returned. He's back. Brothers, kill them for me. Kill these 3 traitors to congratulate the emperor on his return. The army of gods and demons seemed to have been injected with adrenaline as they charged into the high-altitude battlefield without any regard for their lives. In the high-altitude battlefield, the expressions of Ao Xing, Feng Yu, Sima Changkong, Long Outyin, and Guqin all changed. No, impossible. Everyone lowered their heads and looked down. Below them, Gu Hai was indeed standing in the soaring sky palace square. Although he was very far away in the eyes of the crowd, it seemed like Tongqian's figure was there. The moment Gu Hai appeared, the aura of the Han dynasty changed. In the forest far away, the various factions that were preparing to take advantage of the situation opened their mouths wide as a look of shock flashed across their eyes. Impossible, how is Gu Hai still alive? Gu Hai is back. Is he really back? Isn't he dead? It has been 5 years, isn't he dead? The leaders of the various forces all had terrified expressions on their faces. With the return of Gu Hai and the 600,000 celestial soldiers, all the leaders of the various factions were in despair. Is the heavens toying with me? Didn't they say that Gu Hai was dead? The moment the hundreds of bone sabers appeared in the plaza, they immediately pierced through the experts of the 3 factions. As for the dragon race, zombie race, and Xuanwu race, even if they charged, what could they do? With 100,000 celestial soldiers here, they immediately swarmed over. None of them could leave or flee. With Gu Hai's appearance, the entire situation instantly turned upside down. Gu Hai ignored the others. Instead, he carefully helped Qin Tianshan up. Qin Tianshan, you have been tired. I'm back. I'm back. Gu Hai said with a smile, feeling moved. At this moment, Qin Tianshan cried as Gu Hai helped him up. Your Majesty is back. Even if this official dies, I will have no regrets. Qin Tianshan said emotionally. That, with me around, who dares to kill you? Ah. Gu Hai guffawed. For now, Gu Hai ignored Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montes, and the other officials. While Gu Hai ignored them, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and the others continued to bow respectfully. At this moment they felt very nervous. They knew that the emperor was dissatisfied with them, so no one dared to stand up. Gu Hai ignored Gao Xianji and Mo Yike's bows. Then he turned his head to look at the sky. Let's go, let's go. Gu Qin grabbed Supremacy Fengyue in horror and fled into the distance. The Black Tortoise clan. Supremacy Fengyue seemed reluctant. After all, her subordinates were down there. Quick, quick go. If we don't go, we won't be able to escape. Quick, quick, quick. Gu Qin cried out in horror. Sigh. Fengyue hesitated for a moment. Then she pulled Gu Qin and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? The army of gods and demons immediately swarmed over. Go away. Boom. Fengyue immediately broke through the army of gods and demons and fled into the distance. The moment he saw Gu Hai, Gu Qin knew that this mission had failed. No one knew Gu Hai better than Gu Qin. Only Gu Qin knew how powerful Gu Hai was. Gu Hai just appeared? No, he must have been back for a while. If he wanted to attack, who could escape? No one could escape. Fengyue went to the heavenly palace? So what? Gu Qin had an innate fear of Gu Hai. He worshipped him blindly. Not even the heavenly palace. Run. Run. Gu Qin and Fengyue immediately fled into the distance. Gu Hai watched as Gu Qin and Fengyue flew into the distance. He frowned, but he didn't stop them. Buzz. In the distance, the life entrapment blade in Gu Qin's hand trembled, as if it was trying to break free from Gu Qin's grasp. Hold on to this blade. This blade is made from a fragment of the heavenly Go chess. Bring it back to the Sky Chess Pavilion. Quick. Gu Qin handed the life entrapment blade to Prime Fengyue. Boom. The life entrapment blade was too strong. It instantly broke free from Gu Qin's grasp and turned into a ray of light that shot towards Gu Hai. Heavenly Go chess? Fengyue's expression changed. She wanted to chase after it. Don't chase. Don't. Let's go. Gu Qin's expression changed. He pulled Fengyue and turned into 2 rays of light that shot into the distance. Bang! The life entrapment blade flew back to Gu Hai and Gu Hai grabbed it by the hilt. Buzz. He squared the life entrapment blade and activated the array again. Whoosh. In the sky, Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, Shimen Chueshue, and Dugu Qiubai suddenly regained their consciousness. Ancient Emperor? You're back? Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Greetings, Ancient Emperor. The four of them bowed at the same time. Guhai nodded. On the other side, Sima Changkong and Ao Sheng's expressions changed when they heard the cheers from below. Guhai is back? He's still alive? Ao Sheng's expression darkened. Go, go, go. Sima Changkong suddenly cried out in alarm. My dragon tribe. Ao Sheng said unwillingly. Quick. I'm using His Majesty's token to command you to take me away. Quick. Sima Changkong took out a token with a roar. Ao Sheng's expression darkened. He seemed to be unwilling. Roar. With a loud shout, Ao Sheng transformed into a huge black dragon and instantly brought Sima Changkong along as he flew into the distance. Rumble. The dragon's body was huge. It shook off the divine demon army and flew to the horizon. Mr. Sima, do you have to be so afraid of Guhai? What about my dragon tribe? Ao Sheng was still unwilling. Guhai is back. Something big is going to happen. You're lucky that you're still alive. Quick. Sima Changkong shouted. Boom. Ao Sheng's speed was even faster as he swiftly flew into the distance. Only Long Outyin didn't run away when he saw Guhai. Long Outyin's expression darkened when he saw Guhai return. Speaking of which, Long Outyin had seen Guhai's abilities in Divine Farmer City. However, he felt that Guhai was just using tricks. So what if Guhai is back? Father ordered us to take Mo Yike and Gao Shinji away. We must take them away. Guhai. You saved me in Divine Farmer City, but I'm not going to kill anyone from the Han Dynasty. I only want Mo Yike and Gao Shinji. Don't worry about the Divine Demon Army. Bring me down and take down Gao Shinji and Mo Yike. Long Outyin shouted. Roar. The zombie emperor roared. In an instant, it broke free from the divine demon army and brought Long Outyin to the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall. Whoosh. They arrived at the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall in the blink of an eye. In Long Outyin's opinion, no matter how strong Guhai was, he couldn't be from the Soaring Palace Hall. He had Jiang Chen's zombie emperor, so he was definitely the strongest person here. How dare you? Impudent. Release the arrows. Gao Shinji's 100,000 celestial soldiers roared and charged forward. Thousands of arrows rained down on the zombie emperor. However, the zombie emperor was impenetrable. No attack was effective. He swooped down and was about to reach Mo Yike and Gao Shinji. A huge threat rushed into Mo Yike and Gao Shinji's hearts. The two knew that Long Outyin was coming for them. However, they didn't dodge. They maintained their respectful posture because the emperor didn't allow them to rise. Quick, quick. Long Outyin looked at the two excitedly. How stupid. They didn't dodge? You saved me a lot of time. Catch them, and we'll leave. Long Outyin shouted excitedly. At this moment, Guhai narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Qin Tianshan stood behind Guhai. He was very confident in Guhai. Long Outyin? Both sides ran away. You're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. Guhai snorted. Chapter 735. Long Outyin? Both of them ran away. You're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. Guhai said coldly. As Guhai spoke, a large number of vines suddenly appeared, forming a large net that instantly surged towards Long Outyin and the zombie emperor. Break! Long Outyin shouted. Boom! With a chop, the vines were cut open, but they didn't wither. Instead, they doubled in size and continued to wrap around the zombie emperor. The zombie emperor's energy shield was fierce, but the vine's explosive power was also fierce. Bang! The energy shield was instantly pierced by the vines and rushed toward Long Outyin. Roar! The zombie emperor roared furiously and swung countless energy blades. Instantly, a large number of vines exploded. However, even as the vines exploded, more appeared and wrapped around the zombie emperor. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge ball of vines. Bang! Long Outyin was thrown out before the vines wrapped around him. After all, the vines were poisonous. Roar! Boom! The zombie emperor roared again and the ball of vines around it exploded. The zombie emperor broke free, but it was too late. At this moment, a large number of bone-piercing blades appeared around Long Outyin. Whoosh! Long Outyin was sealed in the bone cage by dozens of bone-piercing blades. The bone-piercing blade stopped around Long Outyen's body and didn't pierce him. Long Outyen felt his scalp go numb as he looked at the experts around him who were all pierced. The zombie emperor pounced to save Long Outyen. The bone-piercing blade suddenly pressed against Long Outyen's skin. Long Outyen's hair stood on end. "Don't move!" Long Outyen shouted. Long Outyen knew that if the zombie emperor took another step forward, he would be pierced into a sieve by the bone-piercing blades. The zombie emperor froze. Long Outyen was shocked and didn't dare to move. Ancient Emperor, I have no intention of harming the people of the Han Dynasty. It's just that my father is eager to invite Gao Xianji and Mo Yike as guests. I have no intention of harming the people of the Dahan. Long Outyen said with a hint of fear. After all, his life was now in the hands of Gu Hai, so he could only compromise. Gu Hai stared at Long Outyen and smiled coldly. I know. Otherwise you would be a pile of broken pieces by now. Yes. Ancient Emperor, please forgive me. We worked together in Shinong City in the past. Gu Hai, on account of our past cooperation, please? Long Outyen begged for mercy. But suddenly, a large number of bone spikes retracted around Long Outyen. Long Outyen was finally free. Swish. The zombie emperor surrounded Long Outyen to protect him. Many thanks, Ancient Emperor. We won't disturb you any longer. Gu Hai, goodbye. Long Outyen said in fear. I already said it. Do you want to leave together? Gu Hai asked coldly. Long Outyen's expression changed. Only the two of you can leave. The rest of the Jiangchen zombies stay. Gu Hai said coldly. All right. Long Outyen nodded but did not dare to argue. Go back and tell Dragon God Ing that I don't owe him anything in the heavenly realm. He owes me, Gu Hai said. All right. Long Outyen answered, feeling confused. Swish. The zombie emperor carried Long Outyen and instantly soared into the air, shooting into the distance in the blink of an eye. Long Outyen fled. With a thought from Gu Hai, the countless bone spikes that soared into the sky instantly shrank back into the ground, vanishing. Bam. 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 Instantly, the dragons, zombies, and black tortoises all fell from the sky. Capture them. Qin Tianshan shouted coldly. Yes. The 500,000-strong divine demon army answered. Dragons, zombies, black tortoises, all of the living ones were captured. Of course, only half of them were left alive. With Gu Hai's return, a great crisis was instantly resolved. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. The ordinary people in the city immediately shouted excitedly. Earlier, everyone thought that Dahan was finished. Who could have imagined that the moment the emperor returned, the crisis would be resolved? The group of people who had been arrogant earlier were scared witless in the blink of an eye. If not for the emperor deliberately letting them go, none of them could have escaped. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. The 500,000-strong divine demon army roared excitedly. The 500,000-strong divine demon army had entered the Azura Dao's secret realm with Gu Hai. Their true loyalty was to Gu Hai. They only obeyed Gu Hai's orders. For the past 5 years, the 500,000-strong divine demon army had worried day and night. Now that the emperor returned, everything would be fine. Loud cheers rang out everywhere. At this moment, the experts of the various factions in the forest in the distance trembled in fear. What should we do? Leave. Quickly leave. Once they discover us, no one can leave. Quick. Old Demon Gu is back. It's over. What should we do now? It turns out that the Han Dynasty did not send troops in the past not because they were weaker than us but because they were waiting for Gu Hai to return? 600,000 opening palaces? Are they going to sweep through the world? My sect is in danger. My dynasty is in danger. The various powers of the four directions were cowering in fear as they fled. In the small courtyard where Shangguanhen was in the Silver Moon Sea, Prime, is Qin Tianshan going to die together with us? If he dies, the Han Dynasty will truly fall apart. Miao Qin said worriedly. Shangguanhen frowned slightly. The wine cup in his hand froze in the air as he revealed a worried expression. The Qin figurine before him was still reciting. Prime. His Majesty is back. Gu Hai is back. The Qin figurine recited the voice of the boundless heavenly capital's messenger. Whoosh. Shangguanhen suddenly stood up, and the wine in his cup spilled all over the floor. His Majesty is back? Really? Shangguanhen suddenly showed a pleasantly surprised expression. However, he also felt somewhat worried that the news was fake. Yes, it's His Majesty. That's right. The Bone Mountain pierced through all the people who charged at Qin Tianshan. Prime Guqin and Feng Yu fled. Sima Changkong and Ao Xing also fled. Only Long Outyin rushed to the soaring palace hall. The vines bound the zombie emperor, and Long Outyin was imprisoned by the bone cage. Long Outyin lost? The Qin figurine repeated. Guhai is back. Miao Chen also felt pleasantly surprised. It's His Majesty. It can't be wrong. Prime. His Majesty is back. The Qin figurine repeated. Ah. Good. Good. Shengguan Hen smashed the wine cup in his hand to the ground in excitement. At the plaza of the soaring palace hall, the officials were still paying respects. Guhai still did not let them rise. Instead, he took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal with a flip of his hand. Luck out! Guhai shouted coldly. Roar! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Rumble! The surging luck soared into the sky of the boundless heavenly capital. Amid loud sounds, it quickly covered the sky above the soaring palace hall and continued expanding. It's back. My Han dynasty's luck is back. The citizens cheered in the distance. The divine demon army and countless guards showed wild joy on their faces. When Qin Tianshan saw the surging luck in the sky, he also showed excitement on his face. Although he knew that the luck would return as long as the emperor returned, he still felt excited when he saw the luck. At this moment, all the officials in the imperial court bowed respectfully. They felt the luck in the sky but did not dare to raise their heads, feeling tormented. Qin Tianshan looked at the officials with some pity in his eyes. However, he did not say anything. After being the regent for 5 years, Qin Tianshan could tell that the emperor was warning these officials. Although the emperor left this time, it did not mean that he would not leave next time. This warning served as a warning to the officials. Qin Tianshan took a deep breath and looked at Guhai. However, Guhai was still looking at the luck cloud sea above. In the distance, the expressions of the various forces that were quietly fleeing suddenly changed. What? Why is there so much luck? It's still increasing? This is the luck of the Han dynasty. No, it has already surpassed it. The Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's luck? No, the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's territory was first occupied by the Deqian. Even if the Dehan took it a few years ago, the luck they obtained should not be that much. Why is it still increasing now? Why is it still increasing? Kilong Zhanghua? Yes, it must be because he stole the Deqian's luck? The various factions experts suddenly quivered in shock. The Han dynasty's luck had already covered the entire sky above the limitless celestial capital. It was extremely vast and was still expanding. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital all raised their heads and bowed to the emperor in the direction of the soaring palace hall. Citizens of the Han dynasty, I am back. Guhai said. Buzz. The huge luck cloud sea churned, and Guhai's voice instantly spread to the Han dynasty cities through the luck cloud sea and into the ears of all the citizens of the Han dynasty. In Qinglu City, the originally bustling streets suddenly fell silent. All the citizens looked up at the sky as if they had been hit by a spell. Did I hear wrongly? Yes, you're right. Is that the emperor's voice? Is the emperor really still alive? The king of Tianshan was not lying. It's really the emperor. The emperor is back. With a boom, the entire street was in an uproar. The entire Qinglu city was in an uproar. All the citizens of the Han dynasty were suddenly in an uproar. For a moment, countless congratulatory voices came from all directions. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor. Countless voices seemed to be transmitted through the luck cloud sea. For a moment, the entire Han dynasty was in an excited cheer. At the same time, surging luck came from all directions and surged into the luck cloud sea. At the center of the luck cloud sea, the surging luck cloud sea seemed to be condensing into the embryonic form of a super golden dragon. The golden dragon is faintly discernible. This is forming the golden dragon of luck? Qin Tianshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Golden dragon of luck? A golden dragon formed by luck cloud sea was the symbol of an imperial dynasty. Their luck cloud sea had already reached this level? Qin Tianshan set up the altar. The Dehan needs to ask the heavens for instructions and become an imperial dynasty. Guhai said. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered excitedly. At the side, Gao Xinji and Mo Yike and the others who were bowing felt bitter. Chapter 736. Qin Tianshan quickly set up a huge altar in the square of the soaring palace hall. There was a huge table on the altar and a golden scroll was placed on the table. It was the scroll used to establish the country, and it was also the first imperial edict of the Dahan. Gu Hai entered the soaring palace hall, changed into a black dragon robe with golden threads, and put on a flat imperial crown. He slowly walked out of the soaring palace hall. Qin Tianshan seemed to have become the master of ceremonies as he shouted, "Go to the altar, please go to the heavens." Gu Hai slowly stepped onto the altar. He looked up at the providence clouds above. Gu Hai suddenly bowed to the heavens. "Today, Gu Hai of the Han dynasty, please go to the heavens and bear witness that the dynasty has reached its limit and is about to ascend to the imperial dynasty. Today I offer my blood to the heavens to show my sincerity. I, Gu Hai, will treat my people in the Han dynasty well." Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The sea of providence clouds in the sky shook, and Gu Hai's voice instantly spread throughout the Han dynasty. Countless people paused. The emperor is going to ascend to the imperial dynasty? Is the emperor worshipping the heavens? The infinite celestial capital is ascending? Countless people were shocked and then they looked forward to it. Roar. Below the ground, the Han dynasty's dragon vein seemed to have sensed Gu Hai's thoughts. It suddenly roared and the entire Han dynasty shook. Above Gu Hai's head, above the sea of providence clouds, countless gusts of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, as if a thought had descended on the Han dynasty from the unseen world. At this moment, let the heavens bear witness. This heavens is not Immortal 6 Daos, but the Immortal Dome itself. The Immortal Dome nurtured life including Immortal 6 Daos. Immortal 6 Daos only had the highest attainment and grasped the laws of the Immortal Dome. Immortal 6 Daos was the heavens, and the heavens were the masters of life. The heavens that Gu Hai worshipped were the entire Immortal Dome. When establishing a dynasty, one had to worship the heavens above and the earth below. When establishing an empire, one would only worship the heavens and not the earth. Gu Hai roared. His voice seemed to connect with the entire Immortal Dome, fusing with all the laws of heaven and earth. Gu Hai extended his hand and cut open his right hand. Blood stained his right finger. Then, on the golden silk scroll in front of him, Gu Hai once again wrote a large Han character. This was the first imperial edict of the Dahan. In the past, when the dynasty was established, the word Han was written. Now the word Han was written again. As soon as the word was spoken, countless strands of fate descended from the sky and rushed toward the imperial edict. Rumble. It entered from one side and flew out from the other, returning to the sky again. The golden scroll suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, as if it had a mind of its own. Boom. Countless gusts of wind swept towards the golden silk scroll, as if the heavens and earth were sensing the weight of the scroll. 3 kneels to the heavens. Gu Hai shouted. With a shout, Gu Hai was the first to kneel. Rumble. In the infinite celestial capital, all the subjects suddenly prostrated. At the same time, the sea of fate cloud sent a message to all the citizens of the Dahan, causing them to kneel as well. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan. Gu Hai shouted and led everyone to bow towards the heavens. Countless people heard Gu Hai's voice and followed suit. At the same time they shouted, Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the Jin Emperor Dahan. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan again. Gu Hai told the people again and bowed to the heavens. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan 3 times. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan. The citizens of the Dahan shouted. Roar. Wind howled above Gu Hai's head. Under this howling wind, a large amount of colorful lights appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards the golden silk scroll. Buzz. The scroll suddenly emitted a large amount of colorful lights. Gu Hai immediately felt a trace of joy. This procedure had been passed down for countless years. When the colorful lights descended, it was the seal of permission from the heavens. The colorful lights were the proof of an imperial dynasty given by the heavens. I, Gu Hai, thank the heavens for allowing me to accept the seal of the imperial dynasty and establish the Dahan imperial dynasty. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. As Gu Hai shouted, he stood up and raised the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Then he smashed it down on the golden silk scroll. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine seal landed on the golden silk scroll. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai, the heaven-suppression divine seal, and the scrolls seemed to have fused into one and released a seven-colored light that soared to the sky. The seven-colored light immediately rushed towards the sea of fate clouds. Above the sea of fate clouds, a seven-colored light also bloomed. The light was still spreading and instantly rushed towards the ground. Roar! Suddenly, a huge golden dragon rushed up from the ground. It was the dragon Vane. After being hit by the colorful light, the huge dragon head also released a seven-colored light. The light was still spreading. Buzz buzz buzz. From Guhai's body, the sea of fate clouds and the dragon Vane, it shot towards the infinite celestial capital's subjects. Instantly, all of them emitted a seven-colored light. Through the sea of fate clouds, it seemed to spread to all of the Han Dynasty's subjects. In an instant, the seven-colored light spread to the infinite celestial capital. Countless subjects looked at the colorful light emitted from their bodies in shock. Was this the heavenly blessing of the Dahan? A blessing from the heavens? It's so comfortable. It's like taking a hot bath. Did the emperor succeed and become an imperial dynasty? This light loosened the bottleneck of my cultivation that I've been stuck at for many years? It seems like I'm going to break through? The illness in my body has been completely expelled? What an auspicious sign. Countless subjects felt the changes in their bodies excitedly. The blessing lasted for a jaw stick's time. Whoosh! In an instant all the seven-colored lights seemed to disappear and rush towards Guhai. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal and the golden silk scroll made a loud noise. It was as if all the seven-colored light in the Dahan's world had gathered under the seal. At this moment all the light on the scroll seemed to have been retracted. At this moment the golden silk scroll seemed to have changed color, turning into a dark gold color. Guhai lifted the heaven-suppressing divine seal gently. Buzz. The scroll lost all its light, but Guhai suddenly felt a spiritual connection with it. He saw 3 seven-colored words printed on the back of the scroll. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, but they also had an ancient and vast aura. 3 words, Investiture of the Gods. The investiture of the gods is out? Guhai's eyes lit up as he looked up at the sky. The surging sea of providence clouds in the sky suddenly compressed toward the center rapidly. The surging providence squeezed toward the fledgling golden dragon and slowly squeezed it into a golden egg. Woo 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 woo. In just a short while, the sea of providence clouds had shrunk by half, and it was still shrinking until there was only 1/3 left. Suddenly there was silence. All the providence seemed to form a vortex surrounding a golden egg in the center. Guhai waited. The golden egg brewed for an hour. Suddenly, as if the eggshell had broken, there was a crisp sound. Crack. The eggshell broke. In the next moment, the broken golden egg exploded with a loud bang. Hong. With a super loud bang the eggshell exploded. Countless providence also exploded in all directions. In the center of the explosion, a golden light suddenly rushed down and rushed towards Guhai's body. Buzz. Guhai was immediately attached to the golden light. Guhai's body suddenly swelled up as if filled with endless power in an instant. Guhai's 7 orifices emitted golden light. Roar! Guhai raised his head and roared. He actually let out a sky-shaking dragon roar, and a vigorous vitality instantly shook the world. Roar! The dragon Vane also suddenly roared as if it was happy for Guhai. Roar! Guhai opened his mouth and spat out a long golden dragon. It was a supergiant dragon that was thousands of miles long. Rumble! The 1,000-mile golden dragon rushed toward the sea of providence clouds. Suddenly, countless providence surrounded it as if it was swimming in the sea. It was extremely carefree. Golden dragon of providence? The symbol of the imperial dynasty? Qin Qinshan's face lit up with joy. The golden dragon swam in the sea of providence clouds for a while, seemingly very excited. At this moment, Guhai's expression was actually somewhat similar to the golden dragon's. This was because Guhai realized that the golden dragon's vision was his vision. It was as if he was the golden dragon. My golden dragon of providence. Guhai revealed a look of joy. Roar! The golden dragon of providence suddenly roared. It stood on the sea of providence clouds and was extremely excited. The golden dragon of providence looked into the distance. In an instant, it actually saw a place far away. Qinglu City? Guhai's eyes suddenly lit up. The golden dragon's vision was his vision. He could see as far as the golden dragon could see. The golden dragon kept looking around. After looking around, it saw the entire Han dynasty. What the golden dragon could see was what Guhai could see. As long as Guhai was in the infinite celestial capital, he could see all the places in the Han dynasty, no matter which city it was. No wonder the emperor wanted to refine the golden dragon. No wonder Xiu the Great's vision could see the empty city and Dragon Vein City from the capital city. It was because of the golden dragon of providence. The investiture of the gods is out, and the golden dragon of providence appears? Does this mean the advancement is successful? Gu Hai was overjoyed. Tell all the people of the Dahan dynasty that you have the support of the heavens and the hearts of the people. From today onwards, the Han dynasty no longer exists. There is one more Dahan imperial dynasty in this world. Gu Hai shouted. Roar. The golden dragon of providence roared. Gu Hai's voice instantly spread to all the people in the world. Dahan imperial dynasty? Success. The emperor is amazing. No, it's His Majesty now. His Majesty is amazing. Long live the Dahan imperial dynasty. Long live the Dahan imperial dynasty. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. In an instant, countless people stood up and bowed. Imperial dynasty and imperial dynasty were just two words apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Only when one reached the imperial dynasty would one have the qualifications to conquer the world. When one reached the imperial dynasty, one would at most be struggling at death's door. Long live the people. The voices from all over the world reached the sea of providence clouds. The endless voices seemed to explode in the infinite celestial capital. This was the atmosphere of a great nation. Countless people followed suit and shouted, "Long live the emperor." Roar. The dragon vein roared as if it was also congratulating. Then it sank into the ground again. Wherever the dragon vein passed, countless trees and flowers grew on the ground. It was a thriving scene. In the sky, the golden dragon of providence slowly lay on the sea of providence clouds. It inhaled and exhaled providence to strengthen itself. The Dahan imperial dynasty ruled the world. Chapter 737. The Dahan imperial dynasty was established. Gu Hai stood on the altar and looked at everything below. While the people were cheering, the officials were still standing respectfully. It was quite awkward. Qin Tianshan. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Here. Qin Tianshan immediately said respectfully. How many cities of the Dahan were lost while I was away? Gu Hai said indifferently. Reporting to the emperor, in these 5 years the great emperor dynasty captured 10 cities of the Dahan, the Yongjing dynasty captured 8 cities. The Yehui dynasty captured 8 cities, the Funxiang Valley captured 6 cities, the Blue Cloud sect captured 5 cities, and the Reliance sect captured 7 cities of the imperial dynasty. A total of 44 cities were lost. Qin Tianshan said respectfully. 44 cities? Hehe, First Army Commander Gao Xinji, listen up. Gu Hai said coldly. Gao Xinji and the others were still bowing respectfully, not daring to stand up. They were happy for Gu Hai's return, but they were also very nervous. After all, they had actually loosened their grip on the Dahan dynasty and did not listen to Qin Tianshan's orders. When they were bowing respectfully just now, they felt very guilty and hoped that they could make up for their mistakes. Now that Gu Hai gave the order, Gao Xinji instantly quivered. Here. Gao Xinji suddenly said excitedly. Gao Xinji is appointed as the Day 1 Marshal to lead the First Army and take charge of the 26 cities of the Imperial Dynasty and the Yongjing Dynasty. Those who offend the Dahan Dynasty will pay back 100 times. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xinji suddenly shouted. This shout was unusually loud and at the same time he was very happy. Was the Emperor giving him a chance to redeem himself? 4th Army Commander Mo Yike, listen up. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Here. Mo Yike took a deep breath and stepped forward. Funxiang Valley, Blue Cloud sect and Reliance sect have provoked the Han dynasty, seized our cities and harmed our people. Their sects shall be exterminated, and Mo Yike shall be appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of Day 1 Jinghua to exterminate the 3 sections. Those who offend the Dahan will pay back 100-fold. Gu Hai ordered. This subject obeys Your Majesty's order. I will not disappoint Your Majesty. Mo Yike shouted. Qin Tianshan. Present. Announced to the world that the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is taking revenge for the Dahan Empire by attacking the 3 sects and 2 dynasties. If anyone dares to ally with them, kill them without mercy. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Hai nodded. He then looked at the group of officials who were still in fear and trepidation. Everyone rise. Gu Hai said slowly. Thank you, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. All of the officials secretly exhaled as they bowed respectfully. Gu Hai then put away the heaven-suppressing divine seal and investiture of the gods and slowly stepped down from the altar. In the distance, Sima Changkong and Ao Sheng were flying quickly. No one was chasing after them anymore. Mr. Sima, you were not like yourself before. You don't have to be so afraid of Gu Hai, right? Ao Sheng transformed into his human form and looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. I'm not afraid of Gu Hai. Even if I am caught by Gu Hai will not kill me. Then why are you? Ao Sheng was puzzled. I am worried about His Majesty. Sima Changkong said bitterly. Martial Emperor? Why are you worried about His Majesty? Ao Sheng raised his eyebrows and revealed a confused expression. Sigh. Sima Changkong sighed slightly. Ao Sheng's expression suddenly changed. You mean your family? Sima Changkong nodded. If you are caught by Gu Hai, your family will be finished? No, the Sima family will be finished? Your father, Sima Zongheng, betrayed His Holiness. Countless nobles and experts in the Deqian area hate your family to the core. If it were not for the martial emperor's powerful means to protect your family, perhaps they would have all been killed by now? The martial emperor admired your ability, so he protected your family. If you are caught by Gu Hai, will you die? Even if you don't die, even if you are captured, as long as someone fanned the flames and you defected to Gu Hai, your family will immediately be annihilated. You escaped just to save people? Ao Sheng frowned. Sima Changkong nodded. Prince Ao Sheng, no, Supreme Ao Sheng is smart. You are really living a hard life now. Ao Sheng shook his head. But this time these dragons were captured and killed by Gu Hai, which made you suffer a heavy loss. Sima Changkong said with a wry smile. Them? Hey, in fact it's nothing much. If he dies, then he dies. My dragon clan will soon have a strong dragon clan army that is even stronger than the North Sea Dragon Palace in the past. A strong dragon clan army that is countless times stronger. Oh? Strong dragon tribe army? What do you mean? Speaking of which, I am also curious. I remember that you were only at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace. How did you reach the Upper Celestial Palace now? Sima Changkong said in surprise. You don't know a lot. Do you think I will so easily lead the North Sea Dragon tribe to pledge loyalty to His Majesty? Aha, you don't understand, but His Majesty has the ability of the Tong Tian. His Majesty opened the Nether Realm Dragon Tomb. Ao Sheng said excitedly. Nether Realm Dragon Tomb? Sima Changkong said blankly. Yes, the Nether Realm Dragon Tomb of the Dragon Tribe is the place where the human souls of the Dragon Tribe belong after they die. That place, except for my father, no one can enter it. His Majesty opened the Dragon Tomb and released the human souls of the ancient Dragon Tribe. Countless underworld dragons are about to be revived. I am the new Supreme Dragon Tribe and the first to have the power of the Dragon Tomb. This is just the beginning. I will become stronger and stronger in the future. Ao Sheng said excitedly. Congratulations, Supreme Ao. Sima Changkong congratulated with a frown. Just as the two were talking. Buzz. They saw a rainbow-colored light in the distant sky. In the distance, countless Dahan citizens were also emitting rainbow-colored light. The rainbow-colored light soared into the sky, and the entire Dahan territory was dyed in rainbow-colored light. This is... Ao Sheng's eyes widened. Emperor Dynasty? Gu Hai has become an Emperor Dynasty? That's right, that's right. Gu Hai killed His Holiness and obtained boundless luck. Dahan Emperor Dynasty? This is bad. Sima Changkong's expression changed. Report to His Majesty immediately. Guqin and Feng Yu were flying quickly, and they could no longer see the infinite celestial capital in the distance. Guqin, what are you afraid of? I am from the Heavenly Palace. What is Gu Hai's cultivation level? Feng Yu said with a frown. Are you stronger than the Qing Emperor? Guqin said coldly. The Qing Emperor? Ah, who does he think he is? Feng Yu said coldly. I'm talking about your current strength, not your peak strength 800 years ago. Guqin said solemnly. Feng Yu's expression froze. Even the Qing Emperor didn't manage to get anything out of this. How can you deal with Gu Hai? Did Gu Hai's earlier appearance mean that he just returned? No, based on my understanding of him, he definitely didn't just come back. The infinite celestial capital must have made arrangements. If we don't escape now, we won't be able to. Guqin said solemnly. Wait until I recover my cultivation. Then wait until you recover your cultivation before you try to put on airs. Something big is about to happen in the Sky Chess Pavilion. We can't mess up now. Guqin said solemnly. Feng Yu looked at Gu Qing curiously. Gu Hai is your adoptive father. Didn't you want to acknowledge him just now? Haha, my life was given to me by the pavilion master. Furthermore, I've already cut off all my emotions and desires. I'm only loyal to the pavilion master now. If you continue to talk about this topic, you'll only be laughed at in the Sky Chess Pavilion. Gu Qing sneered. Bus. At this moment, countless rainbow-colored lights appeared in all directions. Advanced? The Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Feng Yu's expression changed. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is in trouble. Gu Qing frowned. The infinite celestial capital. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty had successfully advanced. Gu Hai didn't call for a court meeting. Instead, he quickly went to the upper study to look at the memorials. Gao Xinji and Mo Yike started to prepare their troops. In the past, the various dynasties and sects had invaded the Dahan. Now they retaliated. They were righteous. The citizens, soldiers, and officials had all been suppressing their anger. At this moment, almost the entire country responded to Gu Hai's order and prepared to send troops everywhere. In the upper study, Gu Hai kept reading memorials. There was only one person in front of the desk, Montes. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards have been in charge of monitoring the officials. Some have secretly surrendered, some have wavered, and some have already colluded with other dynasties and sects to destroy the Han dynasty. They've all been recorded. Some, like the king of Tianshan, have sworn to defend the Dahan with their lives. They've already been compiled into a book and are awaiting your Majesty's instructions. Montes said solemnly. The emperor of a dynasty is addressed as the emperor. The emperor of a dynasty is addressed as your Majesty. Gu Hai stopped reading memorials and opened the list of names. Gu Hai looked through the names of the officials who had sworn to defend the Han dynasty with their lives. Solemnly, he placed them on the side of the desk. Although Gu Hai didn't say anything, Montes understood that this group of officials was about to rise up the ranks. In a country there were many capable people, intelligent people, and eccentric people. However, the most important thing to the emperor was still the most loyal people. Not all positions required extremely intelligent people. Those positions that didn't require great intelligence were naturally best given to this group of loyal people. Montes didn't dare to report this list carelessly. This was because Montes knew that His Majesty had another secret system besides his monitoring system. There was no need to make His Majesty suspicious of him because of some small bribes from some officials. Gu Hai then looked at the list of officials who were wavering. This was the majority. I haven't been in court for 5 years. It's normal for them to waver. Gu Hai said calmly. He placed this list in another pile of memorials. Obviously there was no reward or punishment. Gu Hai looked at the remaining list of officials. These are people who have already betrayed the dynasty. Some have colluded with foreign enemies but haven't done anything yet. Some have already harmed the interests of the Dahan. There are even traitors who opened the border gates and exterminated the entire family of the city lord. Montes said respectfully. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Gu Hai threw that list of names into a brazier at the side and it immediately burned. Gu Hai didn't say anything but Montes already understood. He bowed respectfully and didn't mention it again. Next, it was the matter of the embroidered uniform guards. Back then, I asked you to control Lu Yaqing and bring Crown Prince Ao Shun back to the boundless celestial capital. Am I right? Where is Lu Yaqing and Ao Shun? Gu Hai looked at Montes. Your Majesty, Lu Yaqing was taken away by the Sky Chess Pavilion. Crown Prince Ao Shun suddenly went into seclusion and is temporarily in Lu Yaqing. I don't know if he was discovered by the Sky Chess Pavilion. Montes said bitterly. Oh. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Our boundless celestial capital used to be the Thousand Islands Sea's 9-5 Island. The Thousand Islands Sea is a huge game of chess. Without the 9-5 Island as a chess piece, the Sky Chess Pavilion used Lu Yaqing to make up for it. At that time, Crown Prince Ao Shun was in seclusion underground. I didn't have time to call him. Montes explained. Chapter 738. Our boundless celestial capital used to be the 9-5 Island of the Thousand Islands Sea. The Thousand Islands Sea is a huge game of chess. Without the 9-5 Island, the Sky Chess Pavilion used Lu Yaqing to fill the gap. Crown Prince Ao Shun was in seclusion underground. I didn't have time to wake him up. Montes explained. Seclusion? He was seriously injured then. Gu Hai frowned. His injuries were not serious. When I woke up, I saw Crown Prince Ao Shun alone. he was the first to wake up, and he seemed to have woken up long before us. If I'm not wrong, he must have cried before. When I asked him, he didn't answer. He only told me before he went into seclusion that he would repay your majesty when he came out. Montez explained. Guhai nodded. What about the Qin figurines? Guhai asked. After Sima Changkong, Long Out Yin, and the others found out about the Qin figurines, the Dahan's Qin figurines might be in danger. Therefore, Mr. Mo decided to talk to Yun Mo for a while, revealing the secret that Yun Mo could create Qin figurines. He also announced to the world that he would auction them in the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. As a result, although some of the Dahan's Qin figurines were taken away, some of the secret ones were kept. Yun Mo is now very popular. Montez said with a smile. The Qin figurines communication is no longer a big secret? Never mind. If it isn't, then it isn't. Since the previous network was destroyed, I'll just start over. Alright. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards just sent a message today. It's about the Sun Wukong that your Majesty asked me to investigate. Montez said with a serious expression. Sun Wukong? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, it's the Sun Wukong that His Majesty condensed using a grand formation. After Sun Wukong escaped, he headed to the Holy Mountain in the west. I just received news that Sun Wukong has wreaked havoc in the Holy Mountain. Montez said with a strange expression. Montez still couldn't understand why Sun Wukong was looking for trouble with the present Buddha. And then? Gu Hai looked at Montez. When Sun Wukong passed through the 500 Arhat formation and continued to charge in again, his original anger slowly subsided. No, it was said that Sun Wukong was completely stunned at that time. He felt like he had hit the wrong person. Later on, for some unknown reason, Sun Wukong was given the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha by the current Buddha. For the time being, we're staying in the Holy Mountain Holy Land. Montez said. Victorious Fighting Buddha? A strange expression appeared on Gu Hai's face. Yes, some people said that Sun Wukong was not happy in the Holy Land of the Spirited Mountain. It was as if he was forced to be named the Victorious Fighting Buddha. I don't know the details, but for the time being, I know that Sun Wukong is in the Holy Mountain Holy Land. There, Sun Wukong opened up a cave abode by himself. I think it's called Huagua Mountain Water Curtain Cave. Montez explained. Since you found him, it's good. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Montez revealed a puzzled expression. Why does your Majesty care about that monkey? He had already run away and was disobedient. However, to Gu Hai that monkey was extremely important. Because if Gu Hai wanted to summon someone from Earth, he had to send Sun Wukong back. Sun Wukong was unruly and did not listen to orders. However, Gu Hai had already greeted the Immortals on Earth. Those Immortals were very much looking forward to coming to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. If they were summoned, they would definitely be a great help. The prerequisite was to send Sun Wukong back to the immortal world on Earth. Gao Xinji and Mo Yike organized the army very quickly. On the third day, Gao Xinji led the first army to conquer a group of cities. Although Mo Yike did not have 100,000 heavenly soldiers like Gao Xinji, Mo Yike had recruited a large number of Yuanying state experts over the years. Mo Yike commanded and Qin Zi led the troops. In 5 days the army spread out in all directions. The citizens of the Dahan all knew that Gu Hai had returned and had advanced to the imperial dynasty. At this moment, the people were in high spirits, and the news quickly spread in all directions as if it had grown wings. The citizens of the 44 conquered cities quickly received the news. The emperor is back. Aha, these sons of bitches. You want to increase our taxes? Increase taxes? Increase taxes as soon as you conquer a city. Let's see what you're going to do. The Han dynasty? It's the Dahan imperial dynasty now. The emperor, no, His Majesty will send people to rescue us soon. Everyone remember, don't pay taxes. Don't pay taxes. We are citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty, not your lousy Yehue imperial dynasty. When the emperor is around, who dares to be impudent? Invading the Dahan while the emperor is in seclusion is courting death. The Dahan imperial dynasty had a unique charm when it was in power. The citizens naturally supported the Dahan imperial dynasty. Moreover, the cities had just been conquered. How could they control them deeply? Gao Xinji's army arrived. In the blink of an eye, riots broke out in the cities to welcome Gao Xinji's army. Occasionally there were troops who lost their city gates. However, under Gao Xinji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they broke through almost instantly. Fight? How could they fight? The strongest people defending the cities were only at the peak of the Yuanying state. Before the 100,000 heavenly soldiers they were nothing. In the blink of an eye all the cities were conquered. It was too fast. Gao Xinji took less than half a day to retake each city. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers swept through. Only the cities that the great martial emperor dynasty conquered had heavenly palace experts. Unfortunately they were not enough to deal with Gao Xinji. Soon all the cities were conquered. As for Mo Yike, although Mo Yike did not have 100,000 heavenly soldiers, he left many hidden trump cards. Mo Yike split his army into many groups. When he arrived at the various cities he actually had many spies in the cities. Working together, Mo Yike used even less time than Gao Xinji to retake many cities in the blink of an eye. In just 2 months, Mo Yike retook all 44 cities. Furthermore, he spent most of his time traveling. The horrifying speed made the people of the two dynasties and sects panic. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's invasion this time was too ferocious. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's people did not even have time to catch their breaths. It was too fast, practically sweeping through everything in its path. At this moment, Gao Xinji also worked hard, even using violence to curb violence. She wanted to complete Gu Hai's orders as soon as possible to atone for her past sins. Although Gu Hai did not blame Gao Xinji still felt very guilty. The more guilty she felt, the more she worked. The people of the two dynasties immediately suffered. Gao Xinji now held the absolute advantage. She no longer took cities one by one. Instead, she went straight for the root of the problem. She led 100,000 soldiers to descend the heavenly palaces and charge for the dynasty's capital. What did it mean to have 100,000 heavenly palace soldiers, especially from an ordinary dynasty? It was like when Ao Shun led the dragon race army to descend on 9-5 Island in the past. Gao Xinji was not like Ao Shun back then, getting carried away. However, she was much more clear-headed now. Even though she fought a dynasty, she did not let down her guard. The ruler of the dynasty gathered the power of luck. Her strength rose to the peak of the middle heavenly palace or even higher. Gao Xinji was not a match. However, Gao Xinji could still hide. She used the strategy of advancing when the enemy retreated and retreating when the enemy advanced. When the sovereign mobilized the power of the dynasty, Gao Xinji retreated. When the power of the nation was depleted, Gao Xinji sent out more troops. When the sovereign mobilized the power of the nation again, Gao Xinji immediately retreated. After going around in circles 5 times, Sovereign King Yi Hui could not take it anymore. It was not the sovereign who could not take it but the citizens. The citizens just lent you their strength. Now they just recovered their strength and you want to lend them again? You are not doing anything? You just rested and you want to lend them again? You just rested and you want to lend them again? Do you think we are hens laying eggs? The citizens were in an uproar and fewer people lent strength. After 5 times the citizens nearly collapsed. However, Gao Xinji's army was brimming with energy. The army's advantage grew. Gao Xinji sent out troops with all her might. How could Mo Yike not do the same? Mo Yike had Qin Zibai, a peak middle heavenly palace expert and countless subordinates. Mo Yike had planted countless spies in these sects back when he was in the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. This time, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty advanced and attacked the 5 factions in the name of taking revenge, vowing to make an example out of them. The 4 factions sensed the danger but no one came out to help. This was because everyone could see Gu Hai's determination. Similarly, they could not figure out Gu Hai for now. How much accumulations did the Dahan Imperial Dynasty have? Apart from these 2 armies, there was also the 500,000 Demon God army. How powerful was this Gu Hai? Why did Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng flee when they saw Gu Hai? Why did Long Outyin lose instantly when he had the zombie emperor? All kinds of thoughts led to this battle. There were no helpers. More importantly, Gao Xinji sent out troops too quickly. There was no time to react. Mo Yike's movements were very gentle, but each time he hit the 3 sects' weak spots. In just a month he recruited a lesser sect without shedding a drop of blood. With the first there was a second and a third. During this time, the providence above the infinite celestial capital kept pouring in. This morning inside the soaring palace, Gu Hai wore a black dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. He sat on the dragon throne with his hands on the armrest, looking down at the officials. The officials stood respectfully on both sides and kept reporting what was happening in various places. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud sound in the sky. A huge surge of providence rushed over. Reporting. The Protector General Day 1 reports that the Reliance sect is willing to surrender to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and submit. We ask for your Majesty's permission. An official rushed into the soaring palace and reported joyfully. Boom. Another surge of providence gathered from the horizon. Reporting. The Protector General Day 1 reports that the Nightshine Imperial Dynasty has been destroyed. Sovereign King Nightshine has been beheaded. We ask for your majesty to send civil officials to assist in taking over the Nightshine Imperial Dynasty's major cities. The good news came. The entire court was silent. Permission granted. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations to the Dahan. Qin Tianshan immediately laughed excitedly. Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations to the Dahan. The officials also congratulated happily. They finally got their revenge. These imperial dynasties and lesser sects used to be so arrogant. In just a few months, they were all swallowed up by the Dahan imperial dynasty? His Majesty is wise. Now that His Majesty is back, everything is different. On the dragon throne, Gu Hai said with some satisfaction in his dignified voice, reporting to the Protector General Day 1 and the Protector General Day 1. From now on, I allow the two marshals to start recording their contributions. If they make more contributions, they can enter the Book of Contributions. When they return, they will be rewarded together. Qin Tianshan suddenly looked up. Gu Hai's meaning was clear. At this moment, he finally forgave Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. He could record their contributions now. Your Majesty is benevolent, Qin Tianshan said respectfully. This news quickly spread to the front lines. When Gao Xianji received Gu Hai's order, she laughed happily to the sky for a long time. Mo Yike finally showed a relieved smile on his face. Chapter 739. Attacking the three sects and two dynasties was extremely fast without any accidents. Most importantly, the other four powers didn't interfere, allowing Gao Xianji and Mo Yike to report back to the infinite celestial capital time and time again. The gap between imperial and sovereign dynasties was still huge. Imperial dynasties and sovereigns were all above the Middle Celestial Palace, and there was even a group of Middle Celestial Palace officials in the imperial court. Just like Shiyu the Great in the past, if Shiyu the Great had interfered, the Dahan army would have been defeated again and again. Now, the four powers had just received news of Gu Hai's return, and were still unsure of the Han Dynasty's situation. Moreover, the Heaven Realm was infamous. Now that he had returned, he would make an example out of anyone who interfered. The imperial dynasties and middle sects didn't get involved either. Although the Han Dynasty had a huge lower celestial palace army, there weren't many peerless experts above that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced into the infinite celestial capital by the three powers several months ago. Gao Xianji's method was to use violence to curb violence, and after a few exchanges she killed the sovereign of the imperial court. Mo Yike's method was to use soft knives. If the sect masters of the sects chose to accept the amnesty, then so be it. If they didn't, then the spies Mo Yike planted in the past would sow dissension within the sect. The Reliance sect accepted the amnesty, and the Blue Cloud sect resisted with all their might. However, after Mo Yike's sowing dissension, they actually killed each other internally. The Blue Cloud sect master even went crazy and slaughtered a group of elders. In the burning Xiang Valley, Mo Yike killed a batch of people, recruited another batch and escaped. In a short half a year, the five powers were completely annihilated. Streams of fate continuously flowed into the infinite celestial capital. After destroying the three sects and two dynasties, Gao Xianji and Mo Yike immediately returned to the imperial court. As for the following matters, the two didn't need to do it personally. The other imperial courts and sects naturally had their own Dahan officials who wanted to perform. The two didn't need to do it, and they could also share some of the credit with others. Rumble. The destiny of the infinite celestial capital continued to increase. Soaring Palace Hall. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji returned. Country Protector Day 1 Marshal, 1st Army Commander Gao Xianji, has rendered meritorious service in conquering the border, vanquishing the Yihui Sovereign King and the Yongjing Sovereign King. He is hereby conferred the title of 3rd Grade Country Protector of the Han Dynasty and rewarded with 100 million high-grade spirit stones. An attendant announced, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Gao Xianji took a deep breath and smiled. Day 1, Grand Marshal of the 4th Army Mo Yike, has rendered meritorious service in conquering the border. He has recruited the Reliance sect, annihilated the Blue Cloud sect and destroyed Finxiang Valley. He is conferred the title of 3rd-class Grand Duke of the Han Dynasty, and is rewarded with 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mo Yike also said respectfully. A series of rewards were announced. Some of the officials who had contributed greatly in opening up the new territory were rewarded one by one. With the rewards, it meant that Gu Hai had forgiven the mistakes of the officials in the past. Your Majesty, the Country Protector Duke and the Country Protector Duke have taken back many cities and opened up many new territories. Now, our Dahan Imperial Dynasty has reached 300 cities. Among all the imperial dynasties in the world, we are one of the top few. Qin Tianshan said with a smile. 300 cities? However, it is not peaceful. The people's hearts are not stable and the country's prestige is not right. We need to appease the people and carry out good governance. Gu Hai sat on the dragon throne and said after a moment of silence. Yes. The officials nodded. Qin Tianshan. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. From today onwards, you will be in charge of appeasing the people of the cities and supervising the implementation of good governance. Quickly let the people who have just entered the Dahan cities accept the Dahan Imperial Dynasty from the bottom of their hearts and turn their wandering hearts into hearts that are loyal to the Han. The hearts of the people are the will of the heavens. They cannot be scattered, suppressed, respected, and loved. Gu Hai instructed. This official obeys. Qin Tianshan replied. Your Majesty, the Assistant Minister of Rights, Lord Li, is a conscientious man who serves the country and the people. In the past, he even helped to clear the grievances of the citizens of Mending Sky City, and was conferred the title, Li Qingtian, by the people. Today, the embroidered uniform guards broke into his house, and a large number of his family members were captured and thrown into the embroidered uniform guards prison. Those who resisted were all executed. Your Majesty, Lord Li has been wrongly accused. This subject will jointly impeach the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Meng Tai, for abusing his power and harming a loyal subject. This official agrees. Your Majesty, please punish Montez and let him face the music. This official agrees. This official agrees. Immediately, many officials stood up and criticized Montez of the embroidered uniform guards. On the dragon throne, Gu Hai lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest as he looked at Montez through the beaded curtain of the flat imperial crown. Montez walked out. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards have received news that the Assistant Minister of Rights, Lord Li, colluded with the Yongjing dynasty and had his son open the gates of heaven Mending City. They worked with the Yongjing dynasty and betrayed the country for glory. In the end, the Lord of Heaven Mending City and his family were forced to die in the Lord's mansion. The embroidered uniform guards conducted a thorough investigation and entered the Li mansion. Lord Li resisted stubbornly and did not repent, resulting in a battle. This is the evidence of the crime. Your Majesty, please take a look. Montez respectfully took out a thick stack of documents. Let my beloved officials examine it. Gu Hai said calmly. Yes. Montez held the documents and handed them to the officials who had just jumped out to impeach him. The officials took them blankly and looked at them carefully. At first, they thought that Montez had done it deliberately, but as they looked at them, they were shocked. The evidence was irrefutable. The officials broke out in cold sweat. Your Majesty, I was deceived by a villain and misunderstood Lord Meng. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was deceived by a villain and almost misunderstood Lord Meng. Your Majesty, please forgive me. All of a sudden, the crowd of officials changed sides and began to beg for forgiveness. Those who don't know are not guilty. Gu Hai said calmly. The officials immediately returned to their positions and were ashamed. Today was just the beginning. The bloody purge of the embroidered uniform guards had just begun. One by one, the officials were found to have colluded with foreign enemies and caused chaos in the imperial court. Kill, kill, kill. For a time, the impeachment memorials floated like snowflakes to the study. However, Montez had collected enough evidence this time and suppressed everything. The embroidered uniform guards were also completely covered by the evil reputation of the demon army. For a whole month, the officials of the Dahan felt that they were in danger. Fortunately, a month had passed and everything was fine. The embroidered uniform guards no longer killed people. Gu Hai also needed a stable political environment. Everything in the Dahan imperial dynasty went back to normal. Now that it had just become an imperial dynasty, there were a lot of things to do. Fortunately, Gu Hai approved policies and decrees quickly. Decrees after decrees were passed down, allowing the Dahan imperial dynasty to quickly get on the right track. The officials also worked hard and did their best to pacify the 300 cities of the Han imperial dynasty. During this time, the four powers also sent envoys to build good relations. Gu Hai also asked the Ministry of Rights to send envoys to other countries. For a time, the Han imperial dynasty seemed to be like a normal imperial dynasty, resting and building up strength. Until half a year later, a guest came to the Han imperial dynasty. Guanzhou, the former 9th young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion, once played chess with Gu Hai on 9-5 Island and helped Gu Hai. Later he was invited by the Long Jianghu to start the Thousand Sage Conference. The 9th young master was in charge of chess. The 9th young master came alone. Gu Hai was still quite friendly to him. They did not meet at the national ceremony but instead held a family banquet, just Gu Hai and the 9th young master. A group of attendants was in charge of pouring wine and adding dishes. 9th young master, it has been a long time since we last met. What wind blew you here? Gu Hai smiled and raised his cup to toast. The 9th young master no longer had the arrogance of the past. Instead, he drank a cup of wine bitterly and said, "Congratulations to the ancient emperor. The Han imperial dynasty is flourishing." Gu Hai smiled and looked at the 9th young master, as if waiting for the 9th young master to continue. "Guqin is the son of the ancient emperor. Sai, he should have been the one to come. However, he came with Feng Yu last time, which can be considered as having bad relations with the Han imperial dynasty. That is why I am the one running the errands." The 9th young master said with a bitter smile. "Bad relations? He is my son after all. There is no such thing as bad relations. However, I am rather puzzled about Guqin's current state. Is he Guqin?" Gu Hai stared at the 9th young master. The 9th young master nodded and said, "He is indeed Guqin. He has inherited the Pavilion Master's legacy and has the Pavilion Master's mark. No matter which of the 9 sons of Guanxi dies, their 3 souls will be transferred to the Sky Chess Pavilion and their bodies will be reconstructed. He is Guqin. However, he no longer has his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master." "Oh, he is really Guqin?" Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. "Yes. Not only Guqin but the Qing Emperor is also the same. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master." Therefore, it is normal for Guqin to have some unusual offending. The Sky Chess Pavilion revived him. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master. The 9th young master explained. He is only loyal to old man Guanxi? His 7 emotions and 6 desires are gone? His past feelings are gone? Is there a way to recover? Gu Hai asked worriedly. "No. Perhaps the Pavilion Master knows. However, there is nothing I can do." The 9th young master said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai's expression changed. After a while, he sighed softly and bowed to the 9th young master. "Thank you for telling me. It's nothing. You will find out about this sooner or later. I am just telling you in advance." The 9th young master said as he shook his head. "I wonder why the 9th young master is here?" Gu Hai asked curiously again. The 9th young master flipped his hand and took out an invitation card. He passed it to Gu Hai. "This is." Gu Hai took it curiously. The invitation card was half black and half white. On the white side, the words Resurrection Conference were written in large letters. Revival Conference? Gu Hai's expression changed. 1 year later, the Pavilion Master will be revived. The ancient emperor is invited to the Thousand Islands Sea to attend the ceremony. The 9th young master said solemnly. 1 year later, old man Guanxi will be revived? Revival Conference? Wasn't old man Guanxi killed by the immortal of the 6 paths? Gu Hai suddenly raised an eyebrow. The Pavilion Master has his own means to revive. Therefore he has invited the leaders of the 2 sacred grounds, the 2 celestial dynasties, and some extremely powerful experts such as the ancient emperor, the 9th young master said with a smile. Oh, 1 year later? Old man Guanxi reminded us early. Isn't he afraid that someone will come and ruin it? Gu Hai frowned. If someone came with good intentions to attend the ceremony, it wouldn't matter. However, if someone came with bad intentions and ruined the revival process, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? If it were him, he would definitely carry it out quietly. Why announce it to the world? The Pavilion Master's revival this time isn't as simple as that. He will also bring back the heavenly souls of all those who died in the past 800 years. The 9th young master explained. What did you say? Heavenly souls? Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes. The Pavilion Master failed in the heavenly battle and died? No, the Pavilion Master planned his entire life and always had a backup plan. Back then, the pavilion master fought the heavenly battle to retrieve the heavenly soul of his wife, Murong Yen. In the end, even though he had failed and died, the cabinet leader had done it on purpose. He had gone to the place where the heavenly spirits were and had gone to look for Murong Yan's heavenly spirit. He had probably found it. This time he had not only brought back Murong Yen, but also all the heavenly spirits who had died in the past 800 years. All the major powers have people who can be revived, right? Family, friends, and heavenly souls will follow the pavilion master back to the Thousand Islands Sea. Therefore no one will ruin it. Instead, they will stand guard for the pavilion master and await his return. The ninth young master explained. Heavenly souls? Heavenly souls? Doesn't that mean? Gu Hai's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. Chen Xiener? He was most worried about the heavenly souls. Now they were going to return. Chapter 740. Qin Xiener's Heavenly Soul? A glint flashed across Gu Hai's eyes. Ancient Emperor, you have a close relative who died before you, right? Qin Xiener? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. He looked coldly at the ninth young master. Although the ancient emperor was very careful in hiding this, did he forget? Your son Gu Qin knows about this, and it's no secret to the Sky Chess Pavilion. Perhaps Qin Xiener's heavenly soul will be a weakness that the Sky Chess Pavilion can use against the ancient emperor? The ninth young master said with a smile. Oh. Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Qin leaked the information? Gu Qin was the one who knew the most about him. Qin Xiener? Gu Qin would use Qin Xiener's heavenly soul to threaten him? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the ninth young master. Ninth young master, why are you telling me this? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. I'm here to ask the ancient emperor for a favor. Gu Hai looked at the ninth young master. Back at 9-5 Island, did the ancient emperor owe me a favor? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai. That's right. During the internal strife in Elite Hall, the ninth young master did help me once. Gu Hai will remember this favor in his heart. Gu Hai nodded. All right then. I hope I'm not wrong this time. The ninth young master sighed. Ninth young master, please speak. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ancient Emperor, do you remember that I was willing to pass on all the legacies of the Pavilion Master to you, as long as you were my substitute? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai. It has something to do with old man Guanxi's revival? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Ninth young master took a deep breath and sighed slightly before nodding. I'd like to hear the details. Guanxi's 9 sons. You put it nicely. They are the 9 personal disciples of old man Guanxi. We are waiting for the legacy of old man Guanxi. Others may seem impressive, but we are just a shell of old man Guanxi. There was a tinge of fear in his eyes. Oh, old man Guanxi's revival is to choose one of the 9 of you for possession? Gu Hai asked solemnly. The ninth young master nodded. That's right. Possession? We have accepted old man Guanxi's legacy. After cultivating that legacy, it is only to meet the needs of old man Guanxi for possession. The 9 of us will be molded into spirit vessels for old man Guanxi. He will then choose one of us for possession. So, although you are one of Guanxi's 9 sons, you don't want this identity? You have received old man Guanxi's legacy, but you are afraid of old man Guanxi? If that's the case, why? Gu Hai frowned. It's useless. Once I accept the legacy, I can't stop. Besides, old man Guanxi's subordinates are also watching me. I have to do as he says. The ninth young master sighed softly. That's why you want to find a substitute? Let him learn everything you know and cultivate his physical body to meet the needs of old man Guanxi. In the future you can push him to old man Guanxi. Give up on possessing you and use your substitute? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes, but it's a pity that it won't work. I understand now. Everyone who is chosen is destined. I have his imprint in my body. It's useless. The ninth young master laughed bitterly. Then you want me too. Please help me, ancient emperor. The ninth young master said solemnly. Help. Gu Hai looked doubtfully at the ninth young master. That's right. I don't ask for much. I just want the ancient emperor to help me to the best of his ability during the revival assembly and not let me be chosen. The ninth young master said solemnly. Why me? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Because I only trust the ancient emperor now. The ninth young master pleaded. Looking at the ninth young master, Gu Hai nodded. I'll do my best. Gu Hai's reply delighted the ninth young master. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Many thanks to the ancient emperor. Ninth young master, you don't have to thank me. You helped me before. It's only natural that I help you. Besides, you brought me such important news. Gu Hai shook his head. News? What other news does the ancient emperor need? Just tell me. I'll tell you everything I know. The ninth young master said solemnly. The banquet lasted an entire night. The two also chatted throughout the night. Throughout the night, Gu Hai and the ninth young master asked many questions and learned many things. 1 year? There wasn't much time left. At that time, the two celestial dynasties, the two holy lands, and the absolute experts of the world would all head to the Thousand Islands Sea to participate in the revival assembly. As for Gu Hai's cultivation, although he wasn't the best, he had shone brightly in the heaven domain in the past. An exception was made for him to be invited. After chatting for an entire night, the ninth young master didn't dare to stay in the limitless celestial capital for long. He left in a hurry the next day. The sky chess pavilion had appeared. No one would have expected that old man Guanxi had made many arrangements back then. There were even some secret forces that had been monitoring the divine continent. Now, old man Guanxi's eyes and ears were everywhere. The ninth young master's trip was also under surveillance. Before the ninth young master left, he left a scroll for Gu Hai. After the ninth young master left, Gu Hai opened it slowly. There was a picture on the scroll. On the leftmost row, there were 9 big words, 32 Heavens and Earth Chess Game. When the chess game was opened, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. During the Thousand Sage Assembly, he had battled a group of chess sages. Although Gu Hai's chess skill had reached the level of 32, it was still not enough. In the end, he didn't know the complete 32 Heavens and Earth chess game. Gu Hai studied it carefully. Looking at the chess game, Gu Hai suddenly seemed to see the chess pieces moving quickly. Gu Hai seemed to see thousands of troops and horses in the chess game. What a powerful chess game. No wonder the ninth young master said that he didn't have the ability to understand it. Even Guanxi's 9 pieces couldn't understand it. If it wasn't for my chess skill being close to it, I would have been dazzled. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Gu Hai closed the chess game. He carefully put it away. Gu Hai walked to a place in the palace. At this moment, Mosquito Daoren was sitting in the pavilion, seemingly reading a book. However, the book was held upside down. Mr. Mosquito Daoren, what do you think of the revival assembly? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoren with a smile. Mosquito Daoren pretended to have just seen Gu Hai and said, "Ah? Mr. Good, when did you come? What did you just say? I don't understand." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Earlier, when I was talking to the ninth young master, I saw a mosquito lying on the ninth young master's collar. Mosquito Daoren's expression froze and he smiled embarrassedly. Mr. Mosquito Daoren, what do you think of the revival assembly? I don't know much about old man Guanxi. Do you know what his goal is? Gu Hai said solemnly. Taoist one remained silent for a while before replying. In the past there were 4 great sects in the world. Solar Divine Palace, the 10,000 Lifespan Taoist sect, the Spiritual Mountains Holy Land, and the Heavenly Go Pavilion. Of the 4 great sects, the Heavenly Go Pavilion was the only place where I suffered a loss. That old man Guanxi is extremely difficult to deal with. He knows how to calculate. In the past, when I was near the Sky Chess Pavilion, old man Guanxi would strangely be able to wait for me at my destination in advance. I have never fought with him, but in front of him, it was as if I was naked. Even if I avoided him, he would know instantly if he wanted to find me. It was as if he knew everything about me like the back of his hand. No, it was as if he knew everything about everyone. He knew everything that he wanted to know. Sometimes I feel that he is even scarier than the immortal of 6 paths. Mosquito Daoren said with a bitter smile. Old man Guanxi? Calculate? Gu Hai was puzzled. That's right. Old Mr. Guanxi's Go Dao is impressive and so are you. Can the Go Dao be divined? Can you calculate the past and the future? Mosquito Daoren asked curiously. No. Gu Hai frowned. I don't want to go to the resurrection conference. Old man Guanxi is too strange. You have to be careful. Last time he even tricked the immortal of 6 paths. Everyone around him is his chess piece. Mosquito Daoren said with a frown. It can't be that bad, right? Gu Hai frowned. If Long Zhanghua and old man Guanxi are together, I would rather offend the Long Zhanghua than the Guanxi. Mosquito Daoren immediately shook his head. Gu Hai fell silent. Was Mosquito Daoren so afraid of old man Guanxi? Very well, since you don't want to participate, I won't invite you. I just want to ask you one thing. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mosquito Daorin said with a puzzled expression. There's still one more year to go. I have a feeling that the resurrection conference won't be that simple. Moreover, I have to steal something from Old Man Guanxi, so I have to prepare. Gu Hai said solemnly. Steal something from Old Man Guanxi? You really dare. Mosquito Daorin said with a stiff expression. I have to leave the limitless celestial capital for a while. If there are experts coming to attack the limitless celestial capital, please help me repel them, Gu Hai said in a low voice. That's the second thing? Mosquito Daorin's eyes lit up. That's right. The second thing is within your ability, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ha, don't worry. I'll stay here until the resurrection conference. I won't leave. Mosquito Daorin said excitedly. It was within his ability. That was too easy. Please? Gu Hai nodded. At the limitless celestial capital, Gu Hai called over Qin Tianshan, Gao Xianji, and Mo Yike and gave them some instructions. This time, Qin Tianshan would continue to supervise the nation. However, Gao Xianji and Mo Yike also had the right to make suggestions. Some matters that did not affect the nation's foundation could be decided by the three of them. Although everyone was confused about why Gu Hai was going out, they did not ask. Gu Hai took out a copy of the 32-line pair World Go puzzle and handed it to Mo Yike. Then he gave some instructions during the court assembly and set off. The flying ship carried Gu Hai out of the limitless celestial capital. A group of vampires stood on the flying ship. The leader, Chang Ming, looked at Gu Hai and asked, Your Majesty, where are we going? Go to the Silver Moon Sea first and save Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Whoosh. The flying ship quickly flew to the Silver Moon Sea. Dahan's national beast, Shangguan Hen, the prime of the Xuanwu race, had been trapped in the Silver Moon Sea for some time already. Previously he did not have the ability. Now that he naturally had to rescue Shangguan Hen immediately. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had just learned about Shangguan Hen's situation from the 9th young master. He knew his enemy as well as himself. After giving directions, Gu Hai entered closed-door cultivation alone. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out the 32-line pair World Go puzzle and carefully studied it. Chapter 741. The 32 Heavens and Earth Chess Game. The Go game was incredibly complex. During the Thousand Sage Conference, Gu Hai's Go skills had already reached 32. However, that was only the beginning. The Go Dao was not like other cultivation. The Go Dao required opponents. One's potential was unlimited. The Go Dao required a continuous stream of strong opponents to hone one's Go skills. Gu Hai's opponent was Old Man Guanxi. Furthermore, Old Man Guanxi's Go game started from 28 to 29, 30, 31 and 32. It was a progressive process which allowed Gu Hai to see opponents of different Go skills. Gu Hai had now reached 32. However, he had just entered. Now that he had completed the Go game, Gu Hai's Go skills could break through again. The complete 32 was indeed extensive and profound. Gu Hai kept breaking down the Go game in his mind and simulating the game. For a moment, his mind was immersed in it. The 400 Go souls in his forehead were also continuously comprehending. Gradually, they seemed to have gained something. Suddenly, the Go board under him merged into 4. Clap. The 4 Go boards merged into a huge Go board. The 4 Go souls merged into 1. Immediately, the Go board became more condensed. Smack. 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 The other Go boards also continued to merge, faster and faster. In just 7 days. Boom. All the chessboards were successfully merged, forming 100 chessboards that were 4 by 4. There were only 100 chess souls left. As he watched, another 5 days passed. This position shouldn't be like this, right? Gu Hai suddenly looked at a position on the 32 Go board. Buzz. Gu Hai shivered. He seemed to wake up. Old Man Guanxi filled in the wrong pieces? No, he didn't do anything wrong and I didn't change anything wrong. The way he played was his style and the way I played was mine. In the past, I imitated his Go skills but I did not lose my style. I have my own path. 32? This can only be used as a reference. It is my opponent, not my imitation. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Just as Gu Hai came to a realization, a voice rang out. Ka. A large Go board suddenly shrank in Xiao Chen's forehead. After removing some unnecessary parts, It slowly turned into a small Go board with 19 lines. The chessboard had shrunk, but it was more complicated. Ka. One chessboard after another appeared. Soon there were 100 large chessboards. It was as if Gu Hai had a sudden epiphany. In just 5 days there were 100 small chessboards. A hazy white gas slowly spread out from the 100 chess souls. Gu Hai's Go skills improved again. After digesting the 32 vertical and horizontal chess game, although Gu Hai's chess skills differed from old man Guanxi's, his chess skills had truly reached the level of 32. Zhou Tian 7? The cycle saber technique continuously improved. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can only last until Zhou Tian 5. Even Zhou Tian 6 is extremely harmful to my body. How unfortunate. Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. The cycle saber technique was based on Gu Hai's Go skills. Now his Go skills improved again. Unfortunately, he could not execute them. Never mind. An increase in Go skills is a good thing. The 32 vertical and horizontal chess game? He already grasped all of it. Old man Guanxi's Go skills are really incredible. However, I wonder how he honed his Go skills. One needs an opponent to improve their Go Dao. Does he have an opponent? Gu Hai revealed some doubt. However, he could not figure it out. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai still could not figure it out. However, he flipped his hand and took out another map. In the past, my Go skills were not good enough. Comprehending more would hurt my mind. Now it is about time. Gu Hai carefully unfurled that map. It was a map. A sea map of the 1,000 Islands Sea. 1,000 islands were clearly and accurately arranged on this sea map. To others, this was just an ordinary map. However, to Gu Hai, these islands seemed to be moving. This map contained the fury of thunder. Boundless lightning, storms, and tsunamis rampaged in this map. The 33 horizontal world ritual array? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The sea map of the 1,000 Islands Sea was an unfinished game of Go between old man Guanxi and the immortal of the 6 paths back then. Just as Gu Hai was about to delve into it, the sea map suddenly changed. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the Silver Moon Sea. Chang Ming's voice came from outside the hall. Gu Hai looked at the sea map in his hand before carefully putting it away. Then he stepped out of the hall. The flying ship flew very high. Through the clouds, one could see a vast sea region before them. However, at this moment, large amounts of clouds floated in the sea region, making it look extremely hazy. Prime Shengguanhen is on that island in the center. Your Majesty, do we need to fly over? Chang Ming asked. Fly over? Now what you see is fake. This is the 32 horizontal world ritual array. No, it's just a simplified version. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The 32 horizontal world ritual array? Chang Ming's expression changed. That's right. It's just an illusion. Follow my instructions. Fly the flying ship inwards. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, the vampires answered. The flying ship circled around the clouds and began to fly. After circling around an area, boom! Suddenly a strong wind blew, torrential rain fell, and tsunami soared into the sky. The Silver Moon Sea in front of them suddenly changed dramatically. Your Majesty, did we trigger the formation? Have we been discovered? Chang Ming asked worriedly. It's just an illusion. Continue flying and follow my instructions. Gu Hai pointed in another direction. Whoosh! The flying ship flew over. Suddenly the torrential rain disappeared. The sky was clear and then snow began to fall. Is it really an illusion? Chang Ming said in shock. 32? It can already form its own world. Be careful. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The flying ship flew slowly. Silver Moon Island. Shengguanhen sat in a small courtyard. Outside the courtyard was a turtle-shaped barrier. Inside, a large number of Xuanwu were continuously activating the turtle-shaped barrier. Outside, a group of black-robed people and Xuanwu were standing. They seemed to be destroying the turtle-shaped barrier. Shengguanhen, open the barrier and follow me to the Sky Chess Pavilion, a cold voice shouted from outside. It was Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu. She looked at the turtle-shaped barrier with a gloomy expression. A group of black-robed people from the Sky Chess Pavilion followed behind Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu. There was also a large number of Xuanwu. They seemed to be trying to break the turtle-shaped barrier. Shengguanhen sat in the small courtyard. Miao Qin and the other upright elders of the Xuanwu clan were beside him, looking worried. I am living quite well in Silver Moon Island. I don't want to leave. You can go. I will stay here. Shengguanhen said indifferently. You are waiting for Guhai, right? Ah, Guhai will not come. The Dahan imperial dynasty has just been established. There are many things that have not been dealt with. Why would he come? Furthermore, the Xuanwu you sent have already submitted to me. They will only tell Guhai that you are fine and that he does not need to come. Guhai will not come. Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu said with a cold smile. Sky Chess Pavilion's 10th elder. Back then the Xuanwu clan did everything they could for old man Guanxi. They did not hesitate to sacrifice a prime and nearly extinguish the divine flame of the Xuanwu god. Now, your Sky Chess Pavilion wants to repay kindness with enmity? Shengguanhen said coldly. Outside, a black-robed man beside Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu sighed softly and said, Shengguanhen, you are mistaken. We will not harm you. We just want to invite you to the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Pavilion Master instructed us to do so 800 years ago. It will only benefit you. Old man Guanxi instructed us to do so? Instructed us to do what? Shengguanhen said coldly. He instructed us to invite Xuanwu God into the Sky Chess Pavilion before reviving the Prime Minister. He instructed us to help the current Prime recover his peak cultivation 800 years ago, the 10th elder said. What if I am unwilling? Shengguanhen said coldly. It is up to you whether you are willing or not. However, this is the Pavilion Master's instruction. Sorry for offending you. The 10th elder said in a low voice. Shengguanhen looked depressed. Supreme Feng Yu, are you stupid or crazy? Can't you see that going to the Sky Chess Pavilion will be the end result? End result? Hey, you are the stupid one, Shengguanhen. The Xuanwu clan and the Sky Chess Pavilion have already been bound together. This was confirmed 800 years ago. This time, you and I will be able to reach our peak cultivation 800 years ago. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Come with me. If you don't, my cultivation will be limited, Supreme Feng Yu said in a low voice. Go to the Sky Chess Pavilion, recover your peak and fight against the Immortal of the Six Paths? You may want to die but I don't, Shengguanhen said coldly. You think you are all grown up? You reached the Heavenly Palace today thanks to me. Now, you want to use the Profound Tortoise Ritual Array to block us? Shengguanhen, today you have to go even if you don't want to. Even if I have to break your Profound Tortoise Ritual Array, I will bring you there. Supreme Feng Yu said with a glare. Shengguanhen's face sank. Also, the 10th elder has already laid a ritual array in the Silver Moon Ocean, isolating it from the outside world. This Silver Moon Ocean has already become a world of its own. You can forget about asking for help. Today you have to go even if you don't want to. Continue breaking it. The Profound Tortoise Ritual Array has a flaw. Only I know about it. I will break it later. Supreme Feng Yu said. Yes. Boom. The Xuanwu clan immediately attacked the Profound Tortoise Ritual Array with all its might, breaking the exterior and repairing the interior. Shengguanhen's expression turned sullen. Supreme, we can't spread the news. The zither figurines are isolated. Miao Qin said worriedly. Break. Supreme Feng Yu suddenly tapped the Profound Tortoise Ritual Array. Boom. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the Profound Tortoise Ritual Array's barrier, and the crack slowly grew bigger. 10 days. This Profound Tortoise Ritual Array can last for 10 days at most. Let's see if you still want to go with me. Supreme Feng Yu said coldly. The 10th elder looked at Supreme Feng Yu and said, This Shengguanhen has always been disobedient. Why don't we rebuild his physical body like Guqin's when we reach the Sky Chess Pavilion so that he will only be loyal to you? That's good. We will leave in 10 days. Supreme Feng Yu said with a cold smile. The group of experts was destroying the Profound Tortoise Ritual Array, but they didn't notice that Guhai's flying ship had already stopped in the sky above them. Guhai stood on the flying ship and coldly looked at everything below. What a coincidence. In 10 days Shengguanhen will be in trouble. Guhai said coldly. Your Majesty, why can we see and hear them but they can't see or hear us? Chongming asked in surprise. That 10th elder only knows a little about the 32 great formations. He only knows how to set them up, but he doesn't know how to use them. Naturally he can't see us. Guhai said indifferently. Your Majesty's Go skills are admirable. Chongming nodded and praised. Chapter 742. Guhai was not far from Supreme Feng Yu and the 10th elder. However, the two of them could not find Guhai. It was as if Guhai was standing in another time and space. Your Majesty, they can't see us. If I attack them from behind, it will definitely be effective. Changming's eyes turned cold. Changming was now at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace, and he had the Chaos Pearl. If he attacked from behind, even if Supreme Fengyu did not die, she would be seriously injured. It's not that easy. The 32 Great Arrays form a world of their own. They can't see us because it's an illusion. When we get too close they will definitely sense danger. Gu Hai shook his head. But it will still be useful. Changming frowned. No need. Gu Hai shook his head. As he spoke he reached out and grabbed. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept up in the void around them, blowing a large amount of fog. What's wrong? Supreme Fengyu frowned and looked around. However, apart from this sudden fog there was nothing else. Maybe it's because of that magic treasure. It's okay, continue. The 10th Elder shook his head. Will it work if you use that magic treasure to set up the 32 Heavens and Earth Great Array? Will something happen? Supreme Fengyu asked in a low voice. I'm not sure. Nothing has happened. Besides, everything here is under our control. What are you afraid of? Continuing to break the Great Array is the key. The 10th Elder said in a low voice. Okay. Supreme Fengyu nodded. Boom, boom, boom. A group of people was quickly attacking the boundary of the Great Array. However, Gu Hai led Changming off the flying ship. Suddenly, he circled around everyone and flew to the other side of the Black Tortoise Ritual Array. Gu Hai and Changming were wrapped in white fog, but at this moment the 10th Elder and the others seemed to be blind and could not see at all. After Gu Hai settled down, Gu Hai's expression changed. At this moment, the Xuanwu and the Xuanwu Tortoise Formation suddenly opened their eyes wide. As supreme, that is. Elder Miao Chen's eyes widened in shock. Silence. Shangguan Hen glared at him and shouted. All around, all the Xuanwu who were about to scream immediately covered their mouths. How is this possible? Was that Gu Hai? Why didn't Supreme Fengyu and the others see it? Shangguan Hen's face also darkened. Was it true? Silence? Shangguan Hen, is it useful for you to keep quiet now? Ah. In the outside world, Supreme Being Fengyu laughed coldly. I'm not going to argue with you. From now on, no matter what the people outside say or how they provoke us, all Xuanwu are not allowed to speak. Shut up and let them slowly break the Xuanwu Tortoise Formation. Shangguan Hen snorted coldly. Yes. All the Xuanwu in the Xuanwu Tortoise Formation answered. Shangguan Hen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He looked at Gu Hai, then at Supreme Fengyu and the others not far away. Supreme Fengyu really did not see Gu Hai. Was that really Gu Hai? Shangguan Hen stepped to the edge of the formation. When Gu Hai saw Shangguan Hen he smiled faintly. This smile caused Shangguan Hen's face to stiffen. This was because Shanghai Hen had confirmed from Gu Hai's eyes that it was really Gu Hai. But, outside the formation Gu Hai stretched out his hand and drew in the air. It condensed into 3 large red words of magic. Follow yours truly? The moment the 3 big words appeared, Shangguan Hen's face lit up and he nodded his head. Gu Hai drew in the air once more. Yours truly has already activated the formation to create an illusion. From this position they will not be able to see you guys. The moment the words appeared, Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up and he nodded his head immediately. But all he saw was Shangguan Hen stretching out his finger and drawing a line on the Xuanwu Tortoise Formation. Suddenly a crack appeared. With a call, Shangguan Hen led the group of Xuanwu out in a single file. Under the lead of Changming, countless Xuanwu followed a peculiar path and flew towards the flying ship in the sky. Soon, all of the Xuanwu had boarded the flying ship. The crack closed again. Gu Hai led Shangguan Hen and slowly flew away from Silver Moon Island. While flying away, Shangguan Hen looked down. Shangguan Hen, do you think you can do it just by not talking? I can already feel that your Xuanwu Tortoise Formation is weakening. Are all of you out of energy? Previously it would take 10 days. Now 3 days. I can break your Xuanwu Tortoise Formation in 3 days. Supremacy Fengyu suddenly laughed heartily. Shangguan Hen was speechless. On the flying ship not far away, 3,000 Xuanwu. We came out just like that? Why couldn't they see us? Go, fly in the direction I pointed. Gu Hai pointed in a direction. 3,000 Xuanwu still didn't dare to speak. The flying ship flew quickly. Soon they circled around and flew out of the 32 great formations surrounded by clouds. Is this a case of being too smart for your own good? The 10th Elder used a Dharma treasure to set up a formation, but he wasn't good at formations. Instead he was used by His Majesty? How satisfying. I wonder how they will feel when they break the Xuanwu tortoise formation in 3 days and see that there is nothing inside. Ha 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 ha. When the Xuanwu elders who followed Shangguanhen understood the situation, they immediately laughed heartily. Shangguanhen looked at Gu Hai. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." 3,000 Xuanwu's expression turned solemn. He followed Shangguanhen and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Mr. Shangguan, I have let you suffer all these years." Gu Hai smiled as he helped Shangguanhen to his feet. Shangguanhen had followed Gu Hai for a long time. In the past, in order to protect Gu Hai, he threatened to commit suicide to threaten supremacy Fengyu. Wronged? Not really. When I was in the Silver Moon Sea, my cultivation went straight to the Heavenly Palace. It's a pity that I am not on the same side as supremacy Fengyu. Shangguanhen smiled. Thank you for your persistence, Mr. Shangguan. Gu Hai solemnly bowed. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. The Xuanwu clan still needs Your Majesty to save us in the future. There is no point in thanking you. Shangguanhen said with a smile. That's right. Mr. Shangguan won't let the Dahan down. The Dahan will do his best to assist supremacy Shangguan. Gu Hai solemnly said. Shangguanhen nodded. He lowered his head and looked at the Silver Moon Sea that was gradually disappearing. He sighed. Old man Guanxi really has a big plan. He started 800 years ago. Being destroyed by the heavens was only the first step of his plan. I have never seen old man Guanxi before, so I don't dare to accompany him in his madness. That is why I am not willing to accept the gift from the Sky Chess Pavilion. Your Majesty once told me that there is no free lunch in this world. Old man Guanxi helped me to reach the peak of my cultivation and he did everything for free? I don't believe it and I don't dare to go. We still have to go to the resurrection ceremony, Gu Hai said. Shangguanhen frowned slightly and nodded. I heard that the limitless celestial capital was attacked from 3 sides a year ago. We were guarded by the Sky Chess Pavilion in the Silver Moon Sea, so we couldn't go. We could only inform the world. I don't know. Shangguanhen said with a frown. Because of your news, I was able to rush back to the limitless celestial capital as quickly as possible. There was no delay at all. Gu Hai nodded. That's good. Unfortunately, I couldn't help at that time. Shangguanhen said regretfully. What are the cultivation levels of your Xuanwu? Gu Hai looked at the 3,000 Xuanwu. 6 middle celestial palaces. Among them, Elder Miao Chen has already recovered to the peak of the middle celestial palace. In another year he will be able to recover to the upper celestial palace level. Shangguanhen looked at the group of Xuanwu. The Xuanwu clan's residence in the limitless celestial capital is still there. Why don't Elder Miao take the 3,000 Xuanwu back to the limitless celestial capital first, and summon all the Xuanwu who are loyal to you back? Gu Hai arranged. Shangguanhen's expression changed. He guessed that Gu Hai had a plan. He nodded and said, okay. Shangguanhen turned to Miao Chen and said, Elder Miao, I'll have to trouble you from now on. I have something to do with His Majesty. You will immediately take the Xuanwu clan and head to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. If you need anything, do your best to help. Yes. Miao Chen answered. Gu Hai took out a flying boat and gave it to Miao Chen. The group of Xuanwu clan members boarded the flying boat and quickly headed for the limitless celestial capital. After sending the 3,000 Xuanwu clan members away, Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming and said, Blood-robed guards, aside from you, the others should go back to their positions as well. Chang Ming's expression changed and he nodded. Then he gave the order to the group of vampires. The group of vampires instantly flew off in all directions, quickly leaving. Only Gu Hai, Shangguanhen and Chang Ming remained on the flying boat. Your Majesty, do you have any plans? Just the 2 of us? Shangguanhen asked, feeling confused. Although Chang Ming had been poisoned by Shangguanhen in the past, Shangguanhen knew about Chang Ming's capabilities. Furthermore, Shangguanhen also knew that Chang Ming had consumed the Bat Ancestor and now commanded all the vampires in the world. Shangguanhen's strength could not be underestimated. The 3 of them were the strongest. What did His Majesty want to do? Gu Hai took out the invitation card. Revival Assembly? Isn't there still a year? Shangguanhen asked doubtfully. Yes, there's still a year. However, in a year I will be heading to the Thousand Islands Sea for the assembly. Although the Dahan Imperial Dynasty can suppress the evildoers everywhere, it is still a relatively weak Imperial Dynasty. It has yet to reach the peak of the Imperial Dynasties. Furthermore, there is still the Celestial Empire, the Holy Land, and even Old Man Guanxi's Sky Chess Pavilion. Gu Hai said solemnly. The two of them listened to Gu Hai in silence. I have a feeling that the revival assembly in a year's time will definitely not be that simple. Old man Guanxi might have set up a new deadlock. In a year's time, the Dahan will have to face the strongest group of people in the world. Therefore, in this year, I need the Dahan imperial dynasty to become strong enough to survive this revival assembly. Gu Hai said solemnly. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Recruit soldiers and buy horses. Gu Hai said solemnly. Recruit soldiers and buy horses? What does Your Majesty want to do? Shangguan Hen asked doubtfully. First, rescue Ao Shun. Then, enter the Holy Land of the Western Holy Mountain and capture the victorious fighting Buddha. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The two of them answered. This operation needs to be fast. Therefore, quality is more important than quantity. From now on, the three of us will move as fast as we can. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, the two of them answered. Gu Hai took out a black robe and put it on himself. Chang Ming and Shangguan Hen followed suit and put on a black robe. The flying ship's speed is only the same as when we descend from the celestial palace. It's too slow. Let's go. Gu Hai put away the flying ship. The three black-robed men, led by Gu Hai, instantly turned into three streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 743. In the Thousand Islands Sea, where 95 Island used to be, 95 Island flew away and turned into the boundless celestial capital. At this moment, another huge island landed. This time, it was Solar Divine Hall's Lu Yacheng. Without the fiends guarding it, Lu Yacheng settled in the Thousand Islands Sea. Everything appeared extremely peaceful. At the center of the island, the former deity palace changed its name to Ao Shun Palace. A group of guards patrolled the surroundings, respectfully guarding this place. In Ao Shun Palace, Ao Shun had already woken up from closed-door cultivation. At this moment he acted like the master of this place receiving a guest. It was a golden-robed man. Ao Shun sat on a chair in the center of the hall as some guards served him fragrant tea. After taking a sip of tea, Ao Shun looked at the man before him with narrowed eyes. Shijinzi, you are really capable. I am temporarily residing in the Thousand Islands Sea, but you managed to find me. The golden-robed man smiled faintly and said, Crown Prince Ao Shun's name resounds throughout the world. It is not difficult for him to find you. Back then, when you last showed yourself to Lu Yacheng, I heard that Lu Yacheng was filling in the Thousand Islands Sea, so I followed him here. Unexpectedly, Crown Prince Ao Shun is really here. Ao Shun looked at Shijinzi coldly and said, You are looking for me? You want me to go and conquer your Western Sea? If not for Imperial Father's order to spare your life in the previous battle, would you still be standing before me today? In the past, my Western Sea Dragon race had some misunderstandings with Crown Prince Ao Shun. However, Shijinzi explained. Wait, Western Sea Dragon race? It is the Western Sea Flood Dragon race, not the Western Sea Dragon race. Ao Shun said. However, we have already turned into the Dragon race. Shijinzi argued. Dragon? I admit that you have all transformed into dragons, but please don't insult the name of the West Sea Dragon clan. 800,000 years ago, the West Sea Dragon clan was exterminated, but that doesn't mean that you can replace them, Ao Shun said solemnly. Shijinzi's expression turned sullen, but he remained calm. Alright, tell me. West Sea Flood Dragon King, why are you here? Ao Shun asked in a deep voice. Crown Prince Ao Shun, the Lord is the Dragon King. Shijinzi refused to back down. Ao Shun revealed a cold smile. Don't talk nonsense, what did Sakura ask you to do? Doesn't he hate to see me? My lord has sent me here to invite Crown Prince Ao Shun to the west and reopen the Dragon Palace. Solemnly, Shijinzi said. Reopen the Dragon Palace? The West Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun suddenly raised his eyebrows. Yes, Crown Prince Ao Shun, please enter the West Sea and reopen the West Sea Dragon Palace. What does Di Shirtian want to do? You want me to preside over the West Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun asked in puzzlement. Crown Prince Ao Shun may have misunderstood. It is my lord who is reopening the West Sea Dragon Palace, not Crown Prince Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun is only assisting. Shijinzi explained. Ao Shun's pupils suddenly shrank. Di Shirtian, how dare you? Do you really think that he can reopen the Dragon Palace just because he joined the spiritual mountain and was conferred as the leader of the demigods and semidevils? Does he really think that he is the Dragon King of the West Sea? Ao Shun's face suddenly turned cold. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you can't say that. The West Sea Dragon race has been annihilated, so what if my lord reopens the West Sea Dragon Palace? Shi Jinzi said in a deep voice. 800,000 years ago, the dragon palaces of the four seas all had the surname Ao. Do you know why? Ao Shun said coldly. Dragon God? Shi Jinzi looked at Ao Shun. It's good that you know. Ao Shun said coldly. The dragon gods of the four seas were all formed by my Ao clan's ancestors. They were the ancestors of the dragon race. Only my Ao clan can open the dragon palace. It is my Ao clan's ancestral property. Only my Ao clan can inherit the dragon god. Dishir Tian? A wild dragon dares to open the dragon palace? Invite the dragon race in the world? Declare himself as the overlord of the dragon race? What a joke. Shi Jinzi was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, Ao Tianhuang is dead. The dragon god must have been killed by the immortal of six paths, right? Now that the dragon race has no leader, why can't it be my lord? Furthermore, how do you know that my lord has not formed a dragon god? Ao Shun suddenly looked at Shi Jinzi coldly. It has been 800,000 years. Not only your Ao clan, my lord has also formed a new dragon god. Why is he not qualified to command the dragon race in the world? Once the West Sea Dragon Palace opens, the dragon race in the world will be invited. Furthermore, my lord has formed an alliance with the spiritual mountain's sacred ground, with the sacred ground's support. Who dares to touch us? Shi Jinzi smiled and said. Demigods and semidevils? Dragon tribe? Dishir Tian is really selling himself for a good price. 800,000 years ago, the West Sea Dragon Palace was destroyed because of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. Now, Dishir Tian wants to reopen the West Sea Dragon Palace? To be the lackey of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground? And to invite me to reopen the palace? Ha ha, what a joke. Ao Shun said coldly. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you have been expelled from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Why can't you join the West Sea Dragon Palace? My lord has promised that as long as you enter the West Sea Dragon Palace, he will allow you to be only below him and above all the other dragon race. Shi Jinzi tempted. You want me to submit to him? What a joke. Humph, you want to borrow my hand to invite the dragon race? Borrow my blood to help him open the West Sea Dragon Palace? Dream on. Ao Shun said coldly. Now that my lord has formed a dragon god, it is not difficult for him to open the dragon palace, but he does not want to destroy the things inside. That's why he needs your blood. Crown Prince Ao Shun, my lord is sincerely inviting you to work together to create a great undertaking. To restore the dragon race's former hegemony of the demon race. Shi Jinzi invited. The dragon kings of the four seas can only be surnamed Ao, never D. I will not shame my ancestors. Dishir Tian has formed a dragon god. I don't care, but don't provoke me, otherwise don't blame me for not being courteous. Ao Shun said coldly. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Shi Jinzi was anxious. Ao Shun glared. In the blink of an eye, a huge killing intent came out of his eyes and rushed toward Shi Jinzi. Shi Jinzi's hair stood on end and he was shocked. Just as Ao Shun was about to send the guest off, a voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. Crown Prince Ao Shun, Elder Lin of the Dragon Race requests an audience. A guard outside shouted. Oh, Uncle Lin? Invite him in. Ao Shun's face lit up with joy. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in gray stepped into the main hall. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Ao Shun revealed a friendly expression. Crown Prince Shun, you have been staying here for a few years, but you are not willing to go back? Elder Lin smiled bitterly. I will go back but not now. Ao Shun shook his head and sighed. Shi Jinzi? Why are you here? Elder Lin's face darkened. Shi Jinzi smiled. Elder Lin, how have you been? Dishir Tian is delusional. He wants to invite me to help him open the West Sea Dragon Palace? What a joke. Ao Shun shook his head. Elder Lin's face darkened. Dishir Tian is really bold. The dragon race's royal bloodline is not allowed to be messed up, and he dares to meddle? How presumptuous. Elder Lin, you are wrong. My motive is actually the same as yours. You invited Crown Prince Ao Shun back to the North Sea Dragon Palace, and I invited Crown Prince Ao Shun to the West Sea Dragon Palace. It is all for the bloodline of Crown Prince Ao Shun. Shi Jinzi smiled. What did you say? Elder Lin sneered. Elder Lin, didn't you tell Crown Prince Ao Shun? You have already pledged your loyalty to the new Dragon King Ao Sheng. Is that so? Shi Jinzi smiled. Dragon King? Ao Shun frowned and looked at Elder Lin. Crown Prince Ao Shun, Ao Sheng has already succeeded the throne and is officially the new North Sea Dragon King. He is the new leader of the dragon race. Shi Jinzi explained. What North Sea Dragon King? Elder Lin, have you forgotten the rules of the dragon race? The North Sea Dragon King has to jump through the dragon gate. The Ao Sheng. Ao Shun looked at Elder Lin. Crown Prince Ao Sheng has already jumped through the dragon gate. The leader has fallen, and the North Sea Dragon God has been annihilated. However, a trace of divine fire was left on the dragon gate for the purpose of inheritance. Crown Prince Ao Sheng has jumped through the dragon gate and obtained the divine fire to nurture the new dragon god. Elder Lin smiled bitterly and nodded. Impossible. Jumping through the dragon gate? Even I might not be able to do it. How did he do it? Didn't he just enter the Sky Palace? Ao Shun's expression changed. Ao Sheng did it in front of all the dragon race. According to the rules, all the dragon race must respect him as the king. Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Ao Shun frowned. What? Why did his cultivation level increase so quickly? I don't know. But none of this is important anymore, isn't it? Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Actually, we are still looking forward to you becoming the new Dragon King. But, Sai, I hope you won't blame us. This is the dragon race's ancestral rule, I must. Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Ao Shun took a deep breath and nodded. Fine, if he wants to be the Dragon King, then let him be. Don't worry, I won't fight with him. After all, he is my younger brother. The Dragon King sent us here to invite you back. After all, you are his elder brother, and he will confer you the title of King Prince. You are all part of the Ao clan, please go back and revive the dragon race. Elder Lin said expectantly. Go back? He wants me to go back? Ao Shun sneered. Speaking of which, I seem to have heard that Ao Sheng dug up the ancestral tomb and devoured the dragon souls in the dragon tomb. That's why his cultivation level kept increasing. However, the power of the dragon souls was too strong, his bloodline power was unable to suppress them. That's why he needed Prince Ao Shun to go back and offer a blood sacrifice. Shi Jinzi suddenly laughed. Nonsense. Shi Jinzi, you dare to provoke the North Sea Dragon Palace? Elder Lin glared at Shi Jinzi. Ao Shun's face darkened. Isn't that so? Elder Lin, you want the North Sea Dragon race to return to its former glory, are you crazy? Ao Sheng opened the dragon tomb and you are not going to do anything? Just because he is the Dragon King? Shi Jinzi sneered. Lies, I will kill you. Elder Lin glared at Shi Jinzi as if he was about to attack. Uncle Lin, stop. Ao Shun's face turned cold. He stood in front of Elder Lin and looked at Shi Jinzi with a cold expression. It was as if Shi Jinzi wouldn't be leaving if he didn't give an explanation. I'm spreading lies to mislead people? Do you think the North Sea Dragon Palace can hide from everyone? Did the North Sea Dragon Palace gain an army of skeletal dragons recently? An army of underworld dragons? Shi Jinzi sneered. That doesn't mean anything. Elder Lin glared at Shi Jinzi. Uncle Lin, is what Shi Jinzi said true? Ao Sheng really dug up the ancestral tomb and opened the dragon tomb? Ao Shun's face darkened. Not only that, Elder Lin didn't come here to talk to you. If I'm not wrong, if you don't go back with him, he will take you away by force. Shi Jinzi sneered. Chapter 744. Thousand Islands See Lu Yacheng's Island. Swish. 3 black lights pierced through the clouds and reached the sky above the island in the blink of an eye. The 3 black-robed figures stopped in the sky. A strong wind blew past, but it didn't attract much attention. This was because the 3 black-robed figures were too high up, obscured by countless clouds and mist. The 3 black-robed figures were naturally Gu Hai, Changming, and Shangguan Hen. Changming lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, it's here. Gu Hai looked down at the island below. After the Sky Chess Pavilion discovered Ao Shun, he didn't make things difficult for Ao Shun. On the contrary, he sent people to serve Ao Shun and changed the name of the Temple of All Gods to Ao Shun Palace. A year ago, His Majesty sent people to invite Ao Shun, but it seems that Ao Shun rejected His Majesty? Changming asked in confusion. Ao Shun said that he had recently made a breakthrough and needs to cultivate near the sea. The boundless celestial capital is inland, so he won't be going there for the time being. Gu Hai said, Your Majesty, something's wrong. Shengguan Hen suddenly frowned. Oh? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Shengguan Hen stared at the surrounding sea. Your Majesty, look. Is there something in the sea? Shengguan Hen narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai looked down. The sea was extremely calm and even clear. Because of this clarity, one could see what was below. It seemed like a white dragon was hiding at the bottom of the sea. Let's go down and take a look. Gu Hai said. Swish. The three turned into 3 streaks of light and shot into the sea. Boom. The 3 quickly traveled through the sea and soon found the place Shengguan Hen had pointed out. Don't move. Shengguan Hen's face paled. He waved his hand and a water bubble enveloped the 3 of them. What is this? Changming was puzzled. To prevent our auras from leaking out and blending into the sea, this is a divine technique. Shengguan Hen explained. Changming nodded. The bubble enveloped the 3 of them as they approached a sea valley. In the sea valley, there were nearly 100 giant dragon skeletons piled up on the rocks. The dragon skeletons were originally dead, but the eyes of the giant dragon skeletons emitted a faint blue light as if they were alive. Ka 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 ka. One of the dragon bones suddenly began to move. It's fine. That brat Lin hasn't sent us any news yet. He's still talking with Ao Shun. One of the dragon skeletons suddenly said. Ao Shun brat, could he have escaped? Another bone dragon asked. Don't worry. All these years, the Sky Chess Pavilion has set up countless arrays on the island. He can't escape. Moreover, there's still us, another bone dragon said in a deep voice. Ao Shun? I heard from that brat Lin that Ao Shun's bloodline is the purest. Even his father Ao Tianhuang can't compare to it? It's even close to the ancestral dragons. Pure is the best. If a prime wants to suppress the ancient soul's aura, he must have a pure bloodline. The group of bone dragons whispered. Ao Sheng? He dug up the dragon catacomb? Shengguan Hen's expression suddenly changed. Dragon catacomb? Gu Hai was puzzled. He really dared to dig up the ancestral grave? No wonder His Majesty said that Ao Sheng's strength had reached Heavenly Palace. So that's why. The dragon catacomb, the burial ground of the dragon race, is a forbidden area of the dragon race. He dared to dig it up? He swallowed the human souls of a group of dragon race experts? He even refined the dragon bones into his own puppets. Ao Sheng, how ruthless. Shengguan Hen's expression changed. These dragon bones are all the ancestors of the dragon race? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. You must be careful because those who can enter the dragon catacomb are only qualified to enter the dragon catacomb. Even if they are dead, their essence will allow their bones to reach the peak power of Middle Heavenly Palace, or even Early Heavenly Palace. I wonder how many human souls Ao Sheng has swallowed and how many dragon bones he has refined. Shengguan Hen said with a gloomy face. These 100 bone dragons are here to capture Ao Shun? Gu Hai's face darkened. Just as Gu Hai was solemn, a bone dragon swam over from afar. Elder, I just saw a group of Yikshas lurking on the other side of the sea. They seem to be targeting this island. Maybe they are also here for Ao Shun. The bone dragon said. Yikshas? Why would Sakura's subordinates come here? The leader of the bone dragons said in a low voice. While the bone dragons were whispering, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Your Majesty, it seems that Ao Shun's place is not peaceful either. Chang Ming said with a smile. In that case, let's help Ao Shun deal with this group first. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Bones? This emperor knows how to use bones too. Gu Hai said coldly. As he stepped forward, he stomped on the ground. Boom. The mountain walls around the sea valley suddenly changed color. The original seabed stones slowly turned into eerie white bones. What's going on? The bone dragon's faces darkened. Bone sea. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Countless bone spikes rushed out from the sea valley in an instant, forming a super huge bone net that wrapped around the bone dragons. Boom. Bastard. Impudent. The bone dragons suddenly cried out in alarm. Cackle, 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 cackle. Countless bones firmly trapped the group of bone dragons. Break free from the bone spikes. The bone dragons roared. Crack, crack, crack. Crack appeared on the bone spikes immediately, as if they were about to be broken free by the bone dragons. Roar, I don't care who you are. Today you provoked us. You must die. The leader of the bone dragons roared. Treasure, please turn around. At some point, a golden gourd appeared in Gu Hai's hand. In an instant, a golden light flew out from the mouth of the gourd. When the golden light appeared, it immediately pierced the entire sea. Cackle. The golden light went out quickly and returned even faster. In the blink of an eye, it shot back into the gourd. 100 bone dragon heads were thrown out. As they struggled, they rolled to the ground. Sheng Guanhen and Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai in shock. They originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they did not expect that 100 heads fell to the ground in an instant. The bone dragon heads fell to the ground, and the blue light in their eyes disappeared quickly. Clearly they were all destroyed. Crack, crack, crack. The bone spikes on the ground also disappeared in an instant. Let's go and take a look at that group of yikshaws. Gu Hai said indifferently. Ao Shun Palace. Ao Shun looked coldly at Elder Lin. Uncle Lin, is what Shi Jinzi said true? Ao Shun looked coldly at Elder Lin. Elder Lin's face was awkward. Dragon Tomb? Ao Sheng actually dared to break open the dragon necropolis? Is it Takashi Ryushin? Ao Sheng does not have that ability. Ao Shun said angrily. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please calm down. This is only Shi Jinzi's words. Moreover, isn't the establishment of the Dragon Tomb so that the Dragon Clan can make a comeback if they decline one day? No. Elder Lin said softly. Bullshit. Ao Shun glared. Those are my Ao clan's ancestors. Also, as long as you are an elder of the Heavenly Palace, you are qualified to enter the Dragon Tomb. How dare you break open the Dragon Tomb? Uncle Lin, you have disappointed me. Ao Shing, that bastard, watch how I deal with him. Ao Shun said angrily. Then Crown Prince Ao Shun, you better go back and confront Ao Shing. Elder Lin said bitterly. Wait, go back? Hee. Did Elder Lin forget to mention that Ao Shing and Takashi Ryushin are not in the North Sea Dragon Palace? Shi Jinzi suddenly laughed. There are spies in my North Sea Dragon Palace? Elder Lin's face changed. Crown Prince Ao Shun, if you want to see Ao Shing, why don't you come with me? I know where he is. Shi Jinzi said with a smile. How dare you? Shi Jinzi, Crown Prince Ao Shun will only go with me. Elder Lin shouted angrily. In Ao Shun's palace, the two of them suddenly started arguing, both wanting Ao Shun to go with them. Go with you? Ao Shun squinted his eyes. That's right, Crown Prince Ao Shun, come with me. The North Sea Dragon Palace needs you to take charge of the situation. Elder Lin said anxiously. Crown Prince Ao Shun, come with me, I can bring you to Ao Sheng. Shi Jinzi also shouted. While Ao Shun's eyes were filled with uncertainty, another voice came from outside the palace. Both of you don't argue. Ao Shun will only follow me. An unquestionable voice rang out. Oh. Elder Lin and Shi Jinzi's face darkened as they looked outside the palace. Stop. Outside the palace, a group of guards shouted angrily. Ao Shun's eyes lit up as he stepped out of the palace. Shi Jinzi and Elder Lin followed immediately. They saw 3 black-robed men standing in the square outside the palace. All 3 of them were wearing hats and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Only the black-robed man in the center lifted his hat. Gu Hai, it's you? Elder Lin's eyes widened. Gu Hai. Shi Jinzi frowned slightly. Ancient Emperor? No, Ancient Emperor, why are you here? Ao Shun was in a good mood. I'm here to ask for a favor. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please come with me and do me a favor. Gu Hai said with a smile. No. Shi Jinzi and Elder Lin shouted at the same time. Ancient Emperor, you are too kind. Ao Shun will not refuse. Ao Shun agreed immediately. Ao Tianhuang had allowed Ao Shun to get closer to Gu Hai. During the battle at Sun God Palace, Dahan had sacrificed his crown prince to save Ao Shun. Now that Gu Hai was asking for help, there was no reason for Ao Shun not to agree. That's great. There's no time to lose. Crown Prince Ao Shun, let's go. Gu Hai said with a smile. You're not allowed to leave. Elder Lin glared. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you're not allowed to leave. Shi Jinzi's face darkened as well. Ao Shun looked coldly at the two of them. Where I go is none of your business. Array. Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, activate the array. Ao Shun is leaving. Hurry, hurry. Elder Lin suddenly shouted anxiously. However, the surrounding guards were flustered. Elder Lin, our Go Dao Array's activation hub is missing. A guard said anxiously. Huh. Elder Lin's expression froze. How could an ordinary Go Dao Array hide from Gu Hai? Sky Chess Pavilion? So you were lying to me all along? You actually colluded with the Great Emperor Dynasty? Ao Shun glared and said angrily. No, you can't leave. If you leave, those little dragons of my North Sea Dragon Palace will be finished. They won't be able to suppress the ancient spirits. They will go crazy. Ancient elders, come out quickly. Ao Shun is escaping. Elder Lin suddenly shouted crazily. However, not a single bone dragon flew out from the four seas. Ah, you came prepared? Bone dragons? It looks like there are times when they are unreliable. Let me do it. Yiksha King, follow me and take down Ao Shun. Shi Jinzi roared. A cool breeze blew past. The four seas were calm. No one came out. Shi Jinzi was at a loss for words. Elder Lin was at a loss for words. Ao Shun was at a loss for words. Let's go. We don't have much time. Let's not waste any more time. Gu Hai looked at Ao Shun. Chapter 745. Ao Shun followed Gu Hai and left. Shi Jinzi and Elder Lin stood at the entrance of Ao Shun's palace and stared blankly for a long time. What's going on? What's going on? The two were shocked and furious. They quickly flew into the sea. West of the divine continent, there was a huge island in the sea. Countless flowers and fruits grew on the island. A large number of monkeys were playing on the island. There was a waterfall in the mountain. Behind the waterfall was a huge cave. Monkeys shuttled in and out of the cave happily. At this moment, an old monk in a kasaya stepped into the mountain. The monk had a benevolent look. He was thin and his face was full of wrinkles. How's the victorious fighting Buddha? The old monk looked at a monkey and asked. The great king has been sitting on the huge rock on the mountain peak recently. He doesn't play with us anymore. I don't know either. Past Buddha. A monkey said respectfully. The old monk was the past Buddha of the 3 generations of Buddhas. The past Buddha looked up at the huge rock on the mountain peak not far away. Sitting on the huge rock was Sun Wukong, whom Gu Hai had summoned with the array formation in the past. Sun Wukong was wearing armor. The red cape behind him fluttered in the wind. He sat on the huge rock with a strand of foxtail in his mouth. He looked at the sea in the distance with a melancholy and blank expression. Amateus Buddha, mountain of flower fruit, beautiful monkey king, great sage equal to heaven, victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong. What are you thinking about? The past Buddha took a step and instantly appeared beside Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong didn't look at the past Buddha. Old deaf, can you hear what I say? Aren't the 3 generations of Buddhas disabled? Deaf, mute, and blind? Sun Wukong said disdainfully. This poor monk may be deaf, but I can hear with my heart. The past Buddha smiled. Tsk, you can hear. Why are you pretending to be deaf? Boring. Sun Wukong ignored him. Victorious fighting Buddha, are you comfortable staying on Flower Fruit Mountain? You can tell me if there's anything you need. The past Buddha smiled. It's all fake. What's there to be comfortable about? These monkeys were arranged by you guys to spy on me? How can I have the time to play with them? Boring. Sun Wukong spat out the green foxtail grass in his mouth and said impatiently. In the past, the victorious fighting Buddha barged into the great strength hall of the mystical mountain. The Buddha was merciful. Not only did he pardon your sins, he even conferred upon you the title of victorious fighting Buddha. What is there to be dissatisfied about? The Buddha of the past smiled. Bah, Tathagata is all the same. I was tricked by Tathagata last time. Didn't he want me to stay here because he wanted to get information from me? Sun Wukong sneered. Tathagata? There was another Tathagata? Victorious fighting Buddha, where did you see Tathagata? The past Buddha looked at Sun Wukong curiously. Sun Wukong suddenly turned his head to look at the Buddha of the past. He, Buddha of the past, are you trying to trick me too? The Buddha of the past smiled bitterly and said, the victorious fighting Buddha is now a part of the spiritual mountain's holy land. There's no need to hide news related to the Buddha, right? There's no need to hide it? Are you willing to lend me the treasures of your spiritual mountain to play with for a few days? Sun Wukong sneered. What do you want? The past Buddha pondered for a moment. A 9th grade golden lotus, the reincarnation pool, and the glazed lamp of 8 directions. What do you think? Sun Wukong smiled. The past Buddha smiled bitterly and said, if it were anything else, of course, it wouldn't be a problem. These are the 16 great treasures of history, the cornerstone treasures of my spiritual mountain's holy land. If you don't want to give, then don't give. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Hurry up and leave. Don't affect my mood. Sun Wukong waved his hand to send him off. The past Buddha sighed slightly and nodded. Victorious fighting Buddha, the Buddha, and we want to help you. However, if you don't tell us the situation, how can we help you? Go, go, go. Sun Wukong waved his hand impatiently. The past Buddha sighed slightly and flew into the distance. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the past Buddha flew away. Soon, the past Buddha landed in front of an extremely majestic and huge palace. The name of the palace was Mahavira Hall. Around the Mahavira Hall, a group of monks were wandering around. In the center of the square, a group of monks were surrounding two figures. One of them was the golden-robed present Buddha. The other one was a woman in a white veil. Buddha, that Sun Wukong is still very tight-lipped and refuses to say anything. From the looks of it, the one who started the trouble should end it. Do we still need to ask Guhai? The past Buddha said with a frown. The present Buddha frowned slightly. It's a good thing that this monkey is not leaving. Don't force him too much. He will speak one day. Buddha, in my opinion, we should use force and use the golden hoop incantation to force him to submit. The white-clothed woman said with a frown. No. The present Buddha said solemnly. The present Buddha's mouth did not move, but a deep voice came out. The white-clothed woman asked, puzzled. The past Buddha said with a bitter smile, Southern Dragon Girl, you often stay in the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. You have not seen this monkey wreaking havoc in the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. He has a fiery temper. The more we force him, the more he will explode. He would rather die than submit. He is a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If not for the Buddha's policy of appeasing him and conferring him the victorious fighting Buddha, who knows how much more trouble he would have caused. This monkey possesses both Tao and Buddhism, which is very strange. However, it's good that he is a little greedy for vanity. He can only be stable if he cares about these empty titles. If we force him, we must not. The Southern Dragon Girl frowned slightly. If that's the case, we can only solve it from Guhai? There's no hurry. In less than a year, Old Man Guanqi's resurrection ceremony will be held. We will see Guhai. Let's start with Sun Wukong first. The past Buddha shook his head. All right. The Southern Dragon Girl nodded. At the same time, Sun Wukong looked at the distant sea on the peak of Mount Huagua and sneered. Purple Bamboo Forest, Southern Dragon Girl? Ah, why is there no Guanyin Bodhisattva? Is there no Guanyin Bodhisattva in this world? A dragon girl in her place? But that's right. This world is really strange. A bunch of old baldies want to scheme against me? I, Sun Wukong, have many monkeys and grandchildren. I used to worship six-eared macaque. Six-eared macaque can hear the six paths of the three realms. Although I haven't learned all of them, it's easy for me to listen to you baldies. Sun Wukong sneered. Sigh, I wonder if my sworn brothers have looked for me. Sun Wukong sighed. What Sun Wukong did not know was that after he disappeared, his sworn brothers had looked for him. Unfortunately, the Sun Wukong on Earth had been replaced. Six-eared macaque had transformed into a human form to investigate and put on a show of the real Sun Wukong. But the Tathagata of Earth had schemed against him. I, Sun Wukong, am greedy? An old baldy is an old baldy. I, Sun Wukong, am here to borrow your sacred mountain to help me find out what's going on. You have new news every day. Do you think I can't hear it? All I have to do is reveal a little bit and you guys will do your best to investigate. Both Tathagatas are the same. Both are not good people. Don't blame me. Sun Wukong sneered. Sun Wukong sat on the boulder, still in melancholy. Poof, poof. All of a sudden, a bat flapped its wings from the forest and flew to where Sun Wukong was. Crack. Sun Wukong squeaked as if trying to scare the bat away. The bat did not seem to be afraid of Sun Wukong. It circled around Sun Wukong for a while and then landed in Sun Wukong's hand. It only landed for a short while before it flew away. Sun Wukong frowned. He clenched his fists and watched the bat disappear from his sight. After a while, Sun Wukong opened his right hand. There was a piece of paper in his right hand. Sun Wukong's expression changed when he read the first sentence. Mount Lingtai Fengsuan, Cave of the Slanting Moon and 3 Stars. Sun Wukong almost jumped to his feet when he saw the words. This is... His eyes flashed with excitement. This was the residence of his Sifu, Grandmaster Bodhi. He had never told anyone about it before. Then came the next sentence. You are being watched. Be careful. 3 million miles north, there is an island filled with black rocks. Come and find me. Sun Wukong's eyes darted around as he read the note. Piak. The note in his hand was crushed into dust. Sun Wukong continued to look at the sea. After looking around for a while, he stretched his back and walked down the mountain. Great King, we made a dance. Can we dance for you? A group of monkeys immediately rushed up eagerly. No need. I want to rest for a while. Don't disturb me. Sun Wukong said indifferently. Oh. The group of monkeys nodded. Stepping into the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong hid in a room and fell asleep. The other monkeys did not dare to approach. After the monkeys went out, Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and turned a rock into his appearance. Sun Wukong turned into a mosquito and slowly flew out. He slowly flew out of the Flower Fruit Mountain Island. After leaving the Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong turned into his original form. A look of urgency flashed across his face. With a somersault, he instantly flew 108,000 miles away. Then, with another somersault, he quickly flew toward the northern sea. There was a sense of excitement in his eagerness as if he had finally found his organization. Not long after, Sun Wukong found the Black Rock Island. Master? Is that you? Master. Sun Wukong called out anxiously. However, Grandmaster Bodhi did not come out. Instead, 4 black-robed men walked out from a group of rocks. The one in the lead lifted his hood and revealed a faint smile. Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, long time no see. It's you? Guhai. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows and glared at him. It's me. This place is near the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain. Although you came out secretly, it's hard to avoid accidents. Why don't we find another place to talk? Guhai smiled. Sun Wukong stared at Guhai for a while, and a trace of wariness flashed in his eyes. Although he did not see much of a threat from Guhai, the fact that he could save him from the Five Fingers Mountain was a threat in itself. Hence, Sun Wukong did not ask Guhai for more details. Let's go. Guhai called out. Umph. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, but he did not refuse. The group of people quickly flew away from the island and towards another shore. Soon they arrived at an extremely remote mountain forest. However, Guhai had tidied up a pavilion here. Guhai led the 3 black-robed men into the pavilion. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes shot out a beam of golden light and scanned the surroundings. Fiery eyes of gold? Don't worry, I did not set up a formation here. Guhai said indifferently. Chapter 746. Eyes of Fire and Gold? Don't worry, I didn't set up a formation here. Guhai said calmly. I'm used to it. Don't blame me. Sun Wukong laughed. Although his words were polite, Sun Wukong still looked carefully. After confirming that there was no ambush or trap, he landed in front of Guhai. This is the best wine of the Dahan. Great Sage, would you like to try it? Guhai smiled. I quit. Let's talk. Sun Wukong scratched his itch and looked at Guhai with a smile. Quit. Guhai knew that Sun Wukong had not quit drinking but was wary of him. You have something to say? Great Sage, how did your investigation go? Did you find the Gautama Buddha? Guhai smiled. Sun Wukong stared at Guhai, a strange look in his eyes. I didn't find him, but you brought me here. Guhai, can you explain this to me? Explain? You must have realized that this place is different from what you imagined. Now I can send you back. I wonder if the Great Sage is willing? Guhai said solemnly. Send me back? Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly darted around. What? Do you have any ideas? Guhai asked doubtfully. I heard Baldi Buddha say that he guessed that my previous world was a small immortal dome, like the Warring State's immortal dome of the Longzhangwa, right? Buddha and the others have always wanted that kind of small immortal dome. Do you have one? Sun Wukong stared at Guhai. Sun Wukong did not answer Guhai. Instead he raised his doubts. Clearly he was a monkey. No. Guhai shook his head. No. Then where did I come from? Sun Wukong frowned. Where did you come from? Won't you know when you go back? Guhai said solemnly. I just wanted to know where I came from. I didn't say that I had to go back. Guhai, you don't look like a capable person. Tell me clearly what's going on. How did I get here? I remember that I was crushed under the Five Fingers Mountain. You brought me here, so you must know what happened, right? Sun Wukong stared at Guhai. You've never thought of going back? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Sun Wukong didn't want to go back? That would be extremely troublesome. Now that I'm here, I know more. Go back. You must be joking. How big is my world? From the Dongxing Divine Continent to the Aparagodania continent, I only needed to flip a few somersaults to arrive there. What about this world? When I first came to the sacred ground of Mount Numinous, it only took me 3 months. The two worlds are completely different in size. How big is my world? You want me to go back? I, old son, am not stupid. Why would I do such a stupid thing? Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai. Big might not be good. Where you came from is where you belong. Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't try to lie to me. Where is my home? If what the present Buddha and the others said is just a small immortal dome, then aren't you the master of the immortal dome? Then I'm still at your mercy. Sun Wukong sneered, but his eyes were fixed on Gu Hai. Sun Wukong was also very smart. He directly pointed out the doubts in his heart. He did not need Gu Hai to say the answer. He could guess a thing or two from his expression. Unfortunately, Gu Hai, who was in front of Sun Wukong, did not change his expression. Sun Wukong frowned. He could not see anything he wanted. This world only produces a small immortal dome every million years. How can it be so easy? Besides, I've been to the Long Jianghu's immortal dome. The present Buddha and the others must have seen the small immortal dome before. Can the small immortal dome give birth to such a strong great sage equal to heaven like you? Gu Hai looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows and his face sank. Indeed, the present Buddha also has doubts. What is going on? Or maybe I'm in the future world. Or the past world. Did I travel through time? Sun Wukong wanted to use his guess to get Gu Hai to agree, but how could Gu Hai be so easily led by Sun Wukong's words? How about this, I'll let you read a book. You can tell me if you want to go back after reading it. Gu Hai smiled. Sun Wukong's expression changed. Gu Hai took out a book. It was called Journey to the West. Journey to the West? Sun Wukong snatched it and quickly flipped through it. Walalala. The number of pages flipping was extremely fast. As he read, Sun Wukong's expression changed. My birth? Nuwa's heaven-mending stone? It's actually recorded in such detail. Even my apprenticeship was included. Did you write this? Did you investigate? Sun Wukong's expression turned ugly. Anyone who saw their own information being recorded by someone else would feel uncomfortable. Create havoc in the underworld, the Dragon Palace, and the Heavenly Palace? Your memory is really detailed. Old Tathagata, you even wrote in such detail when you lied to me. How much did you investigate? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai unhappily as he flipped through the book. Only when he wrote about being crushed by the Five-Finger Mountain did Sun Wukong realize that something was wrong. That's not right. There's only so much. Why is this book so thick? Sun Wukong frowned slightly. He continued to flip through the book. Master Xuanzang? What is this thing? It's scared out of its wits when it sees a wild tiger? To be my master? Ha ha, what a joke. Who made this up? Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Gu Hai was very serious and did not speak. Sun Wukong continued to flip through Journey to the West. As he flipped through, Sun Wukong's expression turned ugly. Six-eared macaque? He's my sworn brother. Tathagata. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Bull Demon King? He doesn't recognize me. That's right, this is not me. Old Bull must have noticed something unusual. What? Old Bull was also. Sun Wukong's eyes turned slightly red. I, the monkeys of Mount Huagua, am not allowed to reign? My brother journey to the west? Along the way I was the one who killed and captured all my brothers? Someone is impersonating me? Sun Wukong suddenly stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had read Journey to the West before. Bang! Suddenly Gu Hai crushed the book. Journey to the West instantly turned into powder. You disappeared and Tathagata became a new Sun Wukong, slaying demons and devils along the way. To lure you out, Gu Hai said lightly. Ba Bulsh *T Sun Wukong. What can that trash do along the way? He can't beat anyone. Using my name to kill my brothers. What a Tathagata, what a heavenly Buddha. Sun Wukong clenched his fists angrily. Do you want to go back? Gu Hai asked at the right time. Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Gu Hai coldly. I've only been here for a few years. According to the book, I should have been suppressed for 500 years. It's only been a few years. This book is all made up by you. You want to trick me into going back? Sun Wukong suddenly stared at Gu Hai. It's up to you to believe it or not. Gu Hai said lightly. Sun Wukong's face sank as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had written everything clearly. His brother's habits, weaknesses, family situation, location, everything was written in great detail. If not for the lack of time, Sun Wukong would have believed it long ago. Even so, Sun Wukong still felt uneasy. That's the future? Right? My world is in the future? Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai and asked. You will know when you go back. Gu Hai also refused to say. Go back? If you want me to go back, you have to show me what you're capable of. I don't believe you. Do you have little Shenxiong or some other reason? If you can beat me, I will go back with you. If you can't beat me, tell me everything and eat my staff. Sun Wukong suddenly pulled out the Jianghu Bang and attacked Gu Hai. Bastard! Shangguan Hen shouted behind him. He waved his hand and a huge tortoise-shell shield suddenly appeared. Boom! Sun Wukong's staff hit the tortoise-shell shield and a large number of cracks appeared on the shield. The Jianghu Bang paused. Tortoise-shell? Let's see if you can come out. Sun Wukong's face turned cold and attacked again. Impudent monkey, how rude! Ao Shun shouted and punched out. Roar! A fist in the shape of a dragon head suddenly appeared in the void and whistled towards Sun Wukong. Dragon tribe? When I, Old Sun, defeated the dragon kings of the four seas, you were nowhere to be found. Sun Wukong glared and swept the Jianghu Bang in his hand. Boom! The dragon head fist was instantly shattered by the staff. What? Ao Shun's face changed. Not bad. The dragon kings of the four seas are no match for you. Sun Wukong snorted. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, countless bats flew out from the surroundings and swarmed towards Sun Wukong. Vampire bats? I, Old Sun, have the invincible Vajra body in the furnace of 8 trigrams. Come, let's see if your teeth are harder than my skin. Sun Wukong sneered. Rumble. Suddenly the staff swept across a large area. Countless bats were blown away, but they could not bite Sun Wukong. Even if one or two of them did, it was useless. Sun Wukong was born as a stone monkey and was extremely hard. Moreover, he had the invincible Vajra body. Boom! Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, and Chang Ming surrounded Sun Wukong. The 4 of them rushed into the sky and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. A dragon-shaped chain appeared in Ao Shun's hand. Immediately the chain split into 4, then 16. As the number of chains increased, they formed the shape of a large net and rushed towards Sun Wukong. A saber appeared around Shangguan Hen. A saber manifested and countless saber lights surged towards Sun Wukong. Around Chang Ming, in addition to the endless bats, there were also black beads circling around, constantly shooting towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong was fighting 1 against 3, but he did not show any signs of defeat. Wherever the Jianghu Bang passed, even the 3 experts were beaten back. The 3 of you are not qualified. Again. Sun Wukong sneered. Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong was like an invincible god of war. Wherever the Jianghu Bang passed, Chang Ming, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Shun were sent flying. However, when the 3 of them attacked together, they were sent flying in the blink of an eye. The battle continued. It's a pity that Grandmaster Bodhi was unwilling to help me write a letter to Sun Wukong. Grandmaster Bodhi? I know what you're thinking. You love your disciple dearly. Since Sun Wukong is here, there's no need for him to go back. However, it's a loss for me if Sun Wukong doesn't go back. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Gu Hai reached out, and a golden gourd appeared in his hand. Chapter 747. A golden gourd appeared in Gu Hai's hand as he coldly stared at the distant Sun Wukong. If you go back, you will just be changing places. Perhaps you will be able to return soon. If you don't go back, Dahan and I might be wiped out this time. The last hope of Laozi, Sakyamuni, and Jesus would be dashed. Sorry for the offense. Gu Hai said sternly. As Gu Hai spoke, he stomped on the ground. Buzz. The ground below quickly changed. Large amounts of dirt and rocks turned into bones. Deep underground, the boundless spirit stones that Gu Hai had placed earlier rested. At this moment, the bones were moving through the ground, quickly placing the spirit stones in their designated positions. Laying the ritual array. The immortal slaying gourd was only used for defense. The true weapon against Sun Wukong was the Go Dao ritual array. Unfortunately, it required too many spirit stones. Gu Hai used his treasures to provide some energy at the nodes, slightly altering the Go Dao ritual array. Gu Hai's current Go skills were enough to alter the ritual array. However, it still drained too much energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding land turned bone white as strands of energy gathered at the center. Suddenly, A region of white fog appeared under Gu Hai's feet. Then a black hole slowly formed in the white fog. Suddenly, a transparent energy rope emerged from the black hole and shot at Sun Wukong in the air. Sun Wukong fought alone against 3 experts, Sheng Wanhen, Chang Ming and Ao Shun. The 3 had already done their best, but they were still inferior to Sun Wukong. Ha! That's all. Explode. Sun Wukong struck the tortoiseshell shield that Sheng Wanhen was on. Boom. Sheng Wanhen's shield exploded with a loud bang. Blarg. Sheng Wanhen vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. Explode again. Sun Wukong struck the staff at Chang Ming again. The Jianghu bang was too powerful. When the staff struck, it tore through space, creating a sonic boom. Oh no! Chang Ming paled. In a hurry, he had no choice but to summon a black ball of light to protect himself. Boom. Chang Ming was blasted away along with the black ball of light. The ball of light was unharmed, but Chang Ming, who was inside, spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Chang Ming was at the peak of the Celestial Palace. He could participate in this battle because of the Chaos Essence bead. Although the Chaos Essence bead was unaffected, Chang Ming was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. And you explode for me. Sun Wukong's expression was ferocious as he swung his staff at Ao Shun. Ao Shun threw out hundreds of chains, which rushed towards Sun Wukong like hundreds of dragons. Rumble. The power of the Jianghu bang was too great. The chain dragon exploded in an instant, from the head to the tail, straight towards Ao Shun's face. Not good. Ao Shun's expression changed, and he punched out with all his might. Hong. Bo. Ao Shun spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The right hand that he used to punch was lacerated, and blood splattered everywhere. It was as if his entire body had gone limp after being hit by the staff. That's all. Gu Hai, your subordinates aren't that great either. Aha, is it your turn? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Whoosh. Suddenly, a transparent rope locked onto Sun Wukong's shoulder. What? Sun Wukong's expression changed. Whoosh. A strong force pulled Sun Wukong towards Gu Hai. The force was so great that it made one's heart palpitate. No. Sun Wukong's expression changed. He realized that the ground below had become a land of bones. He activated his eyes of fire and gold. Instantly, the fog cleared, and Sun Wukong saw countless spiritual stones and magical treasures scattered in all directions. They were arranged in a super array, and Gu Hai was at the center of the array. In front of Gu Hai was a foggy area. Although others couldn't see what was inside, his eyes of fire and gold could see it clearly. There was a black hole that emitted a breathtaking aura. That black hole made Sun Wukong's heart tremble. The way back. Sun Wukong reacted instantly. That was the way back. Gu Hai wanted to send him back? The black hole seemed to have opened its mouth and swallowed him. And the transparent rope on his body could be seen clearly by his eyes of fire and gold. The rope that came out of the black hole was going to drag him in? Sun Wukong shuddered, and the thought of charging towards Gu Hai disappeared in an instant. He wanted to escape. Boom. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of transparent ropes came out of the black hole and covered Sun Wukong like a huge net. Gu Hai, how dare you? Sun Wukong immediately fled in fear. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Capture Gu Hai? Capture your grandmother. It was already good enough that he could escape. Sun Wukong was terrified. However, that wasn't the case in the eyes of others. Others couldn't see the transparent ropes. They could only see Sun Wukong fearful of Gu Hai and fleeing for his life. Go, Autumn, go chest Dao arrays longitude and latitude line. Gu Hai shouted. The transparent ropes moved even faster. Sun Wukong tugged at the rope on his body and used the somersault cloud. Roar. Sun Wukong roared and his body suddenly expanded. Wong. A beam of golden light came out of Sun Wukong's head. It was as if a huge Tongtian monkey had appeared. The god of the monkey tribe? Ao Shun wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in shock. Break. The god of the monkey roared as if he was giving Sun Wukong endless power. Boom. Sun Wukong immediately tore the transparent rope on his body. Sun Wukong didn't dare to delay and soared into the sky, because there were countless ropes rushing over behind him. Gu Hai, I will take revenge. Just you wait. Roar. Sun Wukong roared angrily and soared into the sky. The god of the monkey instantly shrank back into his body. Sun Wukong wanted to leave this trap immediately. Escaping? Gu Hai's face darkened. Sun Wukong ran away. He was really a monkey demon. Stop. Ao Shun was covered in blood. He seemed to be chasing after Sun Wukong. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the direction Sun Wukong was escaping. Hong. It was like the collision of two fists. Under the huge force, Sun Wukong's body suddenly stopped. He even moved back a little and stopped in the air. Who are you? Sun Wukong suddenly glared and said angrily. There was someone else? Gu Hai's face darkened. He looked over. He saw two men standing in the sky in the distance. The former Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Shing, Ao Shun's younger brother, the current North Sea Dragon King. The other one, Takashi Ryushin? The third Crown Prince of the Long Jianghu. In the past it was just a clone outside. Now was this his real body? Takashi Ryushin was dressed in a golden dragon robe and looked down coldly. Ao Shing slowly retracted his fist. It seemed that the punch just now was made by Ao Shing. Sun Wukong stared at Ao Shing. He was the one who stopped him. Ao Shing blocked Sun Wukong's path with a punch and turned his head to look at Ao Shun, who was covered in blood. Hey big brother, I didn't expect to see you here. Ao Shing sneered. Ao Shing. Ao Shun wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in surprise. You can injure such a monkey to this extent? And you joined forces with two people to attack this monkey? Hey big brother, this is not like you. Weren't you proud of the dragon race in the past? Why are you so weak now? Ao Shing sneered. You. Ao Shun's face turned cold. Below, Gu Hai reached out and retracted his hand. Who? The ground of bones in front of him disappeared. The fog on the ground also disappeared. The array was removed and everything returned to normal. The black hole was gone. Sun Wukong was also paying attention to Gu Hai. With his fiery eyes of truth, he saw Gu Hai remove everything. But even so, Sun Wukong was still wary of Gu Hai. He's your big brother? From your tone, you don't seem to be on the same side. If you're not on the same side, why are you stopping me? Sun Wukong snorted and was about to leave. Did I say you could leave? Ao Shung's figure flashed and appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Roar. Sun Wukong glared and swung his Jianghu bang. Boom. Previously it was a hurried punch. Now it was a full-force strike. Naturally the power was different. With a strike of the staff, a burst of air appeared in the void as it charged straight at Ao Shing. Ao Shing's face changed. Suddenly black gas appeared on his face. The black gas seemed to take the shape of a dragon. Roar. Countless giant dragons cried out in pain from Ao Shung's body. Accompanied by these painful roars, Ao Shing punched towards the Jianghu bang again. Die. Sun Wukong roared. Break. Ao Shing roared. Boom. A super loud collision sounded in the sky. Huge air currents rushed in all directions. Sun Wukong was forced back 3 steps. Ao Shing was also forced back 3 steps. Their strength was about the same. Just that was enough to explain everything. Ao Shung's current strength was much stronger than Ao Shun's. Ao Shun's face darkened. Sun Wukong's face turned ugly when his Jianghu bang didn't work. Can't I escape today? Most importantly, there was still Gu Hai below. It didn't matter how long he fought with Ao Shing. Didn't he fight with Erlang and Yang Jian for a long time? Most importantly, Gu Hai was here. If he launched a sneak attack, although he couldn't kill me, I would have to go back. I have to hurry. Little snake, take another hit from old Sun's Jianghu bang. Sun Wukong suddenly roared. Little snake? Hey hairy monkey, you're really unreasonable. Ao Shing looked at Sun Wukong with a gloomy face. Ao Shing grew up in the shadow of his big brother Ao Shun. Everyone around him praised his big brother. Whether it was his father or all the dragons, they all worshipped Ao Shun. They ignored him and introduced him as Ao Shun's younger brother. Therefore Ao Shing was extremely jealous. He wanted to prove himself. Since he was young, he wanted to prove that he was stronger than his big brother. He wanted to snatch the crown prince position. As long as he could prove that he was stronger than his big brother, he would do anything. He wanted to destroy Sun Wukong to prove that he was much stronger than his big brother. However, this monkey didn't cooperate and even dared to scold him. He was courting death. Ao Shing punched again. However, Sun Wukong's previous words were just to deceive Ao Shing. Sun Wukong wanted to leave, not to fight with Ao Shing. He just wanted to attract everyone's attention by scolding. Sun Wukong instantly rushed toward Takashi Ryushin. This was because other than Takashi Ryushin, Ao Shing had sealed off all the other places. Get lost. Sun Wukong swung his Jianghu bang at Takashi Ryushin. Ao Shung's face stiffened when he swung his Jianghu bang at Takashi Ryushin. It wasn't anger but astonishment. You monkey, are you courting death? Indeed, the swinging Jianghu bang at Takashi Ryushin infuriated Takashi Ryushin. Impudent monkey, you are courting death. Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold as he extended his palm. Boom. Sun Wukong was sent flying like a cannonball. He fell from the sky and smashed into the ground below. The ground shook violently, and a palm-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Sun Wukong was crushed in the crater. You? Sun Wukong crawled up from the crater and felt his entire body go soft. He looked at Takashi Ryushin in horror. One slap. He couldn't even withstand one slap? Takashi Ryushin stared coldly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was shocked by the murderous intent in his eyes. Gu Hai's face suddenly sank. Chapter 748. Takashi Ryushin had defeated Sun Wukong with a single palm strike and sent him into the palm-shaped crater. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled the scene of him being suppressed by the Five Fingers Mountain. Had he fallen for the Tathagata's trap? Perhaps the Tathagata was really that powerful? And this person before him was as strong as the Tathagata? Had he underestimated the people of this world? Takashi Ryushin looked at Sun Wukong coldly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Gu Hai, the ancient emperor? Takashi Ryushin suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Third prince? Martial emperor? What a coincidence. May I know how you found us? Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin solemnly. Takashi Ryushin also looked at Gu Hai strangely. His father had favored Gu Hai greatly in the past. It was clear that Gu Hai was not an ordinary person. Moreover, this monkey actually fled in panic because of Gu Hai. Although the monkey was not as strong as him, his strength was undeniable. How could he be afraid of Gu Hai with such strength? Could it be that Gu Hai had something that he could not see? As for Gu Hai killing Long Zhanghua, Takashi Ryushin was not too concerned. Based on the news from the Heaven Domain, Gu Hai was probably just freeing Long Zhanghua. I'm also curious. What's so special about this monkey? Why did you travel billions of miles to the west to catch him? Takashi Ryushin looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. I'm just fated with this monkey. However, we are secretive and have chosen this secret location. You. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with doubt. Before Takashi Ryushin could speak, Ao Shing laughed and said, Secret? We were just in the vicinity of the sea region. If not for your huge commotion, how would we have discovered you? Gu Hai's face darkened. Is it nearby? What a coincidence. With a change of expression, Gu Hai turned to Ao Shun and asked, Ao Shun, is this place near the West Sea Dragon Palace? In the sky, Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. I don't know. The location of the West Sea Dragon Palace is a secret. In the past, other than my father, no one knew about it. Ao Shun shook his head. How did you know? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Was he really close to the West Sea Dragon Palace? Gu Hai felt depressed. He had really chosen a good place. Had he chosen to face Takashi Ryushin? Originally, this emperor wanted to invite Crown Prince Ao Shun, but today it seems that this is the will of the heavens. You came yourself? Takashi Ryushin said calmly. What do you want to do? Ao Shun's expression changed. Big brother, lend me some of your blood. Ao Shing sneered. Takashi Ryushin and Ao Shun teamed up. With just these two people, they already had the absolute advantage. It was as if there was nowhere to run. Ao Shun was extremely proud of himself, but Takashi Ryushin was staring at Gu Hai, paying attention to Gu Hai. Lend me some of your blood? Ao Shun, you just opened the North Sea Dragon Burial Ground, now you want to open the West Sea Dragon Palace? Have you forgotten your ancestors' teachings? Ao Shun glared at Huang Xiaolong angrily. Forget? How could I forget? However, isn't it too much of a waste to leave my dragon race's inheritance there? It's been 800,000 years, 800,000 years. That strand of divinity above the West Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon Gate might have reformed into a new god. Ao Shun laughed. Didn't you already jump over the Dragon Gate? Ao Shun asked sullenly. Ao Shun's face sank. The North Sea Dragon Gate? Humph, are you talking about this dragon god? As he spoke, a black light suddenly appeared behind Ao Shun's head. As the black light appeared, it instantly condensed into a huge black dragon shadow. As soon as the black dragon shadow appeared, it emitted a terrifying dragon's might. The North Sea Dragon God? Ao Shun said with a sullen expression. If the old dragon does not die, a new dragon cannot be born. Only when Royal Father's dragon god dies can the new North Sea dragon god be revived. However, this new dragon of mine cannot be revived. It is just a puppet without spirituality, which means that it does not have a godhead. Although the divinity accumulated to form the dragon god physique, it does not have a godhead. It is just a puppet energy source. So, I want the West Sea dragon god. Ao Shun said with a frown. Ao Shun suddenly narrowed his eyes. Ao Shun also had a North Sea dragon god. When Ao Tianhuang died, a strand of divine sense helped him awaken the dragon god. A dragon god with a godhead? Because his dragon god was revived, Ao Shun's dragon god would never be able to form a godhead? Ao Shun did not say it out loud. On the other side, Ao Shun was still depressed. Martial Emperor, how much of Ao Shun's blood do you need? Guhai asked. Huh. Ao Shun was slightly stunned. I'm not sure. Maybe just the blood. Takashi Ryushin said sullenly. How about that? This one will accompany you to open the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Shun will cooperate. However, how about leaving this monkey to this one? A living Ao Shun is more convenient for you to enter the Dragon Palace than a pile of blood, Guhai said solemnly. Takashi Ryushin pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Guhai turned to look at Sun Wukong, who was not far away. Sun Wukong's expression changed. He immediately shouted, Guhai, you want to take me back? Don't even think about it. Whoosh. Sun Wukong immediately turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. You think you can escape, you rascal? Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold. He reached out to grab Sun Wukong again. Takashi Ryushin's energy palm was huge. It looked like it could envelop the sky and instantly envelop Sun Wukong. Five-Finger Mountain? Sun Wukong's expression changed. He seemed to have seen the scene of the Gautama Buddha's Five-Finger Mountain. His expression changed. While Sun Wukong was still in shock, a fist suddenly appeared and collided with Takashi Ryushin's energy palm. Hong! The energy fist was huge. When it collided with the energy palm, the void shook violently. There were ripples in the void. The ground below shook continuously. The surrounding seawater rolled up torrential tsunamis. Sun Wukong escaped because a golden-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. The man had a broad face. His white hair was combed back. His eyes were extremely sharp. A murderous aura surged in all directions. It was the man in front of Sun Wukong. His fist was on par with Takashi Ryushin's energy palm. Sakura? Ao Shun's expression turned cold. Oh, Crown Prince Ao Shun? I sent Shurjinzi to invite you. I didn't expect you to come by yourself. Sakura suddenly laughed out loud. Umph. Ao Shun snorted. Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. Hee hee, Martial Emperor, you have good means? It's one thing to fight with me for the West Sea Dragon Palace, but you also have the time to catch this monkey? Sakura sneered. Sakura, it's none of your business whether I catch the monkey or not. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Yes, it's none of my business. However, the West Sea Dragon Palace isn't yours, right? This Crown Prince Ao Shun might be looking for me. Who knows? Crown Prince Ao Shun? Sakura suddenly looked at Crown Prince Ao Shun with a smile. Clearly, Sakura could see that Ao Shun was restrained. Sakura? You think too much. We have already formed an alliance with the Martial Emperor. It has nothing to do with you. Guhai suddenly interrupted. Sakura's face darkened as he looked at Guhai. Turning around, Sakura looked at Ao Shun and said, Crown Prince Ao Shun, you have to think carefully. Takashi Ryushin and Ao Sheng have excavated the Dragon Tomb of the North Sea, and now they are going to excavate the Dragon Tomb of the West Sea. You follow me, I promise that Takashi Ryushin won't be able to do anything to you. I will not open the Dragon Tomb, and I don't want the Dragon God of the West Sea. I only want a portion of the Earth Spirit Essence, in the West Sea Dragon Palace. How about it? Although Sakura had just arrived, he could see that Ao Shun was very eager to get rid of Takashi Ryushin. Ao Shun looked at Guhai, then shook his head and said, No need, this is my Ao clan's matter, it's none of your business. You don't know what's good for you? Sakura's eyes turned cold. Sakura? Why did you save me? In the past, I've killed countless of your demigods and semi-devils' disciples. Sun Wukong frowned as he looked at Sakura. Smelly monkey, don't think too highly of yourself, quickly get lost and return to your mountain of flowers and fruits. If it wasn't for the Buddha asking me to save you, I wouldn't care if you die. Sakura said coldly. Huh. Sun Wukong's face stiffened. Not far away, Guhai and the others' faces also darkened. It seems like their group was exposed. Not only did Takeshi Ryushin discover them, even the spiritual mountain's sacred ground knew about it. However, why didn't the three reincarnations Buddha come out? Only Sakura came out? What was the three reincarnations Buddha planning? Ao Shun go! Guhai shouted coldly. Guhai brought Ao Shun, Shanghai Hen and Chang Ming, the three of them, and slowly flew towards Takeshi Ryushin. Ao Shun, have you thought it through? Sakura revealed a trace of anxiousness as he grabbed towards Ao Shun. Presumptuous! Takeshi Ryushin shouted as he punched over. Sakura's face changed as he greeted with a punch. Boom! Both of their fists once again created ripples in the void. It was as though the void where their fists collided was unstable. The ripples spread out and crushed dozens of mountains. No one could do anything to the other. Sakura's face darkened as he looked towards Ao Shun. Unfortunately, Ao Shun and the rest had already reached Takeshi Ryushin. Sun Wukong, who was at the side, saw this and his face sank. Swish! He somersaulted and instantly flew towards the distance, disappearing into the horizon. This place wasn't suitable to stay for long. Since Sakura had already said so much, there was nothing more to say. Sun Wukong left, but Sakura looked at Takeshi Ryushin coldly. Takeshi Ryushin didn't give in at all and sneered, Sakura, do you want me to make you stay here today? Takeshi Ryushin, wait and see. Sakura snorted coldly. Swish. Sakura also took a step and instantly flew into the distance, plunging into the sea. Your Majesty, that Sakura shouldn't be willing to let this go. Ao Shing frowned. So what if he won't let this go? Humph, the Buddha also wants to reap the benefits without doing anything? Let's see who will have the last laugh. Let's go. Takeshi Ryushin said coldly. Guhai's expression changed slightly. West Sea Dragon Palace? Although he didn't catch Sun Wukong, Guhai felt that this West Sea Dragon Palace wasn't simple. He temporarily followed Takeshi Ryushin to avoid being caught red-handed by the Buddha. Sun Wukong could only plan for the long term. The group quickly flew to a place not far away. Bang! Everyone flew into the sea and disappeared. Far away, Mount Numinous Sacred Ground, Great Strength Hall entrance. The present Buddha, past Buddha, and South Longnu were looking at a scene condensed from fate. In the scene, it was the battle at Guhai's place. Guhai is here, Buddha? The past Buddha frowned. He even tricked Sun Wukong? Why did he want to capture Sun Wukong? South Longnu frowned. Wait until the Dragon Palace opens, then take him down together. Ask clearly. The present Buddha said solemnly. Chapter 749. Guhai followed Takeshi Ryushin and the others into the sea and quickly rose up. 2 hours later, they stopped at a huge sea valley. There was a formation barrier around the sea valley. A group of officials and some dragons were standing inside the barrier. Your Majesty. The officials greeted respectfully when they saw Takeshi Ryushin. How is it? Takeshi Ryushin asked in a deep voice. We used many formations. Only the Spirit Destruction formation was slightly useful. However, Ao Supreme's blood might be a little lacking. One of the officials said respectfully. Takeshi Ryushin looked at Guhai. How much do you need? Ao Shun frowned. A small cup is enough. The official's eyes lit up in surprise. Ao Shun frowned and forced a small cup of blood out of his body. Enough, enough. The official said excitedly. The official was satisfied when he received Ao Shun's blood. Guhai and the others watched as he set up an altar. The altar was activated, and traces of colorful light rippled from it, pouring Ao Shun's blood into it. Buzz. A red beam of light shot out from the altar. Bang. The beam of light shot out of the barrier and into the depths of the sea valley. Just as it was about to hit the stone wall, it paused strangely as if it had hit a transparent wall. Rumble. From the point of collision, huge blood-red ripples suddenly spread out. As soon as the ripples appeared, the surrounding seawater suddenly surged and shook. On the other side of the transparent wall, a huge palace complex could be faintly seen. There were countless night-luminescent pearls in the palace complex, illuminating the world. So it's the West Sea Dragon Palace? Takeshi Ryushin's face flashed with joy. The location is correct. Aha, this sea area is the territory of the West Sea Dragon Palace. I found it. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with excitement. Ripples appeared. The other side of the world could be seen, but the entrance still couldn't be opened. Takashi Ryushin stepped forward and threw a punch at the ripples that had appeared. Hong. Finally, there seemed to be a landing point for his punch. The surrounding seawater separated from Takashi Ryushin's palms, and the West Sea Dragon Palace's barrier trembled as if a crack had appeared. However, when Takashi Ryushin withdrew his right hand, the ripple returned to normal. It can heal itself? Takashi Ryushin's expression darkened. Your Majesty used the life array melting technique. It won't take more than a few days. An official said excitedly. Takashi Ryushin looked at him. Alright, you've been learning from Baiming Shou for decades. Let's begin. Yes, the official replied. Then, as the official waved his hand, a black gas suddenly rushed out of a jade box and rushed toward the transparent wall. Zzzzzzz. A violent corrosive sound was heard. It was the black gas corroding the transparent wall. The transparent wall kept vibrating, trying to recover. However, the corrosive power of the black gas was too strong. It was too late and the corrosion was getting worse and worse. At the same time, a group of small fishes swam around the barrier. The small fishes swam for a while and shot into the distance. In the distance, in another underwater barrier, a group of Dragon Clan experts stood behind Sakura, and they were looking at the distance coldly. The small fishes swam to Sakura and blew a bubble. In the bubble was the scene where Takashi Ryushin was. Sakura sneered. West Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun's blood is indeed pure. No wonder Ao Tianhuang was so close to him in the past. Supreme, what should we do now? A subordinate asked worriedly. Sakura reached out his hand and pinched a golden ball into the small fish's mouth. Go, we've planted a dragon in the North Sea Dragon Palace. It's time to do something. Sakura said coldly. Swoosh. The small fishes swam back again. In the barrier where Takashi Ryushin was. Because it would take a few more days to corrode the barrier of the West Sea Dragon Palace, everyone stayed for the time being. Takashi Ryushin had his own palace. Only Takashi Ryushin and Ao Sheng were in the main hall. They listened to some affairs of the great emperor dynasty through the Guqin figurine. Guqin figurine? It's indeed a good thing. Guhai is indeed extraordinary to think of this. Unfortunately, that Yunemo is stubborn. How good would it be if the great emperor dynasty had this Guqin figurine alone? Takashi Ryushin sighed. Your Majesty, don't you care about Guhai and the rest? Why don't you seal their cultivation? Ao Sheng frowned. Our goal is to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace. If we don't touch them, Guhai and the rest will cooperate. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. Moreover, this Guhai is quite strange. Now that we have entered the Western Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground area, the Buddha is watching us from behind. It's not good to make enemies on all sides. With Guhai and the rest, we can distract most of the Buddha's attention. Guhai and the rest are a group of scourges. Takashi Ryushin sneered. Distract most of the Buddha's attention? Will they? Ao Sheng asked worriedly. Definitely don't underestimate Guhai. This person has a deep mind and is extremely shrewd. If I seal him by force, it may cause him to retaliate strongly. He has a lot of backup plans. If he is angered and quarreled, Sakura and the Buddha will benefit. Since that's the case, why do we have to do it again? Entering the West Sea Dragon Palace is the key. Takashi Ryushin said lightly. Yes, but I'm worried that he will escape? Ao Sheng said worriedly. Escape? He won't. Takashi Ryushin chuckled. What? Sakura has already made it clear that the Buddha is watching from outside. What does the Buddha want to do? Isn't it just to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace? They want us to break the Dragon Palace's barrier in front while they reap the benefits from behind? Guhai should have heard it too, he won't leave us. Takashi Ryushin said confidently. Is that so? Ao Sheng frowned slightly. Moreover, I'm still watching. In the palace where Guhai was. Ao Shun, are you serious? Guhai's eyes lit up. Yes, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is a small world created by the Ao clan's ancestors. The Ao clan's dragon gods can naturally enter. They can also bring people in. Ao Shun smiled. That's good. Guhai's eyes flashed with joy. But I'm worried that Takashi Ryushin has been watching us. With Takashi Ryushin's strength Ao Shun said worriedly. Don't worry, there will be a chance soon. Guhai smiled. Oh. A day later. Boom. On the other side of the sea, there was a sudden loud noise. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He stepped out of the palace and asked, What's wrong? No, I don't know, it's in the sea where Sakura is. A subordinate said blankly. Not good. There's also the aura of the West Sea Dragon Palace there. Sakura noticed it too? Ao Sheng's face changed. What's going on? The West Sea Dragon Palace is hidden in the Shumi small world. It can't be touched, not even Ao Sheng's blood. Sakura shouldn't be able to touch it unless it's Ao Shun's blood. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He suddenly looked at Ao Shun, who stepped out of the palace not far away. Guhai's face changed. Ao Sheng, were you the one who sent the dragons to ask Ao Shun for blood? I didn't. Ao Sheng's face changed. Oh. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. Supreme, Little E is missing. Supreme, I saw Little E rushing out. Ao Sheng's subordinates immediately shouted. Traitor? Ao Sheng's face changed. Takashi Ryushin snorted and rushed towards Sakura. Ha, Long Shinwu, you're busy with your business, I'm busy with mine. What are you doing at my place? Sakura's laughter suddenly came from the distant sea. Boom. With a loud sound, the surrounding sea water suddenly surged. Ao Sheng's face darkened and flew out. After the two experts left, Guhai smiled. Now isn't there a chance? Ao Shun, let's go. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ao Shun brought the three of them and flew towards the transparent wall. What are you doing? The surrounding people's faces changed. They saw that Ao Shun had already arrived at the transparent wall and waved his hand to wrap Guhai and the other two with a bubble. Buzz. The bubble strangely merged into the transparent wall. The four of them seemed to have the ability to pass through the wall and strangely entered. Not good, come out for me. The surrounding people exclaimed. Boom. With a loud sound, Takashi Ryushin and Ao Sheng instantly flew back. Your Majesty, they have entered. Ao Shun brought them in. A group of officials exclaimed. Impossible, apart from the dragon god of the four seas, no one can enter. I have a dragon god, but even I can't enter. How can Ao Shun enter? Ao Sheng's face changed as he exclaimed. Takashi Ryushin's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Perhaps Ao Shun has a real dragon god. Impossible, how can he have one? Unless Imperial Father was back then. Imperial Father? Imperial Father is really biased, really biased. Ao Sheng's face suddenly revealed a sinister anger. Sakura brought a group of subordinates and also came close. Ha ha ha, it seems that we have all been schemed against by Guhai? Sakura suddenly sneered. Takashi Ryushin looked at Sakura coldly. If it wasn't for you, how could Guhai slip away under my eyes? What's the use of saying so much? Takashi Ryushin, you and I have fought for half a day, but Guhai and Ao Shun took advantage of us. If you are uncomfortable, will I feel comfortable? You still want to fight now? Sakura sneered. I want the West Sea Dragon God, Dragon Necropolis and Earth Spirit. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. I have already given you all the benefits, what do I want? After entering we will use our own methods. Sakura said solemnly. Takashi Ryushin was silent for a moment. All right. Since you have agreed, then let's start cooperating. Men, set up the array. Sakura shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of subordinates set up the array, and a golden aura poured into the transparent wall. TSS, 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 TSS. Like the black aura, it was corroding the transparent wall. Let's attack together. Sakura shouted. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura attacked at the same time towards the corroding transparent wall. With a loud sound, the transparent wall trembled and a large number of cracks appeared. However, the cracks quickly recovered. However, with the corrosion of the gold and black aura, even if it recovered, there would be a trace of scar. With this speed, we will be able to break it in at most half a day. Continue. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Sakura and Takashi Ryushin attacked at the same time again. Chapter 750. Guhai, Ao Shun, Shengguan Hen, and Changming stepped into the West Sea Dragon Palace and fell. Bam! The four of them landed on a huge square. Lifting their heads, the four of them looked at the sky. Rumble. Instantly they saw Takashi Ryushin and Sakura working together to attack the sky. Cracks appeared at the opening of the sky, and it seemed like it wouldn't last much longer. Ancient Emperor, we seem to be in a desperate situation? Ao Shun said with a wry smile. Outside, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura must hate us to the core. Further outside there are the three Buddhas watching. How are we going to get out? Shengguan Hen said with a wry smile. Don't worry. It's not difficult to leave this place. I just don't want to leave. Guhai said solemnly. Oh. The three of them looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. One for each of you. Keep it carefully. Gu Hai handed out a golden core to each of them. This is? The three of them asked curiously. 8-9 Mystic Arts Pill. Sun Wukong can transform into 72 transformations because of the 8-9 Mystic Arts Pill. It's a pity that this martial art has strict requirements. Unless you give up your martial art and start from scratch, you will lose more than you gain. However, I have obtained these 8-9 Mystic Arts Pills. They can transform into shapes for a short period of time, but the quantity is limited. Keep it carefully. When you leave, swallow the pills and transform into a fish, then you can swim out stealthily. Gu Hai said calmly. Oh, transform? The three of them were taken aback and kept the pills carefully. This was one of the treasures that Gu Hai had obtained from Earth. This was the first time he had taken it out. 8-9 Mystic Arts? Your Majesty, what martial art is that? Ao Shun was taken aback. The 8-9 Mystic Arts is a martial art that combines Buddhism and Taoism. After mastering it, you will have 3 heads and 6 arms, 72 transformations, and an invincible Vajra body. It's a pity that you have to start from scratch. Don't even think about it. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes. The three of them nodded blankly. Don't worry. When we go back this time, I will teach you some special cultivation methods. Although they are not too strong, they are still strange and can help your race's talents improve. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. The three of them were overjoyed. Ao Shun, they are about to enter. What does the Dragon Clan have in the West Sea Dragon Palace? Let's go get it quickly. Gu Hai said solemnly. The Western Sea Dragon Palace has a Book of Knolls. There is also a trace of the Western Sea Dragon God's divinity above the Dragon Gate. It has been 800,000 years. It should have grown a little. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with anticipation. No one has come to the West Sea Dragon Palace for 800,000 years? Is it a small world? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas was established by the ancient ancestor dragon. It is very difficult for ordinary people to find it, and it is impossible for them to enter. Ao Shun nodded. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Could this be the Immortal Dome? Chang Ming, who was at the side, asked, feeling suspicious. Of course not. The Immortal Dome is rare. The Immortal Dome is a world of its own and is self-sufficient. However, this small world needs to absorb the spiritual energy and nutrients of the outside world to survive. How can it be the same? Ao Shun smiled. The Western Sea Dragon Palace was extremely large. The palaces were scattered everywhere, even larger than Gu Hai's limitless heavenly capital. Fortunately, Ao Shun had the Northern Sea Dragon God's inheritance and was familiar with this place. The group quickly moved through the palaces. Some were underground and some were in coral. After making many turns, the group arrived at a large hall. Earth Soul Hall. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. This is the place. I hope the knolls are still the same. Ao Shun said worriedly. Bang! The four of them pushed open the door of the large hall. In an instant, a cloud of dust rushed in. The group waved their hands and the dust dispersed. They saw that the large hall was empty except for a high platform in the northernmost part. There was nothing on the platform. It's gone? Ao Shun's expression changed. Knolls? What's that? Chang Ming asked, puzzled. It's a book. It was placed here in the Northern Sea Dragon God's memory. Did it escape? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Escape? What do you mean? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. What's a knolls? Shangguan Hen was also puzzled. It's a book that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. As long as it has a trace of spiritual energy, it can track down the location of the earth soul that leaked the spiritual energy. It seems to have its own thoughts. In the past 800,000 years, no one collected the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that it absorbed. Could it be that it accumulated a certain amount of spiritual energy and had the power to leave? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own? Chang Ming was shocked. Spiritual energy? Is it the spiritual energy of the Middle Celestial Palace? Gu Hai's expression turned serious. Yes, the three souls cultivate spiritual energy, and spiritual energy. The lower celestial palace cultivates spiritual energy. The human soul needs to cultivate and absorb the divinity of heaven and earth until it reaches perfection. The middle celestial palace cultivates spiritual energy. The earth soul needs to cultivate its own spiritual energy until it reaches perfection. Cultivation is difficult. However, there are some shortcuts in this world. The gnolls are one such shortcut. They can capture the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and provide it to the cultivator. They can increase the speed of their cultivation. Ao Shun explained. Oh, what about the speed? The gnolls can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth very quickly? Chongming asked curiously. It's not that fast. It's just the speed of an extremely talented person cultivating spiritual energy. However, it's been 800,000 years. How much spiritual energy have they accumulated? Moreover, this spiritual energy of heaven and earth does not need to be refined. It's a great supplement for the middle celestial palace. Ao Shun explained. While Ao Shun was explaining, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. He was just worrying that the middle celestial palace's cultivation speed was too slow. In the blink of an eye, the heavens had sent him this? Ancient Emperor, the gnolls should be in hiding. Why don't we go to the Dragon's Gate first? Find the West Sea Dragon God first? We'll look for them later. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with anticipation. No, we must find them. I need them. Chongming, can't you summon billions of bats? Find them for me. We must find the gnolls. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anticipation. Yes. Chongming answered. Boom. Chongming waved his hand. All of a sudden, countless bats appeared from all directions. TCH, 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 TCH. Countless bats quickly shot out in all directions, sweeping through the area in a carpet-like fashion. Gnolls? 800,000 years of accumulation. I hope they can fill up my gnolls. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anticipation. The four of them quickly flew towards the depths. Outside, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura attacked again and again. More and more cracks appeared on the West Sea Dragon Palace's enchantment. It was not far from breaking. Boom. Countless bats rushed into the sky from the West Sea Dragon Palace. They were so dense that they seemed to cover the entire West Sea Dragon Palace. Not good. This is the talent of vampires. Gu Hai is going to carpet search? Take everything clean? Ao Sheng's face changed. Ah ha ha, vampires? Good good good. But Di Shirtian suddenly laughed out loud. You can still laugh at this time? Ao Sheng said gloomily. Takashi Ryushin also revealed a cold smile. This means that Gu Hai and the rest can't find what they want. Gnolls? Or West Sea Dragon God. Dragon God doesn't need to be found. It seems that the gnolls are hiding. Good. Continue. Di Shirtian said with excitement. Boom. The two of them continued to attack the enchantment's cracks. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger. It was not far from being completely broken. Countless bats searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the gnolls described by Ao Shun. Gu Hai and the rest went straight to the West Sea Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate is a stone mountain area. Ao Shun brought the three of them into this place and suddenly stopped. Be careful, the Dragon Gate is a lawless place opened by the ancestral dragon in the past. All the spells inside can't be used and the gravity has increased by 1,000,000 times. Ao Shun explained. Oh. The three of them were slightly stunned. As Ao Shun stepped in, boom. The clothes and hair of the four of them instantly straightened. The quality of Chongming's black robe might not be good. Rip. The hat was instantly torn. Boom. The hat that was originally light fell to the ground and actually made a super loud sound. So heavy. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. We really can't use our magic power? What a strange area. Chongming also smiled bitterly. Everyone suddenly felt that their bodies seemed to be filled with lead water and it was difficult to move. No, it was still light. Everyone felt that each of them was carrying a huge city while walking. It was difficult to walk with just their physical body. 1,000,000 times the weight? It's so strenuous. What kind of broken place is this? Chongming smiled bitterly, taking a step forward. Boom. When they landed, it was as if two huge mountains collided. No, I feel that this Dragon Gate is an excellent place for cultivation, Gu Hai said with a smile. Among the four of them, Gu Hai's cultivation was the weakest. But at this moment, Gu Hai seemed to be walking the most relaxed. Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai in shock. Your Majesty, don't you feel uncomfortable? It's a little difficult to move, but it's still okay. Gu Hai smiled. Ao Shun. The four of them slowly walked towards the center of the valley and listened to the sound of the waterfall in the distance. Ao Shun said excitedly, We're almost there. It's just in front. Everyone quickly entered the valley. After everyone disappeared. Outside the Dragon Gate area, there was a cloud of fog in a crack between the rocks. You want to find me? You want to steal my energy? A bunch of bats want to find me? It's been 800,000 years. I've eaten all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ehehe, we can finally go out. A terrifying voice came from the fog. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, a group of bats seemed to have discovered this place and rushed over to check. Whoosh! The fog turned and shrouded the group of bats. Bang, bang, bang. The group of bats seemed to be dead and fell to the ground quickly. When they fell to the ground, they turned into a pile of black gas and disappeared. The fog ignored the surrounding bats. Instead, it slowly followed Gu Hai's group, drifting towards the Dragon Gate. Chapter 751. In the Dragon's Gate area, the four struggled to walk to a large river in the center of the mountain range. They could not use their magic power and could only rely on their physical bodies. Layers of white fog surrounded the river. Only by crossing the river could they see what was inside. This water is so murky and strange, Changming said, raising his eyebrows. This is the weak water where goose feathers don't float. Even ordinary fish can't survive here. Even ordinary fish will not be able to use their strength in it. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. A huge waterfall seemed to be falling from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the waterfall was 3 kilometers tall. There was a huge arched door at the top of the waterfall. There was a white ball of light above the arched door. That is the Dragon's Gate? Doubt flashed in Shangguan Hen's eyes. That's right. The Dragon's Gate has stopped countless dragons. That white ball of light contains the divinity of the Western Sea Dragon God. Perhaps there is already a dragon god there. As long as we jump over the Dragon's Gate, we can enter. Unfortunately, it is too hard to jump. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. Let me try. Changming jumped. Boom. Immediately, Changming shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. However, he only jumped up 1,000 feet. Bang! Changming suddenly fell, splashing water everywhere. Not good. Not good. I can't float up. Changming suddenly shouted. Ao Shun suddenly turned into a huge black dragon and swam to the front, dragging Changming back. When they reached the shore, Changming said blankly, "This weak water river is very deep. However, the water is the most depressing thing. When I jumped, the water dragged me down and prevented me from jumping high. Why don't you try again?" Ao Shun said with a smile. Bang! Changming dodged the weak water and jumped again. He could only jump 120 meters before falling. The water could not float, so Changming slowly walked back to the shore. I can't jump up. My body is too heavy. I can only jump this high. Dragon's Gate? Your dragon race's inheritance is really harsh. Changming said with a bitter smile. Yeah, I'll try too. Ao Shun frowned and nodded. Ao Shun took a step forward and leaped into the air. However, he only managed to jump 500 feet before he fell back down. Bang! The weak water splashed everywhere, but nothing was found. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. Let me try. Shangguan Hen shouted. Bang! Shangguan Hen leaped into the air, but when he reached the height of 200 feet, he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. It still won't work. Dragon Gate? Sure enough, it's not that easy to jump. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. Is there no other way? Changming asked blankly. Not far away there was a cloud of fog hiding in the ordinary white fog, staring at the people jumping in the distance. Ah, jump? Who can jump up there? Aside from the Western Sea Dragon King, no other dragon can go up there. This place is restricted by the dragon ancestor. You want to go up? Dream on. A cold laugh came from the cloud of fog. Just as the cloud of fog disdainfully jumped, boom! There was a loud sound and the water under Gu Hai's feet exploded. Then Gu Hai shot into the air like a cannonball. Your Majesty? Everyone looked at Gu Hai in shock. However, Gu Hai's height surpassed Changming's 120 meters, Shangguan Hen's 200 meters, and Ao Shun's 1,500 meters. He kept going higher and higher. 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters? He crossed the Dragon's Gate? Changming exclaimed in shock. His Majesty crossed the Dragon's Gate in one jump? Impossible. The cloud of fog in the distance was stunned. Gu Hai had jumped over the Dragon's Gate and was about to come into contact with the white halo. Wait, His Majesty didn't slow down? Shangguan Hen exclaimed in shock. He didn't slow down? Everyone was surprised. As expected, Gu Hai didn't slow down. At 11,000 meters he was still flying. 13,000 meters, 15,000 meters, 18,000 meters. Only when Gu Hai reached 1,800 meters did he stop flying and stop in the air. Ao Shun. The cloud of fog. Sheng Guanhen was speechless. Chang Ming. Slowly, Gu Hai fell from a height of 1,800 feet, slowly falling into the white sphere of light. His Majesty's physical body is that strong? Chang Ming exclaimed in shock. Chang Ming understood from the previous high jump that one had to rely on one's physical body. Every 10 feet was extremely difficult. However, His Majesty had jumped 18,000 meters in one jump, and he had even jumped in water. Not only did the water not have any buoyancy, it would even drag him down. Even so, His Majesty had already surpassed the Dragon's Gate by so much? Ancient Emperor? Ao Shun's eyelids were twitching wildly. In the past, he had heard from his father that while Gu Hai's cultivation speed was fast, his foundations were extremely solid. In his memory, the only one who could compare was Long Zhanghua. Back then he didn't think much of it. But now, His Majesty was only in the Sky Palace, right? He was actually in the Sky Palace? I got it. Sheng Guanhen's eyes lit up. However, he saw Gu Hai reach out and grab that white sphere of light. He could bring the West Sea Dragon God down? Oh. However, Gu Hai grabbed nothing when he was high up in the sky. What's wrong? Everyone was confused. Oh. Gu Hai fell. Boom. He landed in the river and splashed the water in all directions. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Chang Ming asked curiously. I can't touch anything. Gu Hai frowned. You can't touch it? Sheng Guanhen looked at Ao Shun in confusion. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. It seems like only the Dragon Tribe can touch it. In the past, the Dragon Tribe had to rely on their own abilities to gain the Dragon God's recognition. Then what should we do? You can't jump up. Sheng Guanhen said worriedly. I'll throw you up. Gu Hai said after some thought. Everyone's expression froze. Throw him up? Did he have that much strength? If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even think about it. How could they throw him up when he was so high up? Not only were they restricted, but everything seemed a million times heavier. Ancient Emperor, are you joking? Ao Shun said blankly. Come on, stop nagging. Takeshi Ryushin and Sakura are about to enter. Gu Hai shouted. All right. Ao Shun nodded with a conflicted expression. However, Gu Hai reached out and lifted Ao Shun. Ao Shun's expression froze. Was he the first Dragon Tribe member to be thrown up the Dragon Gate in history? If his ancestors knew about this, what would they think? Was the Dragon Gate for throwing? Go! Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Ao Shun was thrown up like a cannonball into the sky. 2,000 zhang, 5,000 zhang, 8,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. He went up. Chang Ming exclaimed. The fog not far away was silent. Where did this freak come from? Throwing a Dragon Tribe member up the Dragon Gate? Was this a joke? Ao Shun was still conflicted as he flew. When he reached the Dragon Gate, he was no longer conflicted as he was already close to the ball of white light. With a grab, Ao Shun was thrown into the air. Whoosh! Pung! He fell from the sky into the river, splashing water everywhere. What's going on? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The Dragon Gate seems to be able to check me. If I didn't jump up personally, I wouldn't be able to touch the Dragon God of the West Sea. However, I saw it clearly just now. It really is the Dragon God, and he has been successfully nurtured. Ao Shun said anxiously. Then what should we do? You can't jump up yourself. Sheng Guanhen said worriedly. Those people outside should be breaking through soon. Chang Ming said anxiously. Let me try again. Ao Shun was also very anxious. Wait. Gu Hai shouted. What's wrong? Ao Shun asked doubtfully. When I saw you saving Chang Ming for the first time, you could swim in the weak water. Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes. Ao Shun said doubtfully. Then why don't you hit the water and swim upstream? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Swim along the waterfall? How do you swim? The waterfalls. No, the speed at which you hit the water is faster than the speed at which the weak water falls. You can hit the water, you can borrow it, and you can keep borrowing it. Gu Hai said solemnly. Hit the water faster than the weak water falling? But my dragon body is too big and long. It's a little difficult. I'll try using a human body. Maybe. Ao Shun said worriedly. I'll give you another 8-9 mysterious skill pill. You can try turning into a carp. I remember that carps have great strength to hit the water. Try it. Gu Hai said. Carps jumping over the Dragon Gate. Gu Hai had heard of this before on Earth. Could it be that the Dragon Gate on Earth was also like this? That's right. Carps have a strong tail in addition to a round body. Maybe it really works. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. Gu Hai took out another golden pill and gave it to Ao Shun. Ao Shun nodded and swallowed it. Shangguan Hen and Chang Ming were also curious. Did the 8-9 mysterious skill pill really have that magical effect? They saw Ao Shun swallowing the golden pill and thinking of the carp in his heart. Bang! In an instant, Ao Shun's body turned into a huge black carp. His tail flapped in the water and suddenly the water splashed everywhere. He really changed? Chang Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide. 8-9 mysterious skill? It's really mysterious. Shangguan Hen's eyes flashed with expectation. Sprint in the distance, then jump along the waterfall. Gu Hai commanded. The black carp immediately swam downstream of the Ruoshui River and began to accelerate from a long distance away. Whoosh! The carp was like a sharp arrow. It was getting faster and faster and rushed straight to the waterfall. When it reached the bottom of the waterfall, its huge tail slapped hard. Boom! Like a cannonball, it shot up into the sky and reached a height of 6,000 feet. It was 100 feet higher than Ao Shun's previous jump. At 6,000 feet, the carp's tail slapped the waterfall. Paw! Suddenly the carp jumped another 10 feet. It's working. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. Paw 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 paw. The carp swung its tail crazily and slapped the waterfall again and again. Its speed was extremely fast and its body was getting higher and higher. Soon it reached a height of 9,000 feet. At this point the Dragon Gate could be seen clearly. Ao Shun was so excited that its tail swung faster and faster. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, it reached the bottom of the Dragon Gate. Go! Boom! With one last slap, the black carp leaped up the Dragon Gate and landed on the huge white halo. Boom! After the carp jumped over the Dragon Gate, it turned into a huge dragon and entered the white halo. It entered just like that. Roar! Brr! Suddenly 2 dragon roars came from the white halo. One was Ao Shun's roar, and the other was probably the West Sea Dragon God's roar. Chapter 752. Ao Shun transformed into a carp and jumped over the Dragon Gate. He entered the white ball of light and began to accept the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance. Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the loud noises coming from the distant sky. The noises were getting louder. It meant that Takashi Ryushin and Sakura were destroying more and more violently. Your Majesty, there are cracks in the sky. The West Sea Dragon Palace's enchantment is about to be broken. Shangguan Hen frowned. Chang Ming also showed a hint of worry. At the same time, a ball of fog not far away stared at Ao Shun as he accepted the inheritance. How is that possible? Transformed into a carp? A carp jumping over the Dragon Gate? That's so troublesome. That strand of divinity has been accumulating for 800,000 years. I was going to take it. Humph humph, forget it. I'll snatch it back later. The fog was gloomy. Then 2 eyes appeared in the fog. They suddenly stared at Gu Hai and the other 2. 3 of you? Possess one and eat the other 2. It's better than those rotten shrimps and crabs. Among the 3 of you, the Emperor in black? It's him. His body is strong. If I possess him, my strength will be strong too. The eyes in the fog glowed coldly. After the fog made up its mind, it moved its body slightly. Bam! Suddenly, the fog around the Ruoshui River surged and quickly shrouded the 3 of them. Something's wrong. Be careful. Gu Hai's face darkened. Swish! Suddenly, a blue light shot toward Gu Hai. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, be careful. Chang Ming's face changed. Bam! Gu Hai's body swayed and he dodged it. What's that? Gu Hai's face darkened. Ha ha, you dodged it? What a fast movement technique. Roar! The blue light wrapped in the fog rushed toward Gu Hai again. Gu Hai reached out and slashed with the life extinguisher saber. Boom! Suddenly, the saber was drawn, and a huge saber aura suddenly appeared and slashed at the blue light. However, the blue light seemed to be illusory. Even if it was slashed, it did not touch. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Hai. Bastard! Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he punched out. Boom! The punch hit nothing. The blue light seemed to be illusory as it instantly engulfed Gu Hai's punch. It stuck close to Gu Hai's body and merged into it. Your Majesty. Chang Ming's expression changed as he rushed over. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped everyone. His mind sank into his body. This was because Gu Hai had heard a wild laughter coming from within his body. Kikikik, good physical body, good physical body. This foundation is even better than the West Sea Dragon King's. Ah. Lan Guang laughed. It went straight for Gu Hai's brain. How dare you? The fire god, water god, wood god, earth god, metal god, and even the spiritual mother supreme being attacked at the same time. However, they could not touch it at all. It was like a ray of light. The fire god was the closest. He could vaguely see the shape of a book in the blue light. The book had eyes, a nose and a mouth. Its body was surrounded by a transparent blue light energy. It was very strange. There are words on the book. Earthly soul? The fire god was slightly stunned. Earthly soul? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Chang Ming had sent countless bats to look for the earthly soul. They had been here for a long time, but there was no news. Did the earthly soul come here on its own? He wanted to absorb energy for his own use, but the earthly soul came here on its own and went to the earthly soul in his sky palace? Gu Hai felt that this was ridiculous. Was the earthly soul crazy? Did it come here on its own to give away its energy? At this moment, Gu Hai's initial attempt to stop them slowly came to a stop. He stopped trying to stop it. Kik, wait till I refine your earthly soul and occupy the sky palace. Then I will slowly refine your earthly soul and heavenly soul. When everything is refined, you will be my puppet. Ah! The earthly soul roared excitedly. Whoosh! In an instant, the earthly soul stepped into Gu Hai's Naiwan palace. The Naiwan palace had opened up to 2 levels. On the first level there was a palace that was 100 feet tall. No earthly soul could be seen inside. However, when the earthly soul saw Gu Hai's lower sky palace, the earthly soul was shocked. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? 100 feet lower sky palace? Is this the perfection stage? Did I pick up a treasure? Perfection stage. Aha, what a strong foundation. I thought I could only make the middle sky palace reach perfection. Who would have thought that this body would give me such a big surprise? Ah! The earthly soul was excited. Whoosh! The earthly soul passed through the lower sky palace and rushed to the middle sky palace. The moment he entered, the earthly soul. Another palace that was 1,000 feet tall? Is this the middle sky palace? The earthly soul was in the middle sky palace. He was a blue transparent ball that was 50 feet tall. However, at the entrance of the middle sky palace, a 64 feet tall earthly soul was standing. Gu Hai's earthly soul looked at the earthly soul from above. The earthly soul's eyes were wide open as if he was stunned. He thought that no matter how big Gu Hai's earthly soul was, it would only be 1 foot tall. However, the earthly soul in front of him was 64 feet tall. Taller than him? Aren't you in the middle sky palace? The first level of the middle sky palace? Why is your earthly soul so big? The earthly soul looked at Gu Hai's earthly soul in shock. Gu Hai's earthly soul looked at the earthly soul with surprise in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, other than the earthly soul book in the center of your body, the blue light on the surface of your body is all energy, right? The accumulation of 800,000 years of energy has condensed into a form? Whoosh! The earthly soul took a step back because he saw his own excited and greedy gaze from before in Gu Hai's earthly soul's eyes. What the hell? What the hell? Such a big earthly soul? You've only opened the middle sky palace for 2 days. How can it be so big? How am I supposed to eat it? No, it's a good thing that it's so big. It saves me a lot of trouble. So what if it's big? I'll still eat it. The spherical earthly soul's eyes were ferocious. Boom. Immediately the earthly soul rushed towards Gu Hai's earthly soul. He suddenly opened his mouth and his body swelled up. His mouth became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it was 100 feet wide. It was as if he was going to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul completely. Kiki, come, merge with me. I will refine you properly. After the shock, it turned into intense excitement and tried to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul. A huge threat rushed straight towards Gu Hai's earthly soul. Gu Hai's earthly soul was not afraid. Instead, his expression changed slightly. In the past, the earthly immortal ancestor Zhen Yuanzi was an expert who specialized in cultivating the earthly soul. I once asked him for advice on the earthly soul's cultivation method. Although I didn't learn much, I learned the heaven and earth sleeve. Although my physical body is not suitable to use it, my soul is fine. Give it a try. However, he saw Gu Hai's earthly soul flick his sleeve. Whoosh! The sleeve condensed by Gu Hai's earthly soul seemed to produce a huge suction force. At the same time, the sleeve suddenly expanded. The earthly soul's mouth opened to 100 feet wide. Gu Hai's right sleeve expanded to 500 feet in an instant. Then he saw an even bigger bloody mouth trying to swallow the gnome. The earthly soul was dumbfounded. Evildoer, evildoer, save me. The earthly soul screamed in fear, and his figure quickly fled outside. Boom! The sleeve shrunk, and in one bite, 1,000th of the blue light on the earthly soul's body was bitten off. How can this be? How can this be? How can there be such a perverse earthly soul's cultivation method in the first layer of the middle heavenly palace? If I didn't run fast enough, I would have been eaten by you. The earthly soul was so frightened that he was about to cry. He thought it was a fat pig that wanted to take a bite out of him. Who would have thought that just as he opened his mouth, it turned into a fierce tiger that wanted to eat him instead? I'm not eating anymore, I'm not eating anymore. The earthly soul turned around and fled in the direction he came from. Sai, don't go. That was the first time I used the heaven and earth sleeve. I didn't use it well. Do it again, don't go. Gu Hai's earthly soul shouted. First time? Didn't use it well? Are you trying to scare me to death? Huff. In an instant, the earthly soul ran into the lower heavenly palace. Quang. The doors of the lower heavenly palace opened, and Gu Hai's earthly soul walked out. The earthly soul was 490 feet tall, and it immediately blocked the earthly soul's path. Scram or I'll eat you. I can definitely suppress the earthly soul. The earthly soul roared. Earthly soul, since you're here, don't leave. The earthly soul said in a deep voice. I'll eat you. The earthly soul suddenly opened his mouth again. This time, the earthly soul wasn't afraid because he knew that the heaven and earth sleeve could only be used by the earthly soul. The earthly soul was the divinity of cultivation and couldn't do it. Roar. Just as he was about to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul, he saw Gu Hai's earthly soul flip his hand and take out a book. Earthly soul book? Why do you have it? The earthly soul shouted in shock. The earthly soul book instantly released a dazzling golden light. Boom. The earthly soul's mouth was blown askew. At the same time, his body flew backward and returned to the first layer of the middle heavenly palace. Why did I return? The earthly soul was so frightened that he was about to cry. He couldn't leave? The way back was blocked by Gu Hai's earthly soul with the earthly soul book? Gu Hai's earthly soul also had the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Was he done for today? Heaven and earth sleeve. Gu Hai's earthly soul swung his sleeve again. Why am I so unlucky? The earthly soul roared in grief and indignation. He had waited for 800,000 years for an opportunity. Why did he encounter such a monster? The mouth of the heaven and earth sleeve opened again. The earthly soul revealed a look of despair. 800,000 years of loneliness and resentment suddenly erupted. Come on, I've saved up 800,000 years of energy just to make a wedding dress for you? Dream on, even if I have to sacrifice my main body, I won't give it to you. Explode. The earthly soul roared in grief and indignation. Boom. The earthly soul self-detonated. The huge explosion sent Gu Hai's earthly soul flying. At the same time, his right sleeve also exploded. A powerful airflow exploded. Rolling blue light instantly shot out through Gu Hai's body. Not good. Gu Hai's expression changed. The earthly soul couldn't escape, but his energy could be released. Energy and divinity were formless and had no form. This was also the reason why Gu Hai's previous attacks couldn't touch it. Now, with the energy leaking out, Gu Hai couldn't do anything about it. In Gu Hai's Zhongtian palace, there was only that book, Earthly Soul. The energy shot out of Gu Hai's body, but it carried the earthly soul's consciousness. Kik, I'm out. Unfortunately, only a part of my consciousness came out. Without my main body, it will dissipate soon. I need to find an earthly soul as soon as possible. I need an earthly soul to possess. Countless energy wrapped around that part of consciousness anxiously. It didn't dare to provoke Gu Hai anymore. Changming was standing beside him. Offer up your earthly soul. I don't believe that you also know the universe in the sleeve. You also have the immortal soul book. With a rumbling sound, that part of consciousness, wrapped in boundless energy, rushed into Changming's body. Changming's expression changed. A pearl in his body suddenly released a dazzling black light. No, Chaos Pearl? Fuck you, why do you have the Chaos Pearl? If my main body was still here, would I still be afraid of you? TSS. Changming's body let out a scream and the sound of something being annihilated. Changming's body suddenly released a golden light. It was the Chaos Pearl that destroyed that part of consciousness and helped Changming refine that surge of energy. Your Majesty, are you all right? Shangguanhen asked worriedly. I'm fine. Guhai shook his head and looked at Changming. Changming, how are you? Guhai asked worriedly. Your Majesty, I'm fine. That part of consciousness was destroyed by the Chaos Pearl. Then the Chaos Pearl absorbed all the energy into my earthly soul. Your Majesty, I haven't finished refining the Chaos Pearl. I can't extract this surging energy for your Majesty. Changming said anxiously. Since it's in your body you should absorb it well. This energy should be able to help you reach the heavenly palace. Guhai said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Changming nodded and sat down cross-legged to absorb this huge amount of energy. In Guhai's body, the heaven and earth in the sleeve tore off 1,000th of the energy. 1,000th was equivalent to the energy that an extremely talented person had accumulated for 800 years. If it was anyone else, they would have reached the heavenly palace. However, this 1,000th was only enough to fill the gaps between Guhai's teeth. Guhai's earthly soul was too big. The first level of the heavenly palace was still the first level of the heavenly palace. It didn't even rise by one level. However, the earthly soul picked up the book on the ground. Earthly soul? No, under the two words earthly soul, there was a small word book faintly discernible. Earthly soul book? Just as Guhai was looking at the earthly soul book in amazement. Boom. There was a huge explosion in the sky. Your Majesty, the enchantment is broken. Shangguanhen's expression changed. Guhai Ao Shun, get out here. Ao Shun's roar came from the sky. Chapter 753. Boom. The enchantment of the West Sea Dragon Palace was shattered by Sakura and Takashi Ryushin. This time the enchantment didn't recover. Furthermore, along with the shattering, the crack was still gradually getting bigger. Rumble. Rolling seawater instantly poured into the Dragon Palace from the West Sea. The West Sea seemed to be leaking, forming a super huge whirlpool on the surface of the sea as it spun towards the center. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats in the surroundings instantly dodged in panic. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura were on guard against each other, but in the end, they stepped into the West Sea Dragon Palace together. Rumble. The subordinates of both parties followed in. Guhai Ao Shun scram out. Ao Shing shouted coldly. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura didn't shout, but looked around coldly. The West Sea Dragon Palace was too big after all. There were countless pavilions, corals, mountains and rivers. At a glance, there were novelties everywhere, but they didn't know where to find what they were looking for. There were only billions of bats that were flying around. Dragon God. Sakura's expression suddenly changed. Boom. In an instant, Sakura flew towards the Dragon Gate. After all, Sakura was also a dragon and had condensed his own Dragon God. If his Dragon God swallowed the West Sea Dragon God, then his Dragon God would be even more powerful. Swish. The Dragon Gate wasn't far. Very soon Sakura arrived. You guys are really here? Sakura's expression sunk. But where's Ao Shun? He raised his head and looked at the white light ball above the Dragon Gate. Sakura had a bad premonition. Sakura took a step and landed in the Dragon Gate area. Huff. His magic power dissipated and his body suddenly became 1,000,000 times heavier. At this moment, Sakura didn't have the time to investigate Guhai and the rest. He ran to the side of Ruoshui River and stomped his feet. Boom. Sakura was like a cannonball as he shot towards the white light ball above the Dragon Gate. Not good. Shangguanhen's expression changed. Because Sakura's speed was actually more or less the same as Guhai's. With this kick, he was actually about to reach the Dragon Gate. Sakura revealed a sinister expression and he was worried that Ao Shun would seize the West Sea Dragon God. At this moment, he was thinking of thousands of methods to force Ao Shun to hand over the West Sea Dragon God. With his methods, Ao Shun would definitely not be able to defeat him. Just as he was about to reach the Dragon Gate, Bang! All of a sudden, a black shadow shot straight over. The speed was extremely fast, bringing along a sharp aura which made Tian's face sink as he turned his head to look. However, he saw a huge rock shoot in front of him like an arrow. Bastard! Tian's face turned cold as he slapped his palm over. Boom! Instantly, the huge rock was smashed into pieces by Tian. However, the trajectory of Sakura's flight was deviated by this huge rock and he instantly fell in another direction. Tian's face turned cold. Gu Hai, it's you? The huge rock just now was thrown by Gu Hai. Bang! Tian landed on the ground. Gu Hai looked at Tian coldly. Tian, you can go and look for other things in the West Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Gate has already been taken over by me. Taken over? What a big tone. It has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like this. Gu Hai, do you want to die? Tian said coldly. He seemed to want to continue jumping. You can try. Next time it won't be a rock. Gu Hai said coldly. Tian's face turned cold. Ignorant thing. Since you are courting death, I shall send you on your way. Tian said coldly. While speaking, his body suddenly turned into a black arrow and shot over from afar. The black arrow was too fast, so fast that Hen couldn't intercept it in time. Who was Tian? His strength was on par with Takashi Ryushin. He was the division leader of the mystical mountain's sacred ground, the demigods and semi-devils. He was equivalent to the existence of an imperial dynasty's great emperor. Was it very difficult to kill a rising star? Swish. In this place where every step was difficult, Sakura's speed was extraordinarily fast. He arrived at Gu Hai in an instant and sent out a punch. It was as though he wanted to shatter Gu Hai with one punch. Gu Hai's face turned cold. He took a step forward with his left leg and arched his right leg. He threw a punch forward. Boom! When the two fists collided, the solid black stone ground under their feet instantly shattered into countless rocks. The rocks flew in all directions and instantly shot countless huge holes in the surrounding stone forest. It was a head-on collision. Gu Hai stood at his original spot while Tian paused for a moment. You? Tian's face sank. This is a competition of physical body. My cultivation is not as good as yours, but your physical body is not as good as mine. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha ha ha, I am practicing the absolute fiend Dao. How can I not be as good as yours? Tian stared and attacked Gu Hai again. Boom boom boom. After a series of collisions, rocks flew in all directions. Even Hen couldn't take it anymore and retreated with Changming, who was in the midst of cultivation. Boom. Tian took another step back and stared at Gu Hai, who didn't take a step back. I said, I will take over the Dragon Gate. Gu Hai said coldly. Not only did Tian not retreat, his eyes flashed with battle intent. Once I admit that I am right, I will not back down. I have never backed down before. The absolute fiend heart cannot back down. Again. Tian roared with a sinister expression. Rumble. The two of them started to fight again. The sound of battle resounded in all directions. All the people who were searching in all directions were suddenly attracted over. West Sea Dragon God? Ao Sheng's eyes lit up. Swish. Ao Sheng instantly shot towards the Dragon Gate. Stop him. Gu Hai shouted coldly when he was fighting Tian. Yes. Hen immediately rushed up. Humph, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me? Tian snorted and punched Gu Hai's chest. Dong. However, Gu Hai's chest was like an iron wall. It was actually hard, causing Tian's punch to fail. Tian, in the Dragon Gate, you are not my opponent. Get lost. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Tian was instantly blasted away. Ha, I will beat you up in the Dragon Gate. Tian didn't give in at all. Boom boom boom. The two of them started to fight again. On the other side, Ao Sheng was about to rush towards the Dragon Gate. Hen instantly blocked in front of him. A huge tortoise shell in his hand slammed towards Ao Sheng. Haha, stinky tortoise, you want to stop me too? Last time you couldn't even beat that monkey. You are really courting death. Ao Sheng slashed with his sword. Boom. Hen instantly flew out. The long sword and tortoise shield shattered at the same time. Ignorant. Ao Sheng immediately wanted to continue to rush forward. However, Hen once again stepped forward to stop Ao Sheng. With me here, don't even think of walking over. Shangguan Hen said with hatred. Boom. Ao Xing instantly punched again. In this place it was all about the physical body. Although Shangguan Hen's movements were slow, his physical body was still considered strong. Boom boom boom. After being beaten back repeatedly by Ao Xing, Shangguan Hen was covered in blood, but he was still unyielding. What a troublesome thing. Stinky tortoise, if you want to die, you should have said so earlier. If we were not in the Dragon Gate area, you would have been killed by me. Brr. Ao Xing immediately turned into a huge black dragon. He swung his tail toward Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen's expression changed, and he immediately turned into a huge black tortoise. Boom. The dragon's tail slammed onto Shangguan Hen's tortoise shell. Again. Shangguan Hen spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. Brr. The black dragon stretched out his body and immediately wrapped around the black tortoise. At this moment, both of them had lost their cultivation. It was best to turn into their original forms in terms of physical strength. For a moment, the two ferocious beasts were entangled. They were torn apart. The surrounding mountain rocks were in a mess from the collision. Gradually, the black dragon wrapped around the black tortoise, making it unable to move. Supreme Xuanwu? Ha ha ha, you are just SOSO. Watch me bite your head. The black dragon revealed a ferocious expression and bit towards the black tortoise's head. At this moment, the black tortoise's entire body was entangled, and it could not move at all. It was extremely anxious and tried to retract its head, but it was firmly held by a dragon claw. The tortoise's body was hard, and ordinary swords and sabers could not pierce through it. However, the dragon's teeth were sharp, and it seemed like they would pierce through the black tortoise's head in an instant. Brr. The black dragon bit over. Shangguan Hen could no longer fight back. Suddenly, a black ball collided with the dragon tooth with a loud bang. Boom. The dragon's teeth instantly shattered. Brr. The black dragon roared in pain. Not only that, but the black ball also hit the dragon's head, causing it to bleed. Xuanwu immediately dodged. It's you? Stinky bat? The black dragon looked ferociously at Chang Ming, who had woken up not far away with a mouth full of blood. Thank you, Lord Chang. Shangguan Hen said with a lingering fear. You are too polite, Supreme Shangguan. Leave the rest to me. Chang Ming said with a smile. Leave it to you? Roar, you are courting death. The black dragon suddenly swung its tail at Chang Ming. Be careful, Lord Chang. Shangguan Hen's expression changed. The huge tail swung down, but Chang Ming was not afraid. He suddenly stretched out his hands and hugged the dragon's tail. Boom. The dragon's tail was hugged. Shangguan Hen and Ao Sheng were both stunned. Aren't you only at the peak of the middle celestial palace? Ao Sheng said in surprise. Just now, I have already broken through to the upper celestial palace. Chang Ming said with a cold smile. Buzz. A trace of blue light appeared on Chang Ming's body. It suddenly increased Chang Ming's strength by 1 point. Breaking through to the upper celestial palace? No, you have at least reached the 3rd level of the celestial palace. Earth Spirit? You absorbed all the energy of the Earth Spirit, 800,000 years of energy? Chang Ming's expression changed. That's right, too much energy. I only used 1/10 of it to break through to the upper celestial palace. The rest was used to refine energy into chi to help me break through to the upper celestial palace. Rise. Chang Ming roared. He suddenly exerted force and the huge black dragon was instantly thrown up. Just as the black dragon was about to be smashed to the ground, the black dragon suddenly twisted its body and escaped. Brr. Rumble. The black dragon landed and ferociously crashed toward Chang Ming. Chang Ming's expression was ferocious as he brazenly punched. Hong. The man and the dragon both retreated 10 zhang before stopping. Refine energy into chi? Chang Ming is actually on par with Ao Xing now? Shangguan Hen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The battle between Chang Ming and Ao Xing started. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. It seemed that he couldn't intervene at all. Slowly, Shangguan Hen retreated to one side. It's enough for Chang Ming to block Ao Xing. On the other side, Gu Hai and Sakura were also locked in battle. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin was looking at the center of the battlefield from the outside, but his eyes were slightly narrowed. Just entered the middle celestial palace? Gu Hai's physical body is actually stronger than Sakura's? Had to be valued by Long Zhanghua, he is indeed not an ordinary person. Dahan and Dal borders are connected. In the future battles, it will be essential. Today I will make you stay. Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold. Bang. Takashi Ryushin instantly stepped into the land of the Dragon Gate. Like a sharp arrow, he rushed toward Guhai, who was in the center of the battlefield. Guhai was in a deadlock with Sakura. Their palms were facing each other, and it seemed that he was firmly suppressing Sakura. However, Guhai's back was wide open at this moment. Takashi Ryushin was about to approach in a flash. He was holding a long sword in his hand as if he wanted to pierce Guhai's back. "Your Majesty." Shengguan was close by and his face changed. Without thinking, the huge black tortoise jumped. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the black tortoise in an instant. Chapter 754. A large hole appeared in the enchantment of the West Sea Dragon Palace. The endless water of the West Sea gushed in. For a moment, the West Sea Dragon Palace was raining heavily. Leaning against the hole, the buildings were submerged by the flood. In the land of the Dragon Gate, a large amount of rain sprayed from the sky, and the ground was already submerged. A large number of Great Wu officials and dragons gathered outside. After all, they didn't dare to approach the inside. Guhai fought Di Shirtian. At this moment, they were fighting in the Dauntless Realm. The two of them exchanged palms and Guhai suppressed Di Shirtian. "Your body? How did you cultivate?" Di Shirtian stared in disbelief. "Di Shirtian, you should retreat," Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, a cold air suddenly shot from Guhai's back. "Your Majesty!" Shengguan exclaimed. Without hesitation, he immediately blocked Guhai with the back of the turtle shell. The black turtle's defense was extremely strong. Previously, Ao Shing couldn't break it no matter how hard he tried. However, Takashi Ryushin's sword was too powerful. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the black turtle in an instant. How could it be? Shengguan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of disbelief. Boom! The long sword pierced through the black turtle, and its speed didn't decrease as it suddenly stabbed towards Guhai. "Your Majesty!" Shengguan roared. Boom! The turtle body rotated and instantly crashed into Guhai. Ha! Guhai's expression changed. Boom! Suddenly he pushed Di Shirtian away with a palm. He dodged the sword. "Humph, ruining my business, humph!" Takashi Ryushin shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand trembled. Boom! No! Guhai and Changming's expressions suddenly changed. Di Shirtian's eyes were also full of shock. However, he saw Shengguan body explode. It instantly turned into countless fragments. Guhai immediately stepped forward and hugged Shengguan head. "Shengguan Zun." Changming exclaimed from afar. Whoosh! The gigantic Shen beast transformed into a human head. He seemed to still be breathing. "Your Majesty, I can't bear to see the power of the Dahan anymore. Please take good care of those Xuanwu for me, Your Majesty. Many thanks for Your Majesty's appreciation over the years." Shengguan has no regrets. After finishing the last sentence, Shanghai Hen's head seemed to close its eyes. Looking back at the past, Guhai felt sad for a while. "As long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die." Guhai's eyes narrowed. Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin and a trace of disdain flashed past his eyes. "Hee Takashi Ryushin, what a sneak attack from behind. As expected, you are a cold-blooded person who is only interested in this kind of treacherous tricks." Takashi Ryushin snorted and ignored him. He didn't care about Guhai's words. "As long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die." He thought that Guhai and Shengguan had a close relationship. But the next moment he saw Guhai reach out and take out a huge bucket. In the bucket, Guhai poured a 9-colored liquid into it. He couldn't see what it was, but it was extremely strange. Guhai put Shengguan head into it. Buzz! Shengguan eyes that were about to close suddenly opened again. "What? He didn't die?" Sakura's face sank. Shengguan head is all that's left? Why are there so many meridians and blood vessels under his head? Bones popped out again? Muscle filaments? This is... Countless dragons in the outside world exclaimed. "What kind of liquid is that? It's helping Shengguan to rebuild his body?" Someone exclaimed. "How what? Your Majesty, I..." Shengguan said in shock. "Rest well and rebuild your body. I said, as long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die." "Now watch how I take revenge for you." Guhai looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. His eyes were full of anger. Takashi Ryushin's face sank. What's in this bucket? Only a head is left, how can it be repaired? Sakura was also shocked. What was in the bucket was naturally the heaven-replenishing power to rebuild Shangguanhen's body. However, Guhai naturally wouldn't tell the two of them. Sakura has stubborn. I have already given you face, humph. Guhai's face turned cold. What did you say? Sakura's face sank. And you, Takashi Ryushin, I originally didn't want to fight with you for Long Zhanggua's face. However, you want to kill me today? He even almost killed the Emperor's sovereign beast? Haha, since that's the case, I will help Long Zhanggua to discipline this unfilial son. Guhai shouted coldly. With a cold shout, Guhai suddenly stepped on the ground and turned into a sharp arrow, charging towards Takashi Ryushin. You're courting death. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. He stretched out his hand and slashed towards Guhai with his sword. Without his magical power, Takashi Ryushin's strength was also extremely great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pierce through the black tortoise's shell and explode the black tortoise with his sword. He slashed towards Guhai, but Guhai didn't dodge. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Using your physical body to receive my divine sword? You're courting death. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. He increased the strength of his sword and slashed towards Guhai's palm. Guhai's palm also turned into the color of bones. Boom. The palm and sword collided, but the palm that everyone expected didn't appear. Guhai's right palm was actually harder than the black tortoise's shell. Guhai held Takashi Ryushin's divine sword in his palm, making it unable to move. This palm is for Shangguanhen. Guhai's face turned sinister. He roared and threw out his left palm. The speed was too fast and the strength was too great. It went straight for Takashi Ryushin's mouth. Takashi Ryushin's face changed. He pulled out his sword to block, but the sword seemed to be rooted in Guhai's palm and couldn't move. In a hurry, he could only use his other hand to block Guhai's left palm. Boom. Takashi Ryushin's palm was knocked away. Slap. A crisp slap resounded throughout the Dragon's Gate. Takashi Ryushin was sent flying by Guhai's slap. Boom. A huge stone mountain was broken in half. Takashi Ryushin stopped. Everyone around suddenly became silent. They couldn't believe that Takashi Ryushin was crawling up from the ruins. There was a palm print on Takashi Ryushin's mouth. The divine sword in his hand had fallen out and was now in Guhai's palm. He crawled up from the ruins. His eyes were like copper bells. He couldn't believe that he was actually sent flying by Guhai's slap. Moreover, it was a slap on his face. Divine sword? Guhai snorted coldly. He held the sword with one hand and the hilt with the other and suddenly snapped it. Kacha. The divine sword broke. Heavenly Ice God Sword? Yong Prefecture's #1 divine sword, how could it be broken? Countless Great Wu's officials exclaimed. You didn't use your full strength just now. Sakura looked at Guhai with a gloomy face. Get lost. Guhai stared at Sakura. Get lost? Good, get lost? What an ambitious and ruthless person. This deity likes to kill ambitious and ruthless people. Sakura suddenly rushed over with a ferocious face. With Sakura's pride, it was impossible for him to be scared by anything. Even if Guhai's body was stronger than his, he still wanted to fight. In his dictionary there was no such thing as retreating. What's more, Guhai had just entered the Central Sky Palace and he already retreated. Boom. Sakura rushed straight to Guhai. In the ruins in the distance, Takashi Ryushin touched the palm print on his face as if he had been humiliated. The emperor could be killed but not humiliated. Which emperor didn't have the ambition to create a new world? Which emperor didn't have the pride of being the most powerful person in the world? The emperor had the heart of a strong person, the heart of becoming the #1 in the world. Today he was slapped by a Central Sky Palace and turned around to flee? Find another way to get back his face? Impossible, he had to get up from where he fell. What's more, there were a lot of officials here. Today, as an emperor, he was slapped in the face in front of his subjects, and then he dodged in fear? What a joke. Boom. Takashi Ryushin stepped on the ground and rushed towards Guhai. Takashi Ryushin wanted to use his hands to tear Guhai apart to repay the humiliation just now. 2 sharp arrows shot towards Guhai from 2 directions. Good timing. Guhai stared and punched one after another. Boom boom. Under Guhai's tyrannical body, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura paused for a moment, but they pounced forward again in an instant. Guhai also didn't stay idle. His hand speed suddenly became faster. For a moment, the 3 of them were filled with the shadows of Guhai, Takashi Ryushin, and Sakura's fists and palms. Gu Hai revealed a sinister expression. The more he fought, the faster he became. Boom. A punch landed on Sakura's chest and sent him flying. A slap landed on the other side of Takeshi Ryushin's face. Slap. Takeshi Ryushin was sent flying again. Takeshi Ryushin instantly glared and roared. The slap just now was already a great humiliation. Now Gu Hai gave him another slap? This slap is for Long Zhonghua. Unfilial son, unworthy of the surname Long. Gu Hai revealed a sinister expression. Sakura looked at Gu Hai and his eyelids twitched. Sakura was also furious when he was punched by Gu Hai just now. However, compared to Takeshi Ryushin, he was much better. Around them, the water slowly flooded. Chang Ming and Ao Sheng continued their battle. However, the two of them were a little absent-minded. Compared to the battle between Gu Hai and the other two not far away, the two of them found themselves like two children acting cute. How can Gu Hai be so tyrannical? Ao Sheng had a look of disbelief. Around them, some Dragon Clan and Great Wu officials wanted to step in. The first few people suddenly vomited blood and fainted. The attributes of the Dragon Gate were too terrifying. In the bucket, the 9-colored liquid was slowly decreasing and fusing into Shangguanhen's body. Shangguanhen's body was slowly recovering. Meridians, bones, flesh, blood, and skin grew quickly and strangely recovered. The surrounding people were at a loss. When the surrounding rainwater reached the height of a person, Shangguanhen's body was finally completely rebuilt. However, at this moment, his body seemed to be extremely fragile and he climbed out of the bucket with difficulty. In the bucket, all the heaven-replenishing liquid had been consumed. Shangguanhen found the fragments of his previous body and found his storage ring. With a flip of his hand, he took out a set of clothes and put it on. However, after putting it on, he seemed to have no strength and fell on a big rock. He looked at Gu Hai and the other two who were fighting in the distance. The three of them fought more and more crazily. However, Gu Hai's body was tyrannical. Even if Sakura and Takeshi Ryushin joined forces, they were still sent flying by Gu Hai time and time again. Your Majesty is amazing. Shangguanhen sighed. Chapter 755. As time passed, the enchantment of the Dragon Palace became more and more damaged. More and more water gushed down, drowning the entire Dragon Palace. The terrain of the Dragon Gate region wasn't high. At this moment, the water was as high as 2 people and was still rising rapidly. At this moment, Long Shenwu and Sakura were also enraged. No matter who it was, being suppressed by a small character that they looked down on in the past, they would definitely feel unhappy. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they weren't Gu Hai's opponent. Gu Hai's foundation was too solid. Just based on physical strength, he was invincible among those of the same level. If it was someone of the same level, it wouldn't matter if they were defeated. However, facing Gu Hai from the Central Sky Palace, the two of them were unwilling to accept it. If they couldn't get rid of Gu Hai today, Gu Hai would be like a thorn in their throat, becoming their inner demon. Cough cough cough. Not far away, Shangguanhen climbed onto a bigger rock weakly. At this moment, his body was extremely weak. On the other side, Chang Ming was fighting against Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng attacked again and again, but he couldn't do anything to Chang Ming. Are you all dead? And Sakura's Dragon Clan, why aren't you coming in? Ao Sheng roared. Countless Dragon Clan members in the periphery didn't enter the Dragon Gate region previously because once they entered, all forbidden techniques would be activated and their body weight would increase by 1,000,000 times. It was difficult for them to move. Those from the Central Sky Palace didn't dare to enter at all. There were also those from the Upper Sky Palace, but their cultivation wasn't strong enough. It was difficult for them to move and they were worried about losing their lives. After all, the aftermath of Gu Hai's battle and the flying rocks were extremely terrifying in their eyes. However, the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate. Ao Sheng let out a roar. Groups of Dragon Clan members swam in with difficulty. Once they entered, they were suppressed to the point of incomparable pain. However, they still swam towards the center. Go catch Shangguanhen. Ao Sheng roared. Ong. Ong. A group of Dragon Clan members swam towards Shangguanhen. How dare you? Chang Ming's expression changed as he exclaimed. You won't be able to leave even if you dare? Smelly bat, I'm your opponent now. Ao Sheng blocked Chang Ming's path with a ferocious expression. Suddenly Chang Ming was unable to rescue him. Whoever dares to touch Shangguanhen will become my enemy, and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Gu Hai suddenly roared. Ha! The faces of the dragons in the distance froze. Was he being targeted by Gu Hai? Ha ha ha, fight to the death? Go take down Shangguanhen. Takeshi Ryushin suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty? Gu Hai only has a strong physical body. Humph, when we get out of the Dragon Gate he will only enter the Central Celestial Palace. How can we fight to the death? Capture Shangguanhen for me? Takeshi Ryushin said with a glare. Yes. Suddenly, a large number of dragons pounced on Shangguanhen. Sakura didn't stop them because at this moment, the two of them also discovered that even if they attacked with all their strength, they wouldn't be able to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon Gate. Now they could only take an unconventional approach and let Shangguanhen distract Gu Hai. Courting death. Gu Hai immediately stretched out his hand to hit the two of them. Boom boom. Sakura and Takeshi Ryushin were instantly sent flying. Gu Hai wanted to rush towards Shangguanhen, but Sakura and Takeshi Ryushin instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai again. Wanna leave? Ah, you can't leave. Takeshi Ryushin sneered with a sinister expression. The surrounding dragons were getting closer and closer to Shangguanhen. At this moment Shangguanhen was extremely weak. How could he have the strength to resist? Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I've dragged you down again. Just when Shangguanhen was feeling helpless and guilty in his heart. Ong. Suddenly, a loud sound came from above the Dragon Gate. It was Ao Shun's voice. Boom. High up in the sky, the white ball of light suddenly converged and quickly shrunk into a white ball of light. Ao Shun's huge dragon body suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and instantly swallowed the white ball of light. Ao Shun. Ao Shun's expression changed. West Sea Dragon God? Sakura's expression also sank. West Sea Dragon God, Ao Shun will definitely not let you down, thank you. Ao Shun shouted solemnly. Ao Shun, save Shangguanhen. Gu Hai shouted. High up in the sky, Ao Shun quivered and looked down. He immediately saw the tragic battle below. 10 huge dragons had already arrived at Shangguanhen's location and seemed to want to tear Shangguanhen into pieces. Ong. With a roar, Ao Shun's figure instantly scuttled down. Even in the Dragon Gate area, Ao Shun didn't know why, but he could suddenly use the power of his magic. Boom. As soon as the powerful dragon aura was released, the surrounding water instantly exploded. The dragon aura that was several times stronger than before spread out, causing the faces of everyone fighting below to change. Your cultivation has increased so much? Ao Shun's expression changed. Bang. Ao Shun landed beside Shangguanhen and swung his black dragon tail. Boom. 10 huge dragon tails seemed to appear in the air and swung towards the 10 ferocious-looking huge dragons. No. Save me. No. The huge dragons immediately screamed in horror. Hong. The huge dragons were like cannonballs, shooting in all directions and crashing into the Black Rock Mountains, causing them to collapse. Pooh. 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 The huge dragons immediately vomited blood and went limp. It was as if all their bones had been shattered by Ao Shun. They were paralyzed in horror, unable to move. The other dragons that were about to pounce over immediately trembled. Their expressions changed and they fled in all directions. Ao Shun did not give chase. Instead, he transformed into his human form and helped Shangguanhen up. Prime Shangguan? Your cultivation is completely lost? Ao Shun's expression changed as he said. Shangguanhen smiled bitterly and nodded. Ao Shun supported Shangguanhen and looked at the two battlefields not far away. When he saw Gu Hai fighting Sakura Asia and Takeshi Ryushin alone, his eyelids twitched. The ancient emperor's might. Royal father was right. The ancient emperor's foundation is too solid. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. He turned his head and looked at the other side. Ao Xing versus Chang Ming. Chang Ming's cultivation increased as well? Ao Xing? Ao Shun snorted coldly. As he snorted, he supported Shangguanhen and took a step forward. Who? Ao Shun instantly appeared before Ao Xing. Ao Shun's sudden appearance made Ao Xing tremble. You obtained the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance? The forbidden arts of the Dragon's Gate are ineffective against you? Ao Xing's expression changed. Ao Xing, you can't keep making mistakes. Ao Shun said coldly. As he spoke, he swung his hand. Boom. Ao Xing was immediately sent flying by Ao Shun's slap, crashing into a large mountain with a loud bang. This was the difference between those with spiritual power and those without. Moreover, Ao Shun had obtained the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance and his cultivation had increased by a lot. Po. Ao Shun. Ao Xing spat out a mouthful of blood and roared with his eyes wide open. On the other side, Sakura Asia and Takashi Ryushin were being suppressed by Gu Hai. They also saw Ao Shun making his move. When they saw that Ao Shun could use his full cultivation, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and revealed a bitter smile. Ao Shun's appearance completely broke the balance. Today, it seemed impossible to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon's Gate. Sure enough, Ao Shun suddenly turned his head in the distance. Both of their faces sank. Go! Takashi Ryushin roared. You want to leave now? Gu Hai's face turned cold and he swung his hand. Boom, boom. A powerful force slammed into the backs of the two retreating figures. Pooh! Pooh! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing Gu Hai's strength, they shot out of the Dragon's Gate like arrows. Gu Hai, let's see if you'll come out or not. Takashi Ryushin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with resentment. Stop. Ao Shun glared and grabbed with his hand. Suddenly, a huge palm condensed in the Dragon's Gate. Umph. Takashi Ryushin snorted and turned his hand to face the attack. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Long Shenwu was blasted away. However, that palm strike from his powerful physical body still shattered the surrounding mountains and caused the water to surge into the sky. Dragon's Gate Forbidden Spell, Ao Shun, I don't believe that you won't come out. Ao Shun also rushed out of the Dragon's Gate and roared. Phew. Sakura and Takashi Ryushin quickly stepped out of the Dragon's Gate. Once they were out of the Dragon's Gate, both of them emitted a flaming aura and the surrounding seawater was forced to disperse. Surround the Dragon's Gate. No one can leave. Sakura glared. At this moment, Ao Shun was also incomparably angry. He originally wanted to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon Gate district, but what could he do? What could he do when Ao Shun was no longer using the forbidden spell? How could he fight again? Meet force with force, fight with strength with strength. Wherever he lost, he would get it back in order to erase his inner demons. At the very least, he wouldn't be brooding over it in the future and find it difficult to advance in cultivation. Although they were defeated previously, Sakura and Takashi Ryushin didn't think that Gu Hai could kill them, so they kept pestering him. Now that Ao Shun had recovered his magic power, if they continued to be in a stalemate, they would only be courting death. Sakura's face was gloomy as he surrounded the Dragon Gate area with Takashi Ryushin. No one can leave. Ong. Ong. Outside, the dragons were roaring, but inside, the water was overflowing and the rocks were crumbling. Your Majesty, are you okay? A group of Great Wu's officials looked at Takashi Ryushin worriedly. Keep an eye on them, no one can leave. Takashi Ryushin ignored his subordinates and looked coldly at the Dragon Gate district. In the Dragon Gate district, the water was overflowing and vaguely the figures of Gu Hai and the other three could no longer be seen. Where are they? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. Sea water, calm down. Sakura stretched out his hand and pressed. Buzz. The surrounding sea water suddenly calmed down, and even the sea water in the Dragon Gate district also calmed down. Now the sea water in the Dragon Gate district was as high as 5 people. But Gu Hai, Ao Shun, Changming and Shangguanhen had all disappeared. Hiding? Let's see how long you can hide. Ao Shun glared. The Dragon Gate district was completely sealed off. If someone came out, a group of strong people would definitely find out. Even the water was sealed off, but there was no movement. Where's Gu Hai? Sakura and Takashi Ryushin's eyes were filled with irritation as they waited patiently. But they didn't know that at this moment, there were 4 carps that had already drifted out of the Dragon Gate district. Following the direction of the water, they rushed towards the broken barrier. Swimming against the water. The 4 carps rushed out of the barrier through the water column. Shangguanhen is weak, I will bring him. You guys go first and split up. Gather at the place we agreed on last time. One of the golden carps said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 carps immediately split up and shot in 2 different directions. Your Majesty, I've dragged you down. The white carp looked at the golden carp and smiled bitterly. You got injured because of me, how are you a burden? It's a pity that I can't help you reconstruct your corporeal body with my cultivation. Sai, let's leave this place first. The golden carp sighed slightly. The white carp swam slowly and the golden carp accompanied him. The two carps swam towards the sea surface, and as they swam, they suddenly saw rays of golden light blooming on the sea surface. Not good people from the sacred ground of Mount Numinous? They are waiting to reap the benefits? The white carp's expression changed. Go around? The golden carp said solemnly. The two carps swam away in circles. At this moment, suddenly, a ray of golden light rushed over and shrouded the two carps like a searchlight. Ha! Guhai, you think you can escape from my old son's discerning eyes after becoming a carp? Buddha, Guhai is there, that golden carp is Guhai. A loud shout came from the sea surface. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.